we are back with the CCT Series 3 here with Harry and Bowie with another great day of the playoffs. Bowie, it is very early morning where you're at. You look like you have woken up 5 hours ago, went to the gym, got all of the things done, and now ready to cast Dota. Am I right?
Thanks for noticing my aura, Harry. Yes, that's all very true. And you know what else is true? We're going to have a beautiful match between Passion and Hydra. A series that actually already happened in the groups, and Hydra did too well them.
Yep. We could go into today's schedule if production would be so nice to give it to us so that we can go through the games that we are going to be watching today. We're going to have Passion UA versus Hydra, Nightpulse, Navi Jr. You and me are going to be on those two, and then our wonderful colleagues will be taking over for the upper bracket, Avalus versus Mouse and 1W versus DMS. I would say, Bowie, that our two series are pretty straightforward and have clear favorites. I don't know if you feel the same way.
I agree. I think Hydra should be the favorites for this one. I was surprised when I noticed that Nightpulse actually got knocked down, right? Usually they are not a lower bracket team. But, you know, they did play against Avalus, a team that has been making some waves. So, yeah, I would say Navi Jr. should definitely be... I guess they're not the favorites. That's what I mean.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be most likely smacked. But you never know. You never know. Dota is a weird and interesting game. You can come up with a solution even overnight. Doesn't happen that often
like
nowadays.
Midas, right? Maybe you just get a Midas and things could be different.
Bowie, I know that you're a bug exploiter. How much MMR did you raise? Is it not for the stream?
No. I refuse. I have not played a single game in the last 4 days. Well, the last 2 days because I couldn't. I was very busy. But I just refuse, man. I just refuse. You know, one thing is an actual fun, little, weird, quirky bug. And the other is I'm just AFK dropping my Midas while I get money. I'm honestly baffled that this was not fixed or properly fixed, right? Because they dropped one fix, but there's still another way to do it.
Yep, I've heard of people now just picking Ogre and going in the jungle, getting billions of gold. It is.
Have you seen the Riki
fun
videos where like the person is just chasing down the people dropping the Midas and stealing the Midas, but you still lose because there's other 4 heroes doing literally the same thing, so like you cannot steal all of the Midases?
I haven't, but that is hella funny. Let's focus on Passion UA versus Hydra, right? And the players that are playing for these two teams. We will have, this is Passion UA first, Yoai, Nietzsche, Babodi, Fernandes, and Flacco. Babodi, this is how Rob started calling him, and now I cannot stop. So how do you feel about these newish Eastern European players?
I mean, am I wrong, or is there any of these players played for Dragons in the past?
I think they have.
Especially literally the old Dragons? No, not necessarily, right? They're all Ukrainian, but it is... Okay, it's slightly different. Yeah, regardless, I think they've been...
Yeah, they're not the same players. Yeah, none of them.
They've been surprising me. You know, I've seen some of the results recently, even in some qualifiers, and I think they're pretty decent. It's just that somehow Hydra's lineup to me looks a bit more impressive. I think that every single Hydra lineup has never been like close from actually breaking into the big tournaments, but they've been very solid. And I think, you know, this is still true right now. But yeah, I think Passion could maybe surprise us. I don't think this is like a clear 2-0, but I would be surprised to see Passion taking the whole series.
There was this one lineup of Hydra that even had chances of going to some bigger tournaments. I think it was Hydra where you had Kuropatic, Retsu, Daniel, right? Some of those players did go to become even better players playing for better teams. So there was a Hydra that was actually really, really strong. But let's go into the roster of Hydra right now and see how they're looking.
The one you're talking about, I think, was the 2023 one. They had Dream that now actually plays for Nightpulse. They had Cloud that now plays for, I mean, freaking 1win, which is in this tournament. And they had Lil. So yeah, they really looked amazing at that time.
Yeah, but how do these guys look right now? Ren, Ethereal, Proletari, James, and FSD. I think Ethereal, this guy just has so much potential, but there's something missing. I cannot put my finger on it, and usually I can say, oh, he's inconsistent on these types of heroes. But just some games he does really well, and the others completely falls flat. Is that just new player syndrome in competitive Dota?
Yeah, I think so, right? And we don't really know how the dynamic of the team works, if he actually gets to choose his heroes a lot, or if, the captain is choosing. I think with these teams, it's hard to really pinpoint one problem, especially when everyone's new, right? All of these names, I wouldn't say. Do any of them even have a Liquid PA page? I would guess they don't. Oh, Proletariat actually has one.
Proletari, James has one, and FSD has one.
Okay. Oh, FD actually the highest winnings, 12k. So it has been playing for a while.
Yep. That's FSD, right? Wait.
Yeah,
So
FSD.
Proletari doesn't have more? I thought Proletari has more.
He has 8k.
Okay. I remember his days of HF, and he was. They were pretty decent back then, so I just assumed that he has one more money, but no such luck just yet, Bowie. But the big bucks cha-ching is about to come.
Yeah, we'll see if they're gonna be able to do well in this tournament. If they go far enough, he could potentially get more money. I mean, at least half of the amount he already won his entire life. So that could be good if he gets first place. That would be more than 5k for each player. So very hefty amount.
Oh, you don't want to give anything to the coach, huh? Like coaches are there to work for free, Bowie? Slave labor.
Do you know if they have a coach?
I don't.
Well,
I just wanted to throw some shade.
Maybe you shouldn't start saying things that are not true, as we can see the prize pool distribution here. I mean, this is huge, man. This is a tournament that didn't last for a long time. You can get 30k. This is a series of tournaments. This is such a big opportunity for a lot of these teams. 30k is no joke when you leave in Eastern Europe. I mean, You should know.
I don't know, man. I'm a baller, right? I need my yacht and my
30k is what you get a day, right?
And my 30K? Bugatti, right? This is some nice prize pool for sure, and especially because we're gonna have 8 tournaments. This is the 3rd one. We've already given out 2 of the 50k tournaments, and when you put it all together, that is a big chunk of change that is going to be going towards these tier 2 teams.
Oh yeah, definitely. By the way, guys, if you are confused, it does look like we have some internet problems. Not sure exactly how I'm gonna go about this, but maybe production can tell us.
The only info that production has currently is that Passion UA has some internet problems. Obviously, from what I'm seeing in the lobby on one of their players. So one player fixing his problems really isn't going to be an issue, Bowie. But I think that considering that our production did such a good job of making all of these amazing graphics, we are not going to be destroying their background with our faces. So we are going to be throwing it to a break, and as soon as the draft starts, we are going to be back in it in the game with you guys to see what these teams have to offer. So see you all after the break and after the internet issues are fixed. And we are back right now because the draft has started. It didn't take 10 minutes, Passion UA. They were faster than their own predictions, Bowie. We've got some speedy people here ready to play Dota. Are you ready to cast Dota, though?
Of course I am, and I've heard we had a draft going, so it should not be a problem at all. As I'm interested to see how these drafts are gonna go. We did cast some finals recently, so I think we're pretty updated with what's going on. Nothing crazy so far, right? I guess Sand King's still open, the Lina Omni Knight bullshit's still open.
Okay, Omni Knight bullshit not open any longer. I mean, as soon as you see the Shadow Demon ban, you just have to get rid of the Omni, right?
Yeah, I mean, can force a lot of things here. Can get the Lina, can get the Windranger, can get the Mirana. Let's see. Oh, they get this Sven. Interesting.
Zen. People here are not... I think it's a little bit of a different drafting approach than in Tier 1 Dota. Tier 1 Dota has a weird drafting approach when you compare it to Tier 2 Dota. So they tend to be a bit more, let's say, going for comfort picks here rather than playing everything.
They're gonna go for the Sen Krugen. Very good, right? You get all this armor from this Sven, but Sen King is gonna be a lot of magical damage that the move speed also doesn't help you that much if you get Burrow Stroke. I like the approach. I would even say I prefer the Sen King. I think this hero is stronger in general than this Sven, but if your goal here is to set up one of the OP range carries, you're probably in luck because there's only one ban available per Passion and another pick. So I'm assuming Passion bans Lina, picks Mirana, and then you're left with like only the Windranger, something like that.
Windranger wouldn't be half bad though, right? With the Sven, usually Windranger likes a Marcy a bit more, but I think he would be okay with the Sven as well. That is
interesting that you mentioned the Marcy, because I was looking at the stats of the Fisher tournament that we were casting. Can you guess Marcy's win rate in that tournament?
How many times has she been picked?
She was played 10 times.
I'm gonna say she won 4 games.
She won 0. Literally 0 out of 10. And people just stopped picking her because it was just not working.
Because they were losing. Yeah, that's that's a smart approach.
I'm not sure if it's the whole, like, there's so many new supports that maybe Marcy's not good against the snipers, the Shrags and Nagas of the world, which I think makes sense, right? She's definitely not good against sniper when you cannot close the gap. Pretty bad against Naga, no AoE damage. And I guess you can run away from the Leshrac, but Lesh was not picked that much out of all the OP stuff we saw. I would say Leshrac was kind of one of the least picked ones.
Yeah, I think it might have something to do even with the Naga Siren. It feels weird to say, but the new Diabolic Edict, you need to kill people faster, so there's no time for your Pulse Nova to deal with the illusions, and then it just kind of shares the damage with the illusions, which is a disaster. Basically.
Yeah, takes a lot of damage. So they been the Sniper and the Jakiro here. Lina gets out, and you pick either Mirana or Windranger. I think Mirana works good for UA. It's a good pairing with the Sand King.
I didn't see it much though. That's the thing. People here are not picking it too much. Let's see if Passion are different. Passion are picking it though.
Yeah, I think Mirana's good. Mirana, Sand King is a classic. Solar Flare is always good, right? I think this new Mirana... It's so dumb. You just press R, everyone's gonna be right-clicking. They get the Windranger though.
They only played one, right? Okay. So yeah, Windranger maybe more in their alley. What about Hydra, man? I haven't seen if they have played any Mirana.
I don't need to look at them because I know they're gonna use their brains. And looking at their drafts, you could go for Dispel here, but there's no Dispel, so they pick Shadow Fiend. Probably gonna be their carry, right? Very early SF, unless you're willing to play carry.
Well, let's see. Have they played SF so far in this tournament? I don't see one. So I can't really say. Where okay, they have played one SF, and I'm gonna have to go in and check because there is a Dragonite in that game, and it was a safe lane SF. Yes.
Okay. Now you can pick your second support or possible second support here. Naga, as we talked about, still in the pool, but they get the Rubico instead. Interesting.
Yeah, especially interesting because they ban out the Jakiro, but a good Rubik pick, right? Burrow Strike, one of the best spells to have. Sandstorm, not half bad either, but all of the spells versus a Wind Ranger. I still remember, like, I wasn't super big on the Rubik, but I did play him a solid amount. But, you know, the real hardcore Rubik players, whenever they pick Rubik early in a draft and then there is a Wind Ranger, they're like, haha, this guy wants to lose. Rubik cannot lose versus a Wind Ranger. So it is just very nice spells to have. Power Shot is amazing.
Yeah, definitely very good. You can get more cast range out of it as Passion. Well, they have a fair amount of damage, right? The Sand King, Wind Ranger, I think already bring a lot of that. So I wouldn't mind maybe more reliable catch here from their supports. Whenever I see Shadow Fiend, I think Centaur is good, but with the Sand King, unless you're playing in mid, you don't necessarily want to pick Centaur. And if they play Sand King mid, I think the SF probably does well there. Gonna have to pick here what exactly you want to do.
I've seen a Sand King crush in SF, maxing the first and the third spell, just not getting the Sandstorm at all. And he would stun, Stinger, the wave explodes, SF drops low, he resets. And he does that over and over again and does well.
I think after the nerfs, it's hard to do that though.
It is.
I haven't seen that much Stinger anymore. Let's see, we'll go Ursa. Good matchup against the SF. Pretty good against the Rubik.
I'd go that Centaur, man. I wouldn't hate it at all here, right? Because Ursa in the lane, you want to have some solid damage dealer, and Centaur definitely fits into that category.
You mean for Hydra?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, I was mentioning Centaur for Passion because I know. Yeah. I think it's good. There might be a better pick than the Centaur though. I think that here is fine, but I think it was mostly Spirit playing recently. I wasn't super sold on it. I like the Primal.
Yep. Makes sense. It's also a big damage dealer in the lane, and it is also flexible, right? Because now you are not sure what to ban out as Passion. Sure, you're gonna have the last pick to respond to whatever Hydra gets, but you are not gonna necessarily know what they want to get right now, and it might hinder your banning capabilities.
So yeah, this looks like Wind Ranger support with the Chen 5. Unless they're willing to play this Wind Ranger mid, but I think Primal is a really good counter to Wind Ranger. Now that Wind Run doesn't slow anymore, Primal does really well against that hero. It was awful back in the day, but it is much better.
Can you not run away in the mid lane?
It depends, right? You can definitely die really quickly.
Ah, okay.
Like, if he hits the onslaught before you press Wind Run, you take so much damage. And even in the entire mid game, like, this hero doesn't get that much HP. I guess you buy bracers, but that's about it. That's all you can really do.
I love the
bans.
Not gonna lie, it's really good.
Yeah. It's Chaos the Ursa gives them. It's amazing against Primal for sure. It probably means they want to play Primal mid, even though they have the flexibility here. I think they're better off drafting offlaner. They already know what the Ursa is going to be playing at. So, what would you draft as an offlaner here for Hydra?
I'm still okay with an offlane Primal Beast, right? Are you certain this is going to be a mid one? Yeah, I guess Invoker ban makes sense, but Invoker is generally good versus Hydra's lineup because I would like a damage dealer with the Rubik, right? And Primal Beast falls into that category.
Yeah, he's fine, I think. But you are playing to the Chan Dispels, right? He's probably going to get Satyr level 1. I think you don't really... I don't know. I feel like Primal can play from behind, but Ursa is a really hard lane. So if I can prepare for dead lane, why not? Right? You can probably get.
They've played some Mars. Right?
Mars looks good. I like Mars.
Yep.
What else would you pick here?
Bunka?
Yeah, Kunkka is okay. Maybe can you play Visage? Go to Visage.
Uh, I don't think he deals well with creeps though, right? So Chen is gonna be a problem for you. I think that's the main reason you do not get the hero. Good ban would be
Yeah.
a Timber Saw here for Hydra, right? If Passion wants to go for that route, you could, and they are lacking a little bit of burst with the stuns that they contribute because Wind Ranger doesn't contribute much in that department. So I'd like to see it from the mid lane of Passion.
Yeah. What about? I like Puck for Passion as well. I think it would give the Koi was really annoying. Silence is really annoying. The Primal, like he totally shuts down the early game, especially nowadays. We're seeing a lot of Primals with Auras, but they're gonna take away the Monkey King. Okay.
Pretty much from the bans, we can expect a mid primal.
Yeah, it's very possible. It's very possible. And now they can play whatever offlaner they see fit here. Kunkka is probably the most meta hero available right now, but they go Ember. Okay. Huskar time? Let's go. Huskar Chen.
Passion has played the Viper, though, in the offlane. But Huskar is pretty good, not gonna lie.
Right?
Do
Silence
they play
on the
Huskar,
Primal?
though? We never know that. That's the thing. I don't see a single one on their side.
Yeah. I mean, it feels so good, though. Such a juicier Huskar game. I guess you can play Viper too. It's not bad. Kind of the same deal, but I think Huskar is a better pick right
They
now.
got it.
There we go.
Oh my god.
There we go. It's gonna be the Ethereal Ember. We're gonna be watching that mid lane, bro, because that's all that matters. It's gonna be fun watching this one. I don't even think they have a lot of Huskar answers.
Nope, nope.
This Primal is all right, but even though you can still boink the Primal Beast as the Onslaught comes through, you can cancel the Onslaught with that. You will silence him anyway, so
Silence is so good this game, man. It is so freaking
amazing. It is really good, and you have this Chen to protect you with the Hand of God. You have the Sand King and the Ursa counter initiation once they have Blink Dagger. They are probably gonna win the lanes because it's an Ursa into Primal and the Sand King. I guess the Sand King might struggle, but that's about it.
You don't care. You get the Dust Devil, the Rubik's, the Wind Ranger stacks for you, and you come back into it. What about the support rotations from Hydra? Right? Can they offset this mid lane? But I kind of feel like the support rotations of Passion are better.
Yeah, I mean Sven is very underwhelming. Rubik's all right, but it depends on how good of a game he has, which remains to be seen because he is not an easy lane. This Primal Beast not necessarily like he doesn't deal that well with the chain creeps, and I don't think he does that well against Ursa either. So yeah, Passion. I don't know. This Ember pick seems very underwhelming. I know this year is broken, and this has been probably one of the best Ember patches of all time, probably, but it's still a Huskar. And yeah, we'll see if Nish plays well. I don't know what you do here as Ethereal. It's not going to be an easy game for him.
I don't know what you do as Hydra, not gonna lie. If Hydra win this game, I think Passion have no chance in 100 years to win a game versus them. I think this is as close as you get to an outdraft, right? Because your lanes are not gonna be superior. Your early mid game, you have no ways of killing the Huskar, no ways of pressuring the Ursa, no clear ways of pushing down towers. It's just you're gonna have to beat them with movement. That's it, right? Ember and the Primal Beast plus the Rubik are gonna have to be rotating around the map really well in the early mid game, and with the lanes that this Ember will have, it's not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, and there's no enabling on the Ember either, even if he has a bad game, right? Sometimes you see like a Mirana plus Hoodwink support duo when you have an Ember, and it's like, sure, this Ember might get crushed, but as long as you have chains, you can set up kills and go for people. This game, like this Sven, what is it supposed to do? It's yeah, we'll see if Hydra can find a way, but our favorites here so far, they're gonna have to sheer outplay, because in terms of drafting, their draft looks so much harder to play.
Yep, for sure. Though, it all comes down to niche or Nietzsche, but I guess it's not Nietzsche.
Like Nietzsche is
But
the philosopher, but
yeah,
sure.
yeah, I know, but maybe he was referencing that when he was making his name. I would expect it to have the line like this, like in French, to tell us the E is pronounced. Either way, it does depend on how good he is with the Huskar. You being a Huskar player, you understand just how annoying Incendiary is even to play with because you get so low.
Yeah, and they buffed the hell out of that spell. It was already good when they launched it. Now it has the same duration of the Burning Spears of the other facet. And yeah, I mean, just having all of these auras, we're not sure exactly how the Sand Key is going to build, but we know that the Chan will probably get Vlad's, will probably get some defensive items, a Solar Crest, and all of that combined onto the Huskar will make this game pretty hard, unless Hydra stomps the lanes. But as we already stated, not easy to do.
Yeah, I don't know how you do it. And even if you do, everybody has a way to go back into the game. And you have no ways to take towers. I think that's the most important thing. Hydra, in the early mid game, they're going to need to create so much chaos. And I just don't see it, man. I'm maybe looking at this Primal Beast. I think there is something to say positively about that lane. It could work out for Hydra, but it could doesn't mean it will.
Yeah, it's... I think especially the first levels is probably when you get an advantage there. If you get level 2 before Passion, you can maybe kill the Chan. Ursa is very, is awful until level 4, I would say. It starts getting decent level 3. And that's probably when you can do very well there. Maybe your goal is eventually cut waves so that you get to level 4 reliably, and then you start to go for the Ursa kills. But I don't know. It does look a little bit grim, not gonna lie.
Yep, looks pretty bad. At the moment, one of the players from Passion UA is disconnected. That's why we're not getting into the game, and you can enjoy our lovely faces. We're not going to be sending it to any breaks now. And Niche is back, so hopefully we do get ourselves into the game, get this day underway, because we are already half an hour delayed. Bowie, this is unacceptable. I want Dota, and the G letter will be written in the chat. Okay, now Hydra needs 1 more minute. Right? In the morning when you're getting woken up.
Oh, I do. Not that I woken up recently, not at all. I've been awakened for 10 hours, as you know.
Exactly.
But I think Niche was probably thinking about things, right? That's what he's supposed to be doing. His name, at least.
Okay, so Hydra says go. They will be doing it even faster than that 1 minute. And production, take us into the game. We want to see Dota. A morning without it is no morning at all. And there we are, Bowie. We are going to be enjoying ourselves in this game 1 of this best of 3 series. So are we definitely staying with Passion? Is that our final verdict?
I would say so. I definitely like their draft. They have good Roche. They have good siege with the Huskar, which is something usually Ursa drafts actually like. But level 1 play here from Hydra. They really want to do something. Blood Grenade on FSD.
Double raise. There's going to be a third one as well. Batik in some trouble. The Blood Grenade connects. He doesn't want to skill up his stun, and because of it, he'll die. He did go with the Stinger at the start, and that is going to be a first blood for Ethereal. Doesn't get much better than this. It's not going to offset that his lane is going to be awful, but it helps.
Definitely helps. And even the Stinger level 1 seems very interesting, let's say. I have not seen this spell that much level 1, especially if you're going to an Ursa lane. So not only the Ember gets a really good start, but... Oh, sorry?
He's going to an SF lane.
Oh, yeah, even worse. But we'll see. We'll see how things are going to pan out here. As Ethereal... It does have bottle and boots queued up. I wonder if he gets the boots or the bottle first. That's FSD. Just poke for the runes here.
Yeah, gets pushed back. So what's it gonna be? 2 for 2. Yep, not much of a surprise there. Batik did manage to get himself towards the rune after his untimely death. Let's call it that. So this bottom lane to me is the one that I cannot really figure out how it's gonna go, Bowie. So any thoughts about it? Let's say you were an Ursa in this one. Are you happy with the matchup?
I think initially you are happy, but you expect to be pressuring. You expect to not get out denied, which right now is not happening. No, Primal Beast can be very good at out denying people. But, I mean, it's a Chen, right? This you're so annoying. Once you get the Satyr, there's going to be a lot of harass. And even gets the deny there. Very nicely done by Flacco. Good body blocks from James.
He's doing a good job on James, though, to get that convert down. You do not want to lose all of your mana either on yourself or on the Primal Beast Penitence. However, you will be punished for your sins, Flacco. He gets a couple of hits on James. Not that big.
Yeah, I love that James actually leaves the lane early, so Actor gets level 2 before the Ursa, and this allows him to even play a bit aggressive with his trample. He's going for the uproar, huh? Interesting. I do love when I think this is an underpicked spell on
for sure
mid Primal Beast. Oh, okay, Brand is dead.
That level 1 stinger working out.
What the hell?
Yeah,
oh, that is the one lane we thought they were not gonna win, and now they're doing pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, bringing down the SF, he has 3 CS. They just made it so that it was a constant brawl fest on that lane, and level 1 raises are just underwhelming. Even if you get the 3 stacks off, it's not that big of a deal.
By the way, we see the effects of that first blood in the mid lane. The Ember actually doing pretty well so far, but that's when things start to get hard. The level 3 on Husker, that's when you have to respect him quite a lot.
He didn't take the second point in Burning Spears, and we all know that level 1 Burning Spears heal your opponent. Maybe not with the
No, not with this facet. Yeah. I think you do it just because of this facet, because you take way more damage, right? That's what I've been seeing for mid Huskers right now.
Very true. Have you tried it yet? I know that you've been saying that you've been wanting to, but haven't gotten a chance.
No, I have not. And I think in general, this build is when you're actually against a lane that's not that great for you. But nowadays, I think you might have to go for this build pretty much every time. Because we've seen some Huskers dying to like just normal camps, right? When you are used to right-clicking and jungling the way you used to. So it is definitely a more risk. It's a different risk-reward ratio for sure on Husker.
Yeah, you and me, whenever we cast, I talk about how much I sweat when I play a Huskar, man, when I always have to play on 10% HP. And I think with this facet, even the OG Huskar players, they are pretty much not feeling too comfortable while doing it.
Yeah, I can probably get comfortable playing enough games, but you know, Huskar is such a niche hero that you don't get to play that much. Maybe in pubs, but it is a bit risky.
You're right.
Exactly, that's the joke. Thank you for explaining to our lovely viewers. And yeah, this lane, even with the first blood, you can see that it becomes unbearable. Already, the Ember is the lowest CS, even though he was tied with Husker 2 minutes ago.
I'd say it's still fine. If I'm this Ember, I am so happy with this lane. I'm not happy that I got to play versus the Huskar, got thrown under the bus, but this is the best that the lane could go for you.
Oh yeah? Are you happy here? Because I see Ethereal sweating some fiery balls.
And James loses his life. Flacco will go down. That bottom lane is not half bad for them. They're not pressuring the Ursa, but the Primal Beast is farming quite nicely. And in the end, that's pretty solid. I like niches every single time, just going to deny the water rune.
I mean, I think that's a lot on the skill build. Getting that uproar makes killings from the Ursa harder. But it's also a lane that gets worse over time. So once the Ursa gets level 4, he already has boots. You do have to respect it quite a lot, James. It feels Ethereal's bottle, as you said. So he's going to be in a decent spot. But at the same time, it does mean that this Primal is alone.
Double impact. Primal is alone. He will uproar bottom lane. on Yo-Wai. So both the Ursa and Actor are taking a lot of damage, and well, in the end, they will both live. Same was true for the Sand King, who's dropping low. Ren trying to get him down, not gonna be happening, but in the same lane, Fernance will run down FSD, which does leave the SF all alone, and Bajik will wait for the stun. Hello, Ren, and very soon it's gonna be goodbye. Bajik finishes him off there with the Stinger, and that lane is just looking perfect for Passion. This game is looking perfect for Passion.
It really is. Every single core ahead of their counterparts. Despite the 2-0 in the group stage, Passion seem to have learned from their mistakes. Good draft. Despite the first blood actually doing really well in the side lanes, the Husker performing as expected. They're definitely good. Let's see if the rune's gonna be snatched by them as well. And it's top, so they don't get it.
That's fine, I guess. Sven gets the shield rune. Ember likes that rune overall, but versus a Huskar, he just burns through it in a second.
Yeah, I mean, they're both burning, right? So doesn't really matter. Fire against fire, you don't get extra resistance.
There is, you know, obviously, one would think Ember would be immune to fire, and unfortunately, just not how Dota works. I'm still waiting for a mod that just uses all of the lore. That would be pretty cool and fun.
I think it's mostly it's like Pokemon, right? Because like fire versus fire means you do normal damage, but if you're attacking ice or water, that's when you're gonna be doing less. Speaking of fire, Sven trying to go for a fiery play here, but he's against two heroes.
Yep. No, not gonna be. Gets the stun off and
got it.
The room. Beautiful. Now, you know, if you die, it's not gonna be a problem, but they used both of their stuns. FSD trying to run away. There will be a shackle shot connecting him to a tree. He will die a knight.
Oh my god, he got the deny, bro.
Yep.
That was a fire play. That was huge.
Yep. Something that salvages the laning stage a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Because Rubik level 6 early in this game can change quite a lot. You still, let's say, a burrow strike or a power shot, and those are game-changing spells.
Yeah, that's the one thing we didn't talk about in the draft that much. Like, the supports here are the only ones that really have the power to...
Oh, they know DSF is here.
Ren.
This is so bad. He needs to get his ulti off, and will be able to. Now, with the Proud Beast going in, Yo-Wai in a lot of trouble, uses the Fairy Fire, no chance in hell to survive through the damage coming out from Hydra, and this is what their lineup needed to do for Nance. Hiding in the trees, they know he can't get out. They're just gonna be checking every little corner until they find a little Wind Ranger. Uses the 6 Wind Run away. The rays will not connect. Shackle Shot just to slow down Actor for half a second, not enough to save your life. Hydra
from Niche, actually interesting. He has an up-fight damage.
Well, let's see what he can do. The Rubik is caught inside of a net. Will get jumped by the Huskar, and does allow Yo-Wai to get the kill. I like this. Ursa needs that Battle Fury.
Yeah, interesting rotation. A bit awkward from Niche. He walked a lot. I thought he was going to be pressuring the mid-tier 1 as he saw so many heroes going for those plays. But, you know, at least he allows his team to make sure they're going to get that kill. And his armlet is now complete, so timings are still hitting pretty hard in Passion.
Yep, but Hydra did manage to salvage a little bit of the laning stage. How happy are they, right? Is Hydra now feeling a better than when the game started?
I mean, considering the draft, they're definitely happy. By the way, a little bit of a mistake here from Passion. They warded the camp close to the mid-tier 1, and now it's blocked. I think they wanted to get vision, but they didn't really get the right position there. Husker definitely not happy with that.
Ursa smashed into the ground. The onslaught, he does pop his ulti. Lift up just for a very brief period of time. Will get healed up by the Divine Favor. Still, without your ulti, staying in this lane is not easy. And I think that's what Hydra were gunning for. And, well, they made it work. Meanwhile, top lane, Sven dropping low, but he's gonna be going on the aggressive because they have Ethereal in the vicinity. He's gonna get slowed down by the power shot. Another Sleight of Fist, not gonna be enough. He needed a double impact on the Sand King and won't be able to get it.
Another rotation from Niche. He walks bottom, doesn't really get to do much, and I think that's the problem this game. The Sand King needs the triangle to farm. And Huskar is not a rotating hero. This hero he wants to win the laning stage and farm towards a big item timing, which this game is Blink Dagger. I guess he wants to use his, oh, that could be a dead Ursa.
As soon as they see the Huskar TP, will be running away. He wants to jump this Primal Beast and no range for the life break. Lift up from the Rubik, tossing him away. No stuns, only slows from the creeps. And the Rubik lives. Bachik dropping low, but with the Dust Devil, it's just so easy to farm the Ancients.
His CPs have been very underwhelming from the Huskar. You know, he's still okay network, but I think he could have like 6k network right now. And this is making sure that the Ember and the Huskar are going to equalize. In fact, they're going to be doing Meteor 1 tower damage. I don't know. This is not working out as well as it should for them.
Not working out at all at the moment. Passion are only 1k gold ahead, and with the laning stage they've had, you would want that to be higher. You would want to have taken some tower, which is not happening. Meanwhile, they will find Fernandez. He doesn't have a wind run for quite some time. They have a lot of wand charges, so we'll be surviving a bit longer. Flacco rotates as well. Hand of God has been utilized. That should be enough to save their lives.
Blink Dagger first item on Huskar, huh? This is gonna be interesting. And now I'm assuming you need more points of your inner fire. So we'll see how this is gonna pan out.
He still hasn't bought it, right? He just has an idea that that's something he'd want to do. I think Passion UA are not playing this properly, right? Because in this game, I think farm, and you just win the game.
Yeah, farm, get Roche, win the game. Flacco will fall.
Bajik did get his ulti off. Now he decides not to do it. Rubik stealing the Burrow Strike. Giving that one away is a problem. It is still level 1, so not the biggest of deals. James goes for the stun. They're gonna be both using it. Shaka shot onto BSF. YoY going forward, and finally the epicenter will get used. Bajik gets himself a double actor, joining in on the fray. Uproar going with the onslaught first. He wants Fernandez dead, and with the trample will be able to do it. It has been slowed down a little bit. Bajik is super low, no mana, no HP, but still nobody is focusing on him. Ursa uses his mana. He doesn't have enough for the Earthshock right now. Sleight of Fist, a lot of damage being done to him. Niche gonna be joining in on the fray, but every single time they are just dodging this Huskar. Maybe Blink is the way to go, considering he cannot get the jump.
I don't hate the Blink. I just hate that he has been like
running around.
Yeah, he's running around too much. He could have the Blink by now if he wasn't playing this way. We'll see if it's going to matter. But overall, I feel like Hydra, just by existing, they're surviving this game. I think mostly because of the way Passion is rotating.
I think it's one of those situations when the game starts, you need to clearly state to your players, if you're a coach, captain, whatever, what the goal is. And I don't think they have a common goal. They are just, okay, I'm playing Dota. I see a rotation, I'm going to go for it, even though it doesn't necessarily work well.
I'm strong, I rotate because I can fight. But you can also fight much better in about 700 gold, which, you know, he hasn't died, but it's a lot of wasted opportunity, just like bottom, as they find this Ursa and Hydra, just showcasing why they got that 2-0 here. Just outmaneuvering the entirety of Passion.
It is going to be a tier 1 dead, so they will be opening up the map for themselves. With this tower taken out, you have better ways of rotating towards the mid lane and then possibly killing the Huskar. This in itself is going to be scary for Passion, because the first time this Huskar dies, it is a problem.
Yeah, and look at Hydra. They blocked the Ancients there with a sentry, so Huskar won't be farming that one. But the big timing that they did hit is the pipe on Sand King. He's still gigantic, only 1 death on Batiuk. So this pipe will definitely make the next fights harder for Hydra here once the Blink Dagger is available for Niche, which will be after this wave.
Yep, he'll have it. He does bite. Maelstrom already on the Ember. Would you have expected an Ember to be just 200 gold behind the Huskar? I definitely wouldn't be expecting that.
Yeah, I would not. I would definitely not. But, you know, first blood, a lot of, you know, this Meteor on tower being this high HP, it just baffles me so much when you have a matchup like this.
Yep, especially
you know,
because
he got
the
too
hero
far
has been
because
rotating.
The towers didn't fall. Yeah, exactly.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Okay,
See,
your
it
blink
dodges the
doesn't work.
silence. Oh my god, this is a disaster. At least you'll get the tower.
It looks like it. Ethereal. Can they get a good burrow strike on him? Only level 2, so they don't even try.
Fernance, he does find Ethereal, misses the shackle shot, puts himself in an uncomfortable position. Hydra don't bring in heroes to fight for that tower, and understandably so. There's a pipe on the other side, and you just don't want to go for that one. Now the Ember will get jumped, has gotten silenced, dodges the shackle shot, thus he will live. Very hard hero to bring down.
Yeah, even with his 3 points of inner fire, it also means he's lacking some damage from the burning spear. But I guess the plan now is to just go Roche, right? You already took the tier 1 tower top. You have all these Shen creeps. They're still hitting, let's say, the timing they wanted. But they could be stronger by now, which means that Hydra, if they somehow find a way to sneak in or even fight through the Aegis, it's not going to be as hard as if they were 4 or 5k gold ahead.
So we'll see if they will poke on that Roche. With the Ember finding a haste rune, I would say Hydra have chances of defending it. The question is, can you get there in time?
Yeah. They're gonna get the mid tier 1 tower, which is a fair enough trade. I think so far this first Aegis doesn't seem to matter as much, right? There's not a significant lead on Bastion that. Are they? Wow, is this gonna be fast enough? I don't think he will. I really don't think he will. But they're gonna get a Sand King.
Yeah, that is a great way to start on the fight. Now the rest of them just have to run away. Without Bachuk, you do not have your pipe. TP out as the Roche bashes him. Oh, okay. He does delay it, and Sven doesn't want to enter the pit. Going behind, expecting that blink to happen. And that was a second away from being caught. Imagine the Huskar loses his life and the Aegis there. It is a clear disaster, but here at least it's fine-ish.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be okay. As Huskar gets his tier 2 neutral, which is gonna be Vampire Fangs. Very good for a game like this. The Chen also has a Mac. You have the pipe on Sand King. Things are okay, but the goal lead being on the side of Hydra definitely preoccupies me. When you even look at the win probability, it's actually 70% on their side, so our worries are not unfounded. Like, they definitely got to start getting some Ws.
Yep, you lost your timings. You definitely lost your timings in Passion, and you shouldn't have. Now going for a smoke. We'll see where it takes them. They have pretty good vision. And that is... doesn't look like a dead Rubik with a Burrow Strike. A little bit too late. Steals the Burrow Strike yet again. No, it was the Sandstorm. Nice response this time around. Sand King does not allow the big spell to get stolen. Primal Beast coming forward. Uses the Uproar. Onslaught away. Focus Fire does absolutely nothing for Nance there. Wanting to contribute to the damage department doesn't do much.
You know, when I look at... like, Blink Dagger is very decent this game. If you just look at the Dire heroes. But then you look on the heroes of the Radiant side. And until there's a Blink on Ursa or the Sand King, they actually don't have the burst damage. This Huskar doesn't have the burst damage to kill anyone. I'm not sure if it's his fault for rotating too much and being poor. Or... second...
Beautiful. There's the double silence.
That's a tanky boy, though.
They'll be fine. Sand King coming from the side. Maybe he can get the connection to help them. The SF is not in the vicinity. You take down James. It's not going to be too bad. And nice triple stun. Huskar almost losing his Aegis because of it, but will be able to survive.
Okay, let's get a Sanj. So he's going for a Halberd this game. Not that much of a popular item in Huskar these days, but...
good versus SF, right?
It's definitely decent. Definitely decent. So, wait, do you get status resistance from Halberd anymore? I don't think you do, right?
Only S and Y.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I don't know about that. Would you go for S and Y?
Dude, status resistance is so good on Huskar. I get it. You know, the evasion's... like, the evasion is not that good this game. Like, let's be frank. It's only good against the ESF.
Ember can miss you with a sleight of fist.
Yeah, I mean, it's hitting for 120 damage.
No, dude, he has 140 plus the 160. It's not bad, yo. Why? The Enrage will get stolen, stun onto the SF. Not really going to be taking any damage. Already lost Dirsa, and the SF is here with the right clicks. Bloodstone going to be popped. Ember in a little bit of trouble. He needs to move out. Is burning down to the spears. Double shackle shot. Ren. He does have his BKB. Now the Requiem gets used. Maybe should have waited a little bit longer for the Husker to come back, but he didn't. The Ember did survive through it all. Let's see if he did leave a remnant. Maybe he's going to be rejoining fairly soon. You lose the Sven, and the Ember will be coming back. The rest of Passion, because that have to run. Ethereal, the connection with the Gleipnir, that might be too deep.
Dude, that's a game where you got Huskered and you literally have the same farm despite ages, and they're getting a tier 2. This is... It looks like a 1k gold lead, but it feels like a 7k gold lead.
Yep. Just doesn't feel good. It was a 9-second BKB used on the SF, so let's look at the positives for Passion UA, but I agree. There's really not a lot, and especially because both Huskar and Ursa are farm-hungry heroes, and even the Sand King, with the map getting smaller, it's going to be a problem.
And that's the thing about the Sanjay and Yasha again on the Husker. Like, if you're going for this blink build where you want to kill people, you want the attack speed, right? You want the actual damage to kill. So his build seems weird in the sense that it doesn't accomplish... It's not defensive enough, nor it's offensive enough.
Yep. I also would have been okay with something like an Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah.
When you already went for a Blink Axe, you play a Pseudo Axe with a billion damage, but neither of that is there.
He can still get it. It's just that it's not gonna hit as hard as he wants. Right now, it feels like he is not the tanky Husker that can force towers, but he's also not this assassin he's trying to be. Maybe if they have won the laning stage, this build could have felt stronger. But
of course.
They traded even, right? They barely won the lane stage.
Yep, and they should have crushed it. You know what? Also, the start to the laning stage was amazing for them. Apart from the Ember Spirit getting the first blood, everything was working out. Even the SF was dying.
Exactly. 2 kills, I think, on the Sand King, which allowed this pipe to be done. And yes, that's also my problem. Like, if you're going for this pipe build, but the Husker is playing this assassin, it doesn't make any sense to me. I think you just want the Husker in front, hitting towers, and the Sand King will activate pipe whenever needed and counter-initiate with a blink, right? It's...
Yep. Or might not even need the blink. Just stay behind him, and when they initiate, you jump in. That's your job, to stun around the Husker, basically.
Well, still a 1k yellow lead, so things could still change. You have all these Husker... these Roche heroes on side of Passion. Second Roche should still be relatively easy for them to take. They do it much faster than Hydra. But I'm assuming that Hydra is at a point where they can actually contest it now, and they're gonna smoke.
Dude, Passion are gonna get kited so much. There is a Shivas on the Primal Beast, and there is a Hurricane Pike on the SF. And there is a dead Huskar on our screens fairly soon. Okay, blinks away. He's gonna be fine.
Alright. But what about Flacco?
Well, somebody needs to die. Patrick wants to reveal the Blink Dagger. There's the Epicenter, the double stun.
Ursa goes in.
Steal, but it is not going to be that big of one. Hand of God of James is keeping them alive, and the SF gets his ulti off. He stole a Hand of God. How did it happen? He's going to be coming forward. He doesn't have his Aegis any longer for the last 2 minutes. They will finish him off. No problem. The right clicks are more than enough. And you have taken down 2 cores, one of which is arguably the most important hero for Passion UA. That is the lowest net worth out of all of the cores.
That fight started so well, but the Husker was just slightly late. If you could jump with the Sand King there, maybe you have enough damage, but as you said, that stolen Hand of God made so much difference here for Hydra, and they're gonna get another tier 2, man. Oh, this is getting out of hand.
Yeah, how do you play a Huskar lineup without towers on your side? It's just impossible. You won't be able to get out on the map. It's gonna be as awkward as him walking in the laning stage trying to find kills.
Whew. Yep, this is not good. Looks like they're out of Riz on the side of Passion. Very awkward indeed. Do you know what Riz is?
It is your game with women. Is that true?
No. Yeah, Riz is like your ability to to flatter up girls or guys, I guess. It's
Okay,
just,
okay.
you have a lot of risks, you know. You are a
Yeah, I
Chad,
do.
let's say.
I do. Ursa has BKB, but nobody is super impressed with what he's doing, so not a lot of risk on him. The Oscar will get the silence off to get pulled in. Nice double shackle shot. This
okay.
Wind Ranger has been making a difference, and Niche does jump forward, gets pushed closer to the SF, and we all know how hard this guy is. There will be a stun on Fernaz. No Wind Run for a second, does get it off. Trample will, however, do more than enough damage. Lacko
Oh
next
my
on the many. Dursa
God.
is the only friend that is alive, and the high ground misses will not be happening all that much for you to survive.
This is looking pretty bad. Not gonna lie, this game looks like it could be over in 10 minutes if it continues this way. So, like, you're relying on this pipe and the Husker, and they're out fighting a pipe Sand King with a Husker at this stage. I don't know how it's gonna get better.
Also, SF is using the Feast of Souls. I haven't seen this for a very long time. People are always skipping it. It used to be 60, 70, 80, 90. Now it got buffed by 10 per level, which I still think is underwhelming for the 5 souls to give. But we finally get to see the spell used, which is nice.
Yeah, I mean, he got the talent, right? I think we used to see a lot of the other one, even when you were playing right-click Shadow Fiend. But, yeah, so far, does look promising as they scout Roshan, and you just gotta take this R contest especially. If you give away this Roshan, your momentum is gone. You're gonna be playing for like minute 50 or something.
Yep. People tend to forget that the Husker can be an amazing late game hero, but not with this kind of farm. Imagine how much you are going to be needing to farm and how long for you to do anything. This might be a last-ditch smoke. If you lose this fight heavily, you might GG out.
Yeah, exactly. This is a fight where they push so fast on Hydra that the possibility... Oh, look at that scan. They are 100% aware. Good wrap around, but good awareness from Hydra as well, as they do have... Do they have a ward? Yeah, one in the middle of the lane. Smoke breaks.
Smoke will break. Nice ward being placed, and Ember Spray to the Sleight of Fist. He breaks the smoke onto all of their heroes, basically. People tend to forget that Ember Spirit literally appears at the Sleight of Fist position, so he can break smokes from really far away.
Yeah, but look at the creep equilibrium mid shoving in.
Yep.
For Passion. This is really weird. They cannot deal with any lanes here without showing, which means that as time passes, it gets more awkward. TP's bottom. This is over.
Yep. Goodbye, Roche. You know, if you go for a fight at that point, you would just be forcing it too much. You probably lose and then the game. So they'll live to fight another day, Bowie. Is that other day gonna be a sunny one for them, though?
Yeah, that's the question. I would probably guess that it is not going to be a better day, but you gotta try, right? You have... Maybe you have like a 2% higher chance of winning this next fight, as Nish, he left a neutral in the big jungle. That's a tier 3. My dude.
He will remember.
Fight. He got it. Let's see. He needs a good drop. What's the best drop here for Husker? Probably a Bracer. I guess Paladin Sword is fine.
He went for the quiver.
Ew,
My boy's a murderer. He is not a coward like you. Like, I'm gonna get a Vambrace and I'm gonna be stronger. No, I'm gonna jump in. I'm gonna be enchanted quivering somebody and murdering them. That's what you do.
Oh, he has a spear in one hand and he has arrows on the other. I don't know how he's gonna use an arrow and a spear. You only have 2 hands and you need 3. So I think he's thinking too much about murder. He's not thinking about how he's gonna do it.
You wouldn't be a good warrior, Bowie. I see it.
Wow.
Get all of the weapons, scare them.
Oh, they're gonna try and find Actor here. That's a big thing, boy.
Well, they're gonna try their best, and the damage output will be high enough because of the enchanted quiver. Without it, I don't know if you get that kill. Still, Hydra won a fight, even without their tankiest. Boy, the Hand of God gets used. Stolen Power Shot. James from afar will be doing quite a lot. Epicenter from Bacik. Not really doing any damage on material. They found James in the backlines. The Glimmer Cape doesn't come out in time. FSD gets silenced up. Nice double stun from Bacik. You have overextended Hydra. You thought you were stronger, and you thought wrong. There is no Bastion in the Ursa, so BKB TP out is a possibility. A very real possibility for the SF that, well, he's not even going to attempt because he doesn't have a TP. He will fight until his very own death, which will make the game now even. Passion UA, they turn it around with just one perfect team fight.
Okay, that was crazy. A little bit greedy from Hydra to take that fight with the Primal Beast dead and no buy, but I actually thought they were gonna be able to make it. It felt like they used so much to kill the Primal, but the Ursa didn't. He hadn't used Enrage or his BKB, so he can still take the fight later. Yeah, I'm baffled. I was not expecting that to be even possible, but they made it work.
I'm baffled Hydra went for a fight after the Primal Beast died. Really no reason to do it. They would have had an Aegis at this point for another 2.5 minutes. It was just no reason to risk it.
Yeah, I know. You know, they've been winning so many fights in a row that I think they got overconfident. I cannot necessarily blame them that much, but you are right. If your goal is to take this and play perfect, taking that fight just doesn't make that much sense.
Yep, not really. I guess a lot of things have been going right for them, so sometimes you get ahead of yourselves. And, you know, we've been talking a lot about the Huskar, but this Ursa has become a problem. He's topping the network chart, has the Basher. Your BKBs are not going to be as awesome right now. The Butterfly on the SF, though, that is a game changer.
Yeah, and I guess that's one thing we didn't talk about too much, the fact that the Ursa, we were talking so much about the Huskar and how, let's say, of an underwhelming game he's having. But Ursa into OSF is a really good matchup. So you still do really well. I guess there is some BKB piercing control coming from Actor. But his lack of BKB made things a bit awkward in that fight.
Yeah, for sure. Is he going to buy it, though? No, he wants a Crimson Guard. Is that a good item now?
It's not that good.
Nope, I don't think so either.
Yeah. He doesn't have a single component, so he might change his mind.
He has bought a Ring of Health, I think.
Oh, okay.
Very weird.
I guess he just wants to have more risks, you know, give a ring to a possible female interest.
Dude, like, I think he's the last of the dinosaurs, so, you know, that's not a...
I mean, you don't think he could... He couldn't flirt with something that's not a dinosaur? He has a lot of risks?
Sure. Makes sense. Anything is possible. The... Hydra are coming.
Okay, they find the Huskar. No
big blink away. Hand of God immediately being used. They understand they need to save. Yes, that from the low ground gets stunned up. Didn't get his BKB off, and this is a disaster. Primal Beast will be taken out. Not having that BKB is a problem. Ren, BKB tries to run away. Where's the Ursa? And bash. He won't even hit him that many times. So the SF will live, but barely. He was very, very close to be taken out, and the Abyssal Blade will soon be done. So that's not going to be possible at all.
Oh, Hydra. Not like this. Yeah, that's the thing, right? If you have BKB in that fight, you probably killed the Huskar. But they also didn't connect as fast. The Primal is just too fast. Faster than the other heroes, so they were not on time to cast all of their spells together, do all the right-click damage. So now things have switched dramatically here. They're going to be able to get this Tormentor. They could even potentially kill the Ember if he gets unlucky. Bash.
Well, or Dersa gets lucky. He does have the Yules. Ember should be fine.
Wait, how did he
even going forward?
That's
the Glade there.
Paladin Sword? God damn, that was so much healing.
Yup. He healed back up to full. The freaking Trend Creeps coming in handy. And Dersa goes in. Let's see how you're going to be healing now with the Sven coming in. They do save his life. Ursa lifted up into the air. Doesn't have the enrage. This might be the way to fight Stolen Wind Run by the Rubik, which is going to be helping Niche. Jumps in from the low ground. The SF is running towards the fight. He knows that his team needs help and jump in from the Ursa. Gets the kill. Abyssal Blade. No onslaught for you. With Huskar coming forward. The SF in the vicinity. Niche is just all dying. Gets himself back into the high ground. Buyback from the Rubik. They don't have their Sven and Ethereal. Somehow still alive. Ren standing his ground. He does do a decent amount of damage, but mostly his items are defensive. So living is what he wants to do. And now jumping in, Ren, he does have the BKB. He gets lifted up by the Rubik and uses the Requiem while that is lasting. You know, that is a possibility with the Primal Beast. Doesn't get a connection with the onslaught. They push the SF away, still alive. He needs to get to the low ground. Where's your Hurricane Pike? He doesn't have it for 13 seconds. That means that he will be taken out by the Ursa. Well, the two cores of Hydra survive, but it is not a favorable fight. Passion UA didn't lose a single hero.
That's care, man. That fight looked very close, but I think Hydra, they just kept doing the same thing, expecting different results, right? You know those fights are going to be really hard. You don't necessarily have any interest picking a fight that close to your base, because unless Passion kills heroes, it's kind of awkward for them to go high ground. Just Huskar doesn't have an Aegis. Ursa is notoriously bad at taking towers. I think they just got you baited 3 times in a row, pretty much.
Yep, and then you look at the SF's items, his build is made so that he's ahead. When he falls behind, he's just not going to have enough damage. The Ursa going in, they want to end this right now. They want to force out buyback. There is no buyback, which means that you will burn even inside of your fountain. There's not going to be anything that can wash off the damage of this Huskar. The first lane of Rax will fall. Lucky for Hydra, they have tier 2s, but Bowie, it is even a question. Is it a possibility to win this game any longer?
Even the presence of these tier 2s goes back to the argument even harder, right? Like, why would you take that fight when you have all tier 2s, when Roche is relatively close from spawning? And, I mean, I guess they can win this game, but first of all, we're going to have to deny or take that Aegis. And things are looking a bit harder now, despite the fact Roche is on your side.
I don't know, man. This Ursa is going to have an MKB. It is looking very tough for Hydra at the moment, if not impossible. SF needs more damage. He needs that Daedalus, and he is miles away from having it.
This primal build, I really do not agree with it right now. I think the biggest problem has been that his Pulverize is useless in this game, because the Silence cancels it, a Shackle cancels it, Burrow Strike. He cannot beat that wall for the Shadow Fiend to right-click, and the Ember is not supposed to be that wall in the first place.
Yep, Ember does have an Aghanim Scepter, so we'll be able to dance around the fight a bit more. Gets the Purge on the Shield Rune from the Huskar. I think Huskar won't be mad about that at all.
Oh, he's always mad, though. I don't think it works that way.
No,
the whole thing. Oh, Sentry revealing the Shadow Fiend. They're going to go in.
No, stolen Burrow Strike. James doesn't get the connection on anything. The Sven, Glimmer Cape protecting him for the time being, but your dancing hero is taken out. As Actor is being chased down by the Ursa, has the overpower. The second he gets close will be the second that his Primal Beast gets taken out, pushed away by the Rubik from afar. I always get surprised by the Psychic Headband on the Rubik. It is so cool. He is going to be getting himself a lot of distance between him and the other players. Buys the Fairy Fire to survive through the Incendiary Burning Spears, but it's not going to change the fact that the second lane of Rax is also going to go down. No contest available from Hydra.
Yeah, doesn't look close at all here, Hydra. We're doing so well, and you know, this is not an easy draft to come back, I think, once you're behind as Huskar. So, honestly, I wouldn't even say that Passion did anything incredible. If they find this SF, they're gonna overwhelm them. This game is over. I feel like this is on Hydra. I think they had everything to take this one, and they just dropped the ball like 3 times in a row.
Yep. You know, it still comes down, though, to the draft of Passion. I think if they didn't have that much of an advantage in the draft, with the way that Hydra played in the early mid-game, that you just would have naturally lost this game without any chances. But you had a better carry-to-carry matchup, you had stronger lanes in each part of it, and then Hydra itemized in a way that isn't gonna do much for you if you start falling behind. So all of those things accumulated really made it, I don't want to say easy for Passion, but with that many mistakes and that many things going wrong, you win it. It's not something that should happen.
Yeah, I agree. And you were talking about this draft and everything. Looking back on this game and this series even, I was kind of expecting a 2-0 for Hydra. After watching this game and the mistakes that happened, I think this series is now kind of a toss-up. I think this is much closer than I expected. You know, not because Passion necessarily is going to be like first place in this tournament, but because Hydra dropped the ball in a way I didn't expect, right? I think I could expect that coming from Passion, or at least the impression I had of both teams. I didn't really cast too much of this tournament so far, but I think this is anyone's series. In fact, Passion, they're only 1 game away from taking it.
Yep, you could easily drop the ball in a second game as well. Could get yourself a bad draft. Now with your backs against the walls, we'll see if Hydra will be taking it a bit more seriously, if they will be playing better Dota, if they will be able to repeat what they did in the groups. All of this and more we find out after the break. The teams got ready in the lobby. They got themselves into the draft. We didn't even imagine Bowie here to be a couple of seconds earlier to entertain our viewers at the CCT Series 3. For people that are just joining us, this is the lower bracket series between Passion UA and Hydra, two teams that faced each other in the groups, and Hydra won 2-0 their first game, full of mistakes from both sides. Passion UA just a little bit less better draft, and they get themselves the victory. Now, when you think about the game, when you think about the matchup, Bowie, who's your favorite when Passion UA have one game of an advantage?
I think I'm gonna favor the better draft, right? I feel like both teams made mistakes. Passion, most of them were in the early mid game, whereas it felt like they didn't know exactly how to play that part of the game. Whereas Hydra, I think they played their lanes relatively well, considering they were outmatched, and just made mistakes afterwards. They got cocky and they couldn't wait to get to a point where it was impossible to lose. So I think I'm just gonna favor the draft. Looking at the teams, I think both of them are at the same level, when I actually expected Hydra to be maybe slightly better.
Yeah, I guess so. I would still say Hydra are slightly better. They almost won a game that in my mind draft-wise looked almost impossible. I mean, every game is possible to win, but there is...
You rely on mistakes, right?
Yep, and that's not a good place to be. And sure, you can force them to make those mistakes, but if the game is easy for them and they just need to play at an 80% to win it, and you need to play at 110, there's obviously a discrepancy in the draft.
No, I get what you mean. Looking at the bans here, Hydra actually addressing the Sand King, which I think played pretty well. I like the build. Everything about the Sand King I liked. So yeah, it is one of these heroes that we see first phase ban a lot for a reason.
Yeah, I think it's a big deal, right? Even if you look at it, the Huskars and the Ursas, you know, the heroes that we talked about the most in the previous game, it was the Sand King that pushed them through, right? He also, when he got his Blink Dagger, that's when the game changed. It wasn't before that, right? So, plus his auras kind of kept them in it for quite some time. And Passion, they get a Shadow Demon. I'm already scared for Hydra because I have seen this hero succeed so many times.
And when you look at the heroes, the good heroes that are available here, Wind Ranger looks pretty bad, and it doesn't feel like Hydra are willing to play that as a carry anyway, so maybe that's even good. But
yeah, I think Sniper. I like Sniper versus Shadow Demon. Just the extra night vision for me has been something that certain teams have been utilizing well recently to deal with the Shadow Demon. You just fight only during the nighttime.
yeah, I don't hate it. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Like, I guess Naga, but we haven't seen these two teams really care for it too much, right?
Not really. It is a good hero versus the Shadow Demon. They go for the Sven. I guess once you get the shard, your Warcry cannot be dispelled. I don't know though. If I'm judging from openings, Passion UA, I'd be happier with their pickup.
For sure. We could even see it in the last game, right? The Hydra, despite all of the Warcry, this Sven hero doesn't do that much when you're behind. He's a very good hero when you're ahead, but you make a couple of mistakes, and yeah, I guess you can always draft around the physical damage as well. They had a fair amount of the Sand King and the Huskar, so the Shadow Demon already brings a lot of magical damage into the mix here. We'll see how things are going to unfold as they do take the sniper we're talking about. Nicely done.
Yep. I've been seeing this a lot, Bowie, that in Tier 2 Dota, second pick just seems to be superior. Just that last pick has won so many games, and I cannot believe that these teams are allowing that to happen, right? Because, you know, I know that drafting is not easy, right? I have participated in it myself versus some solid teams in my past, but dude, right? That is the one thing that you cannot allow for you to get cheesed. It just isn't something that should ever happen.
Yeah, it is. It is hard to patch though. I feel like there's a lot of maybe because the patch isn't super solidified and there's not like a clear way, better way at least to play. I do feel like things are. It's hard to really make sure no cheese goes through. And looking at Hydra, I can appreciate how they feel like they lost because of a mistake they made and not because of their draft. But I feel like nothing really stops Passion from getting that Ursa again. They have 18. They have the Shadow Demon that would be a counter to the Ursa. I don't know. I feel like Hydra, they aren't really thinking this through.
Well, they go for the same thing. Let's see if Passion.
I think the goal here is you draft more magical and you finish it off with 18 Ursa. To me, it looks very, very good.
Yep, so you get maybe Wind Ranger again. Oh, they go Mirana. Okay.
I like it. It's decent magical, gives solar flare to your heroes. This is not a lot of looking at this Skunka, I don't think they're gonna go Ursa anymore though. I feel like
might be Mirana carry.
Yeah, that's true. Could be the case.
I mean, you have 2 saves with a hero that isn't very survivable and deals 8 billion damage, so it makes sense to go for something like that. X, good setup for an arrow. Disruption, good setup for an arrow. I think Hydra needs a hero that can dodge this. I'm already thinking about a puck, but then I think about sending the Kunkka versus a puck in the mid lane, and that puck is not going to have a nice time.
Yeah, I wouldn't even hate if them run support, because as you said, there's already so much setup that a very early centric Mirana rotation seems to have so much value, right? Whereas if you play carry Mirana, you lose a little bit of it, which, carry Mirana is so good right now that it might not matter. But I wouldn't hate seeing an actual carry here on 18, something that benefits from the Solar Flare as well. But maybe not that Ursa, because I think you're lacking that magical damage. Maybe you can get a carry that does a lot of magical. There's not a lot of those. Elk, maybe. Elk's still a good matchup into SF.
Gyro? Is Gyro a good matchup? I guess with the Mirana, anybody's a good matchup.
True. Maybe even Luna.
I guess both of those heroes don't really like being outranged, which is the case with an SF. You might want something that just runs into his face. Monkey King, man. Now when I see the centaur, Monkey King just looks amazing. Especially you have an X, you have a disruption. Those are really good ways to keep people in place for the Wukong's command to be set up.
Yeah, they do have Warcry though, right? I wonder how. I think if you're going Monkey King, you might as well go Ursa. I think it is a better matchup overall because you do so much over. Yeah, it is a little bit harder. Maybe just play Mirana carry then, because Centaur is one of those heroes that can just allow everyone to congregate on you, and Leap does help against that. They don't have a lot of high cast range disables on Hydra. Forgot how to speak.
Hydra, man. Have you watched Avengers? Need to know.
I have not actually. I've watched the first one for like an hour and I got bored. I don't know. I'm not that much into Avengers. Don't be disappointed in me, bro. It's so overrated. Like it's overrated.
I know. No. I know it's overrated. But where is your inner child, right? Wanting to be a superhero.
Dude, I'm a dead. Look at me. Looking in my eyes. I'm dead inside. I've played this game for way longer than I was a kid.
You would be. Then it means that you need some purpose in life, like saving people, right?
Sure. Is the clockwork saving people? Where are you going with this?
No. I'm saying that if you say you're dead inside and all of that, and then you just become a hero, suddenly you are gonna be feeling like the world needs you, and so on and so forth. No, but dude, clockwork is a good. It is a good hero in this one for sure.
At best, I'm Batman here. I'm dead inside, but I'll try to save some people if I can, just like the clockwork could. Do you think we're ever gonna see that saving facet working? Like, how many times they have to buff that until it's good?
I think they need to nerf the expanded armature.
Yeah, maybe that's what you need.
That's how it needs to be. It's not about the other one being bad and how much you're gonna buff it. It's just that the expanded armature is so disruptive. Disruptive in Dota is perfect.
It's good every time, right? Whereas the save, you rely on hook shot. It's already like the problem with Clockwork is that when you don't get level 60 hero, it feels kind of bad, but you're always good with expanded armature, right? From level 1 to the end of the game.
Yep. So the Invoker and the Wind Ranger being banned out, so they are still expecting a possibility of this being support Mirana. And there's the Luna that you mentioned. She might not feel too good being outranged, but they do go for it either way. I'm just
I think
afraid
the Kanda
of the
build
burst
makes
potential.
it so that the Luna doesn't care about it that
Exactly.
much anymore.
You're right.
So Fishy Boy
SF.
into the Kanka. Oh, it's a niche Mirana. Oh, okay. I mean, I like what Passion has here. It's a core Mirana. You have a lot of setup. The Luna has a decent lane. Slark is not a bad pick, but I feel like this hero is just so weird. Every time I think it's a good Slark game, it just doesn't deliver. It feels like you have to play twice as well as the opponent to make this hero look good. I just look at Passion. I feel like if they're even remotely even to Hydra, they're just stronger.
Yeah, and I don't even think this is a good Slark game, right? Demonic Purge, X, into an arrow.
X is
Even when you have your ulti, you do not have the night vision advantage because there's the Luna on the other side. So in that regard, you are even. The vision advantage is even going to be on Passion because you have Mirana Arrow, you have the Kunkka Torrent, you have the Rocket Flare as well. I think Passion UA again got themselves a better draft.
Yeah, I like the draft. Seems much easier to execute. Hydra just forcing this Shadow Fiend. Wait, and now you have this like Slark Sven lane? Is that what they're actually gonna play? That lane looks ass.
Yeah, Kunkka isn't that great of a lane versus it, right?
Too melee, right? And
Shadow Demon. Yeah, you're screwed.
Yeah. I think that's a really bad lane into what they have.
Yeah, okay, but other lanes are not going to be as bad as they were for Hydra in the previous one, right? Mid lane, the SF should even beat the Mirana. I'm remembering Sing Sing back in the day, you know, arrowing the SF while he's killing the creep and bringing him down. That's very unlikely to happen.
Yeah, the SF definitely has a better laning stage. I don't think it's by that big of an advantage, though, because you also don't really take a lot of Shadow Raise damage. You can just arrow the range creep and drag creeps around, and eventually you should be fine. And just looking at what types of plays, everyone can connect to each other so well because you have Axe with a lot of cast range, Hookshot with a lot of cast range, Arrow works out with every single disable they have, and this Luna is just gonna farm super fast, whereas the Slark is a hero that needs a good laning stage, doesn't get to farm that much. I don't know. You're gonna have to destroy the laning stage here as Hydra. We'll see if they're gonna be able to do it.
Shadow Demon sent the illusion to scout him out, and now a late smoke from Passion. They want a first blood. This time around, they want to be the ones getting it. Shadow Fiend is a great target if you can find him, and Ethereal, I don't think he's crazy enough to step out.
Yeah, seems to be a bit scared here.
Still gonna wait for him.
Oh, smoke breaks. Nighttime Slark. Should be fine.
Kunkka thought about going for that rune. He thinks again, as it would be way too dangerous, and it is gonna be a trade 2 for 2 in terms of runes. Laning stage will start. One lane we didn't touch upon is the top lane. How is that one supposed to go? I think there's the most chances of that one going either way than the other two.
Yeah, I agree. I think it definitely goes both ways. I think the Clock Luna should be stronger, but you can sometimes overplay your hand as the Clock, be out of position, and then after the Battery Assault is over, I mean, there's a lot of burst damage between Centaur and Hoodwink. That is a very strong lane for sure.
Oh, Niche played really well in the first wave. Got all of the 4 CS and even forced the creeps into a tower. When you're an SF, level 1 without any souls, it's so hard for you to CS underneath.
Yeah, and you don't want to use your mana just to get right clicks in their tower. And that's why this Mirana pick's so good, because he rarely gets the chance to raise for CS and do damage at the same time.
And also using the arrow to farm the creeps in the jungle. He's gonna have maybe even 9 creeps after 2 waves. Seems impossible, but Niche making it happen.
Okay, one deny. Nicely done by Tyrio.
Yep. So, this top lane, it is, I think that's the most interesting one. It comes down to what the Clockwork does, right? How well do you approach and how much James harasses him so that he cannot annoy the Centaur. They hit level 2 first, but Bash and UA are in a good position not to die.
Yeah, they realized what the Luna wanted to do there. Try to pressure, but no time to get the hoof stomp. So, still, a fine lane for Passion in pretty much every single place that I look. The Kanka actually has more CS than this Lark, and you know, it is a decent lane for this Lark. He's going to be poking Batyuk, but just double bracer offlaners, they rarely struggle, right?
Yep, and Kunkka is relatively fast, buys boots pretty early on, and he already did. So versus Slark, you're gonna be fine. Being able to outrun them is no issue whatsoever. And there it is, Fernand starting to be annoying with his Shadow Poison stacks.
It's not like they have this like Grimstroke Slark lane, right, where maybe you could overpower the Kunkka. It is an overall pretty weak lane.
Yep, very bad. You can see that Fernand is starting to just right-click them and annoy them so much. And versus a Shadow Demon, you always have to refresh that because of the menace.
I mean, look at mid, 19-0 for Nish, 20-0. He's absolutely demolishing Shadow Fiend.
Yep, I think when you get more souls, it should get better, but this is too much of a difference already. I don't know if you can close that gap.
Even if you do, it feels like a win for the Mirana already. This is a game where all you need is that early farm, not get trashed by the Shadow Fiend, so that your rotations are going to look good. And this is, I think, a playstyle, a hero, that Nish is going to feel much more comfortable, right? We saw him like rotating too much on a hero like Huskar. But Mirana, especially in a game like this where there's so much setup, looks like if he played the same way, he will be way more successful.
The one hero that is struggling, kinda, is the Luna. Not really getting as much CS here. I think they did a good job at keeping the Clockwork away. Now Luna is going to be taking a lot of damage. James getting gone on. Of course, Luna cannot really turn around when you're super low HP. The double edge could very easily kill you, but Clockwork starting to pack a punch.
Yeah, I actually wouldn't even be angry about a Mets Lucent being Luna this game.
Yes,
because
that's what people
it prevents the Centaur from committing on you, right, when he's level 6. I actually don't hate it.
Did go for the Moon Shield. I like it this game, especially because you're gonna have the Solar Flare. It's gonna be nice.
Okay. So yeah, the Luna's struggling, but out of everyone, that's the hero you want to struggle, because you can always just resort into jungling. In terms of actually taking early towers, I wouldn't say Hydra is great at it, right? Slark is actually awful. Shadow Fiend is alright, but he's the only hero that can take those early towers, and usually the first 10 minutes is just going to be farming.
Not versus a Kunkka, though, right? Versus a Kunkka, he's awful as well. You're going to get X'd and die. You are a very squishy hero, especially when you put in the Demonic Purge and the arrow on top of it.
Oh boy. Can Hydra bounce back? Feels like we're just talking over and over again about how Hydra
good it
draft
is. Yeah, like Passion are doing well. Passion are doing well. But okay, so what's good for Hydra? Any silver linings?
I think this is another game where the Shadow Fiend is quite enabled. You're gonna have this. You're gonna have the Shadow Dance from this Lark, the Shard, Warcry, Stampede. There's a lot of ways for Ethereal to have a good game, and they played well. The Shadow Fiend in the carry position is top lane. UI just gone.
Got him. Yep, rotation from James. Big deal. It is nighttime, so Slark is going to have a bit of an easier time to be there. Also, there was a rotation from the Shadow Demon towards the mid lane. Fortunately for DSF, Ethereal does stay safe and will be fine. So, in the end, it is going to be Hydra that strike first, and they strike hard, where it does hurt a lot, but probably not the most at this moment.
Yeah, as long as they deal with the catapult wave, they don't lose an early tower, it still should be okay. But time for the runes here. FSD rotating. Who's gonna be the lucky one? No, it's the Mirana.
Gets invis. Mirana forgetting how it is to be an invisible hero. Just gets out of it immediately. Disruption. Fan. That's a late arrow.
Ooh. Up. Okay, maybe not that many games on Mirana here. 4 stacks on the Sven, but he's a tanky boy. Should be alright.
He was so dead. He was so dead and should have died. These are the types of kills that you really shouldn't be giving away. Rookie mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, I guess not giving away, right? Because it was supposed to be a kill. But, unfortunate here. Is anyone gonna steal a Wisdom Rune? Doesn't look like it. Looks like Batu can easily pick that one up. And, oh, maybe the
Clock is going.
Oh, Flacco.
And you know why? You could poke a little bit, be aggressive. The
Carrier
courier, I think,
reduces
scouted.
position. Yeah, instant TP, but if he gets good cogs, this could...
them out.
Yeah.
Going with a battery assault. Stun. Wasn't really FSD. He's going to be getting the rune now. Flacco needs to be running out. James TPing in. Those cogs placed well. Centaur. Wrong move. He needs to go from the other side. He might be able to catch up onto him. And yeah, that is a Clockwork in trouble. Double edge, hoof stomp, a couple more hits, and Flacco will be losing his life. They want to give it to Actor. Just kill him. Okay, there's the double edge.
There we go. All right, so a couple of hiccups here from Passion. They don't really get to do everything they want, but the triangle looks very juicy. They have a couple of stacks. Looks like Fernand's going to be looking to get even more. I think the Luna or the Kunkka are the ones that can farm this early.
They're probably going to be farming it together at some point, right? I don't think any of them take it down super easily.
That is true. Time for the runes here. Theory on the right side.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
James.
Nice deny on the rune. Arrow coming in. This time around on point. And with a double star storm, only 1 star will be enough for them to bring down James and finally get themselves on the board. It has been 8 minutes and Passion UA finally get themselves a kill.
A little bit slow, but finally they get it. At the same time, though, Yawai is recovering in the jungle. He already has a bit more CS than the Slark, even though maybe a couple of those are neutrals. But, you know, that's just what the Luna does. We'll be able to farm very fast. There's
But the
Timpi,
center
though.
got so much from the lane, man. I didn't expect this to go this badly for the Luna. Those 2 kills really coming in handy, especially the first blood.
Yeah, for sure. Actor now playing super confident. Even got Tranquil boots. We don't actually... Oh, we didn't talk about this. He ended up going for Counter-Strike.
Yep. I've seen it a couple times now. The damage output is quite insane. That is why he was able to bring down the Luna.
Interesting. Okay.
People have started buying boots on Centaur anyways, even through the horsepower. It's just not what it used to be. So I guess if you're buying boots anyways, then just crush them.
All right, okay. We'll see how this is gonna pan out. This is my first one. I haven't seen anyone pick a different facet on Centaur for a while, but it looks interesting. I would say that getting this extra damage looks pretty good when you have Luna, when you have the Mirana. Like, if the Centaur gets 1 double wedge as he's dying, like, it could be so much damage. Smoke.
Blink SF is done, right?
Ooh.
You want to bring down the Luna. She's pretty deep in her own jungle, but seems that she'll be moving on to the left.
Oh, they're gonna find him. Smoke breaks.
Smoke breaks in the worst position. Good enough. 1, 2, third raise. There it is. TP from the Shadow Demon. Way too late.
Yeah, hard to save her. Even if the Bracer, Raindrops, and Strength Treads, and the Seeds of Serenity, it's so much damage.
As the hookshot reveal from the Clockwork, they do bring down James once again. Flacco is the one who gets the kill. Him and the Mirana playing a pretty decent game of Dota.
Yeah, definitely what we expected here. Nish just playing... He was going Maelstrom, but does have the Dragonlance selected now. Interesting approach.
I think he understands the burst of the enemies is a problem. I think that's what the issue is. You get the Maelstrom and you could just die. I don't disagree with this.
I do like what the Kunkka is doing, by the way. I think we did cast a couple of in a second as FSD will be boated and killed. Does scout the stacks though. This Kunkka going for defensive items, to me, that is the best way. You go Grog Blossom with auras. I was not impressed whatsoever for the Tidebringer Kunkka we've seen.
No, no. But it's how people play it in the mid lane. In the off lane, this is pretty much what we usually see. Blade Mail, Pipe, Aghanim Scepter is what people tend to build nowadays.
Yeah. Pipe is very good this game, right? The double edge of
Amazing.
center. We already agreed on how impactful it seems to be this game.
So Slark is farming and getting a Diffusal Blade. How good is the Diffusal in this?
It's meh, right? You have Axe to control him. You have Disruption for saves. You have Hogs and Leaps. It's not, I wouldn't say it's amazing. In fact, I think he is also a hero that might be debated and die just because he's very squishy.
He'll go Mage Slayer. Maybe with the Diffusal, you farm faster than with the Mage Slayer, and I guess those two items are the way to go. You're a little bit lacking in the damage department with the Slark, so that's why you get the Diffusal, and then Mage Slayer is for survivability. I'm okay with it if he doesn't try to fight.
Yeah, we'll see how the playstyle is going to be working here as Ethereal. Just going to get that Kayasha we usually see. Very powerful indeed. But this Luna is, despite that one death, still pretty behind. I actually expected UI to be doing much better.
You get the X on the Slark. Dark backed off the Torrent. But going forward,
shot.
Immediately, Solar Flare being used. Mirana from the side. Here comes the boat. He jumps away. James does get drowned by it. Stampede being used. They will be leaving for Nas. This is a 1-for-1. Only the support is dying. Solar Flare still going strong. It is going to be expiring in a second, so maybe it's better to just get away. Double Starstone. Sven is dead. Requiem from far away. Actor Nobling gonna get slowed down. He cannot even get the stun off. Blade Mail a bit too early inside of the cogs. He's being controlled. The Blade Mail will expire now in a second. We'll open up those cogs. One does miss.
Oh, the Luna's here.
Comes the Luna. Yo, why? He was the Slark dead. Actor losing his life. They still have the night vision. Slark getting into the trees. Ethereal doing his best to TP away. Will be able to do it. The main heroes of Hydra survive, but it is a win for Passion UA through and through.
And that's what we talked about. The actual group up of Passion is so much stronger with the Solar Flare. Even UI, as poor as he is, joining up in the fray, and this allows him to do a lot of damage to the tower, not take it.
Slark has his ulti back. SF is coming in. The arrow connects behind. Ren pops his ulti. This is dangerous because he's very low and his ulti will be expiring. Magic is still alive. Even with the blood grenade, you can't get the kill. Niche coming forward. He sees the Slark who is going to be getting the healing load as they do lose the Kunkka in the backlines. FST running him down. Nice double Starstorm for Niche to get himself a kill. No arrow, but they have a hook shot to set it up, and the SF going down is huge. You did lose the Shadow Demon for this. It's not that big of a deal. Slark will have his ulti back in 25 seconds. Has the healing Lotus and 11-1 charges. Bushwhack off the mark. Passion UA thinking about turning it around. There is not enough mana on the Clockwork to make it happen, as the Mirana just poking with the arrows will not be doing nearly enough damage to scare anybody.
Okay. So at the end of the day, they defend the tower, but still a good fight. Luna survives. SF and Slark died in that fight. So overall,
didn't.
Didn't he die in respawn?
No, he's
no, you're
3-0.
right. You're right. Okay, just the Shadow Fiend in the center then.
It's still, I think that's okay, right? Because if the Slark is surviving these fights in the later portions of the game, it's going to be a problem. Sure, we've talked about some of the counters for him, but a very, very, very strong Slark in the current meta, which we don't see too often, is still going to be crushing it. They scan the SF.
They get
Hook shot.
Ooh.
He had the ward. SF, that ward saved his life.
Yeah, they know though. It's gonna be taken out. Definitely worth the price.
Centaur Blink. Proof Stomp. Bushwhack as well. Sharpshooter being charged up. That does look like a very dead Clockwork. He's tanky. No disruption in time. That is a lot of damage from Niche. Going for Actor. Ethereal coming forward. One raise. Leap away instantly. The Stampede was used. Ethereal maybe could have went for a chase. Decides against it.
Yeah, if he gets X there, it's probably too scary. After all of that, with so many cooldowns being used, probably going to be Passion's Tower. They do have a Catapult Wave on the bottom side. Even scan just to make sure. They're afraid of a reaction, but it should be their tower.
Yeah, they should be able to get it. It is nighttime. Slark wants to fight, but same is true for Luna. Slark is going for an early Aghanim shard. Interesting.
I do like it. It's very
Versus
good.
the clockwork, it's good.
Yeah, even to protect his allies, right? I think the Shadow Fiend specifically with the build he's going for, he is squishy, and there's a lot of stuff that the Stampede doesn't bail you out of.
Dead.
Oh, he is Giga dead.
So dead. I don't think you need the Requiem for this. The triple raise will do the deed.
Lots of
Leash
TPs
comes
though.
over, has the DD coming forward. Shard as well. Arrow connection is
No
there.
center
Torrent
ulti.
will get him, and disruption. She saved him.
Oh,
Shadow even saved the SF, but in the end, the SF will still die. Both coming through. Nobody has been next up. Actor is
One
low. We'll have to
more.
blink in a second. You should use it. And there it is. Gets himself to the low ground. It
Lark,
will be a
though.
2-for-2 in the end. Did they find him?
yeah.
Does have his ulti. TP out. Arrow not available. Oh my god, Fernance, man. I think he made that fight so much worse for Passion. If the SF dies instantly, it's a completely different engagement.
Yeah, that was
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
that was not the
Agreed.
greatest disruption,
Dire's middle
but
tower is under
still a
attack.
decent fight. It could have been better for sure, but I guess the biggest problem is that UI cannot catch a break this game. He's been struggling a lot, so we'll see if he's gonna be able to recover. I think in general, the Slark matchup is advantageous for the Slark, and when he can be ahead of the Luna, that is very preoccupying.
Yep, for sure. But that's why you have the Mirana. Kunkka is also farming well. And I'm thinking about it, right? You have this Moon Shield, and then you're going to have the boat as well. Killing the Luna is not going to be easy, even if he's slightly behind.
Radiant's top tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
I guess in the actual fight it's gonna be hard, but so far Luna's trying to recover, and they've been doing a really good job at finding her wherever she is. But the Shivas on this Lark, on the Kunkka, I think is gonna be good against this Lark, right? Because a lot of
Huge.
that extra region that he is relying on will be nullified. Speaking of him,
Shot on the Slark, goes for the ulti, jumps away. Cogs slow you down, but
I guess you force the Shadow Dance, but pretty low cooldown.
Cooldown, yep.
Yeah.
Really care.
Can they force this mid tower out of that? I guess you can force a glyph.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, let's see. Niche is doing his best to do it. Doesn't have that Maelstrom just yet. Very close to it, however. Powerless.
There is a Mage Layer on Ren, so a bit harder
to
to
kill.
bring down. Even though he's only 1200 HP, so not too tanky.
He's been playing well. Like, there's
Yeah.
no doubt about it. His spell usages have been on point.
Still poking at the tower. They're holding on to the buyback.
So
X.
the Slark has the
get-
ulti. Luna
Oh,
is
arrow
being caught on
missed
the
it.
other side as well. Yo-Y is just not expecting it to Ren, however. He does have the second ulti to be with. Yo-Y surviving a little bit longer. TP's out. Not gonna
Oh,
be long.
no.
Kunkka, that is your main team fighter. Without him, you do not go for an engagement. Just run.
Dire's
Oh,
top
it's a
tower
Shadow Fiend
is
though.
under attack.
Might be dead.
Niche is just doing way too much damage this time around. He has a haste rune. Last time it was a DD. This SF
Solar
can't
flare.
get a break. Arrow perfect. He gets the connection. You're hoping for those misses. You're hoping for the trees to be taken down. But this Mirana, not a lumberjack, but a murderer.
Dude, Nish is zoning so hard this game. Kind of
Dire's top tower
Uh,
is under attack.
harped on him a little bit in game one, but this Mirana gameplay against the Shadow Fiend is just doing God's work, and this could even be another kill. Look how much damage he's outputting. The Clockwork
arrow.
should be connecting on the left side, but
No
he's
hook shot.
late. Yeah.
Daytime comes. So when we have Luna on one side and the Slark on the other, who is happy when the daytime does hit?
Probably this Lark, right? I think Luna, especially in a game you're playing from behind, you feel less safe. Whereas this Lark, because he's ahead, he's not dying, right? Even when it's daytime, he has so many spells. The chance that you can actually hit everything to kill this Lark is very minimal.
Luna's farm is starting to ramp up though, right? In a couple of minutes, if it just continues to be a farm fest, the Luna will be getting ahead of maybe even everybody.
I mean, we've been saying that for a while, though. He died 3 times ever since the lane stage broke. He's like barely ahead of the Shadow Fiend.
80 rune Mirana. This Mirana has been getting so lucky with the runes.
Yeah.
Sven?
Oh.
FSD in the mid lane got demonically purged, and he is gonna have his soul purged from the body by the Mirana. Fernance gets the kill with the demonic purge kicking in at the end. Atos on Flacco. Akon shot does a decent amount of damage. Not enough to
Blessings upon a loyal
to threaten anybody's life. SF needs to
Dire
run.
structures are fortified.
Blink dagger.
They have a TP.
They didn't find him.
Still though, they can get this tower. Oh, look at that. Luna Aura with
Radiant
amplified
structures
damage.
are fortified.
Yep.
Dire's top
Almost
tower
300
is
damage on
under
the
attack.
Mirana, and that's without the solar flare. Yeah, you're going for this tower. There's no way that the backdoor protection will kick in time.
And that's the thing. The plays that Passion can do as a team seem much easier to execute than the ones Hydra. Like Hydra needs to win fights to do anything, whereas Passion, as long as you group up and you have enough heroes. Oh, mid lane. Whereas the Axe, you'll get it.
Ren turns around on Fernandez. Disruption immediately, not to give him too many stacks. Ren is getting quite a lot of them. Move Stomp stun. They have found the perfect target. Fernandez is somehow still alive, living through it all. Now I have to run with the Stampede. It is going to be available. Kunkka coming from the side. Where's the connection? Torrent finds the Sven. The Axe is there. But in the end, only bringing down the Sven might not be enough.
I mean, what stops them from getting another tower? And now there's an Arcane Rune on Niche. This is... They're ramping up the pace here, and Hydra still not ready. They need the eggs on the Slark. They need BKB on the SF, but he went for such a greedy build, and now they're just losing tower after tower.
Yep. That tier 2, they will be using a glyph. That's going to be opening up a potential push somewhere else in the future. Oh, why did he apologize? Oh, he called GG. Okay.
Yeah. Crimson Guard, not gonna suffice. I guess Spectre Protection, but it's still gonna fall. There's no way.
Yeah,
Oh, they
don't
found
wanna
the Shadow Beam.
fight. The SF without his BKB is in trouble. Gonna get pulled in by the cogs. This might have been too deep. Move Stomp, amazing. Again, the Shadow Demon is surviving with all the defensive items, and the Sven is the first one to fall. Kunkka in some trouble. Mirana going forward. You want
Holy
all
crap.
the hits. And the arrow gets the vision on the high ground to finish off the SF, losing the Kunkka in the process. Actor next to the menu doesn't have the Stampede, but he does have the Depth Shroud that will protect him for the time being and gets out in time. Still, you lose 2 heroes. You only bring down the Kunkka, and the tier 2 tower in the mid lane is a big deal.
Dude, when they group up, you're just not taking this fight. That was a fight without Eclipse. That was a fight where you're just diving a tier 3 tower with a 2k gold lead only, and Hydra can still do anything about it.
Big items are coming though, right? The BKB on the SF and the Ags on the Slark. Ags on the
Yeah,
Slark
but
pretty much
are they
done.
gonna be available before Roche gets taken? Because I think they can go for it right now.
Yep, go. You have the solar flare. Get it as fast as possible. Get it now. Not using the solar flare. Come on, Niche.
Don't need to. That's
Yeah.
how confident they are.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, Hydra not coming over. You're gonna be fine.
They need to farm the items, as I said, so they will be focusing on that. And Shadowfiend still needs 1400 gold. Slark needs 500. It will take some time.
And finally, Luna will be protected. I mean, in the last couple of fights, it didn't seem like they could bring her down. It is gonna continue to go that way. I don't necessarily like this, that neither the Luna or the Mirana are working towards the BKB. Mirana will start now, but Luna wants a butterfly. You can
think
just get
it's-
blown up by DSF.
I think they feel ahead enough where the Kunkka, like if you're fighting with 5 heroes, Volt's amazing here, right? They don't really have that much DPS on Hydra. Like after, if the SF OT is not amazing, where? Okay, what? Okay.
Nice pick
Go
off.
for that Flacco. They don't have that much burst damage, I would say. But when they're playing by themselves, the BKB definitely makes a difference. But I think because you actually have the Aegis, you itemize differently than if you're just pushing side lanes and split pushing.
Luna has committed, already gone for the Eagle Song. Has the Hurricane Pike. That is a nice one. Mirana hasn't finished hers. Still staying with the Dragon Lance.
Yeah, it does have BKB queued up, so maybe Nish will go for one. Could just get a Chrysalis though if he wants.
Yep, Crystallis is just such a value item, especially on the Mirana. But he's gonna be having a crit on his level 20 anyways.
Oh, they see Ren.
One.
And they get that X. Ooh, jumping the gun. I think if you get the X from the fog, you might get that kill.
Yeah, Slark hasn't died a single time. This is the thing. TP out.
Dire are scanning.
Ooh, if Flacco had known.
It's okay. It's okay.
Oh yeah,
So they're
if you
gonna-
say so.
They're gonna start getting the towers on top side. The Luna is joining them. Nighttime for 4 minutes. Aegis up. This is... They could even steal the Tormentor as well if they want
Do
to.
you poke high ground maybe?
I think you do.
Sven is coming over to cut the next wave though. He understands the dangers as they do not have a glyph.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, and so even if he cuts that wave, if you go straight up, you can still force the tier 3. If they go Tormentor, then the wave will die. So we'll see what the plan's going to be here.
TP's coming in. They're expecting the Tormentor play.
Radiant's top
They are. They definitely are.
They need a ward though. Budwig has one.
Too fast. Too fast. As Batyuk. Ooh. Close.
The chase is on. You need to smoke and run away instantly from this position, TPing away on the Luna as well. It seems that everybody gets out free. You get a tier 2, you get all of the other towers, steal the Tormentor, give a shard to Fernance, which is beautiful.
Yeah.
Big.
Everything going their way here. Fernance will be found. Has that
Has a
glimmer
glimmer,
though.
okay. Disruption could be a problem, especially with the Torrent waiting. He pops his ult, he understands the dangers. Mirana is rotating back. Will be going over the enemy ward. Oh, Ethereal. He's playing with his life, man. Without the TP, that BKB won't help you much.
Alright, so do you still want to poke high ground here, or your farm if this... You're okay with this farming Aegis? Still a minute and 30. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna finish the butterfly before the Aegis expires.
On a disconnect. I think this disconnect saved his life. If he hadn't disconnected, he would have went on a wave and then stun into a Requiem, you die. This way, there is a good chance that he lives.
Yeah, you're right. That's a level 18 SF. Kayasha will probably die.
Lucky. Also depends how he positions himself on the lane, right? If he positions himself a little bit closer to the right, then he will see the Stormhammer coming.
Yeah, it's nighttime though. It's hard. Like you have to be, and he only has one leap. So even if he gets that one leap off, you might still die because you're gonna get Stormhammered. How much? Oh, cooldown's pretty. Yeah, maybe you're right.
Half a second, basically.
I mean, you
Rest of his
want to
team is
high
dying.
plays, and then you're like, no, actually, he wouldn't die, so never mind. Gotta commit,
I'm
bro.
hyping
Commit
up.
to your bit.
I am hyping up that he probably would have died if not for the pause, right? Which might not even
I'm
be true.
hyping up the possibility of something maybe possibly happening.
Okay, boy. It is this Mirana very close to death right now, and the rest of the team, they're close, but I don't know if they're gonna be making it in time. Once you come back, you might just instantly be taken off the map. Is that
That
better?
was better. That was better.
Okay.
Just needed a wow moment, but we'll see. We'll see if they're gonna go on the Mirana. Nish could still... I mean, this pause could actually kill him, because maybe he was thinking, I don't know if I want to show in this wave, but now he comes back, he doesn't know how the map looks anymore, and he just walks into it.
Map is the same every game, though.
Yeah, but your brain's not the same when you just relapse like that. We'll see if it's gonna be careful now.
What did he buy on the Mirana?
Courier...
Empty?
Wait, what? Did he buy a
What?
shard?
He had a shard for a long time. Where's his gold?
I don't know. I think he bought the shard, bro.
No.
Mirana shard is not that... I don't see Mirana's buying the shard that much.
He bought it very early on, man. Very early on. I remember that little wave coming out.
I don't know what he bought then, because he already had the Dragonlance. He already had the Gleipnir.
Did he have the Gleipnir, though?
I think he did. Do they have two Atos? Oh, no, you're right. Maybe it's a Gleipnir. Maybe he actually finished the Gleipnir.
I don't remember the Gleipnir animation in this game, which is weird. It's just that every single game there's a Gleipnir and then it just all mashes together.
Oh, that's very nice.
It's gonna be bad if he doesn't come back.
gonna be awful. They were maybe 5 minutes from finishing this game. From the looks of it, they were like, I know that it's only a 5K goal lead, but the grouping up on Dire is crazy, and it's hard for, like, you just need this Lark to breach the back lines to create so much chaos to split them up, and so far they haven't been able to do that. I think Ren, he's been playing very carefully, which you kind of need on Slark, right? This is not a hero you can afford a lot of deaths, but it also means that you kind of need to push your limits. That's the problem with Slark. It's not a hero where you just farm and you're at a point where it's straightforward to win. You still need to push your limits every single fight to get as much as you can out of this hero.
Yep, it's worse than playing a Morphling, man. It's kind of similar to Huskar, right? You always need to be focused with the Slark. Though, with the Slark, you are focusing more on surviving than you're focusing on dealing damage. And by doing that in a long enough fight, you will win.
Yeah, it is true. I remember back in the day when I used to play carry, I asked Costa Bill. Do you remember him? Like, he's a Brazilian player.
Of course, I know Costa
two
Bill,
times.
man.
Yeah,
Some people
so
call him Costa Bile. So.
Yeah. He's a big Slark player, and I was like, man, I really want to learn Slark. Like, can you teach me? And he was like, bro, Slark is literally the hardest carry in this game. They're probably one of the hardest heroes in this game. I don't think you should learn this hero. You would get more out of your time learning any other hero. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, teach me terribly then. And he taught me that. So, Lark, it's such a hard hero to play. It might look simple, but in the simplicity of this hero comes so much complexity. Every game is different too, right? I think there's a lot of heroes where there's a script on how you have to play, and Lark's probably one of the less straightforward heroes of all.
Yep. You always have to adjust to what the enemies have. You have to adjust your laning stage, your items, everything
like
needs to be
how you engage, and
yeah,
this hero's hard.
You know, but that's the thing. I think you get good at the basics on Slark, and then just by naturally getting better at Dota, you'll get better at the Slark himself.
Yeah, just play a lot of games. That's the way.
How many games do you have in Dota?
Oh man, because I had in the past multiple accounts.
No, you
let me
never
give you
had
a
multiple.
rough
What are you talking
estimate
about? You never had multiple accounts?
In the past, when it was allowed.
Okay.
Now I only play in one. Let me double check. Where do I see my matches?
You just click on your profile. It's gonna be there right on the screen, literally, like big number.
I would guess like 15K maybe.
Really? Oh, that's quite a lot. I have 14,000.
I have 7 on this. Yeah, I'll guess 15 maybe.
Oh, so you have 7 on that one. Okay, so I double you. Easy. I have 7,000 wins.
Yeah. All right. Well, 50% win rate, pretty bad for someone who claims to be good, but sure.
What do you mean 50%? 52. 52 is, dude, on the highest MMR, if you're winning 51% at some point, you're gonna be 14k MMR.
Boring. I want 70%. Whereas
sure,
52
man.
is peasant level. You're barely barely escaping the 50% prison of Valve. That's not enough.
Dude, anybody who was ever able to escape the prison is a god, right? Because it is forced 50%. For people that think it's not, they're wrong.
No, it is. And it's so true that they even introduced this Midas thing just so your enemies can win when you should. So now you can actually... They're doing that because now you can blame the Midas and not the prison. You gotta get out of the Matrix, bro. You cannot trust the Matrix.
Dude, I have my other co-caster, which I cast with, who is bald, right? And he constantly talks about the Matrix. Like, don't do it as well.
I thought we were exclusive. Is this an open relationship?
Oh boy, this is an uncomfortable talk. So Murata, please come back if that's possible.
Yeah, well, I thought we actually had something going on here.
Let me just check. Aren't you? Are you? No, you're not. I'm casting with Rob in a different tournament.
So there's more than one, because I know Rob's not bald. What are you even talking about?
What? Okay, not Rob, dude. The Automo is bald.
No, yeah, but you said you're casting with Rob, so there's another caster.
No, he used to be bald. He
He's
used
a
to shave his
friend.
head.
He's just a friend.
Yep, exactly. So listen to this. Listen, I'm starting to think that this is a joke from production, the info that I got. But listen to what is happening. The computer club is refueling the alternator. 5 to 10 minutes are needed. What?
The
Oh, okay. But still playing on. Do you know how much gas that is?
the hamsters need a break for them to start repowering the computers. So we're gonna feed them some rations, and after they're well rested, we'll be back with the game, guys. Don't worry.
It's so cool, right? So they are in Ukraine and obviously have a power outage, but it is awesome that a PC game club is just making its own power, man. That is,
I mean, that's what you need, right? The gaming
yeah,
cannot
but you know
stop.
how much, dude. So I built a house recently, and we didn't have power, and we would have to use for some of the tools to use the an alternator, right? We would have to, or I don't even know if it's called that way, but either way, you put gas in, it creates electricity. It slurps the freaking gas, man. It's not that much power that we needed for some power tools, right? One person using. Imagine, let's say you have 50 computers. Nowadays, PC game clubs, they have 100, 200. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, imagine how loud it is. But there you go. It did work. The alternator or the hamsters, whatever is powering that PC club, it is now ready to roll.
Hey, Hydra, they need a minute. Every single time that they've tried to start the game with passion, the Sven is just 1 minute. So hopefully we do get back into the game. That was a fun thing to participate in, not gonna lie.
Oh yeah. Now let's see. Well, do you want to bet if Nish is gonna die in the wave there?
Sure. I'm saying he's not gonna die.
I'll say yes, just for the fun. Oh, okay, they instantly ping where he is. No, get the hell out.
I don't know
Fact,
how
now,
losing
who
is
might
fun.
be dying in this position here to Gleipnir?
He found the SF.
KB gets forced.
And no TP. Yeah, it goes through.
Even had missile there. Could have probably get the hook shot off. And now BKB on the Mirana. Aegis is going to expire, but there might be a timing here for them to force, knowing that the BKB is down. And the wave didn't get cut. Not the first one, at least, for FSD. So they will have a creep wave in 30.
Top tower has fallen.
The creep wave is coming. Glyph is available, though. Right, so... Oh, there was a creep wave in the mid lane. So they're going to start doing quite a lot of damage. You might have to glyph this now. We all know what happens when a tier 3 falls versus a Luna lineup.
And they're saving the solar player, so they're going to have it. Still 30 seconds. Dude, you can actually get this lane in 30 seconds for sure. Unless they
Ren
force a
went
fight.
in. Ulti being used, getting some stacks already. Jumps out, arrow off the mark. The tier 3 tower is dead.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Okay.
Butterfly delivered. 15 seconds for the Aegis. Is this really a play you want to make? Depth shot being used. Gleipnir connecting on the Luna. Standing her ground. Aegis will expire in 5. And there's the hits from the Mirana.
Oh, hook shot on
does
backline.
not connect, but the arrow does. They need the damage. Ren will pop the BKB. Same is true for the Mirana. Now Nish turns around on Ethereal. He knows there's no BKB on him. He's going for a TP out. Mirana didn't want to fight any longer, so we'll be leading his team in a 4 versus 5 scenario with his ulti also expiring. Slark going in, getting his ulti back once again. Glimmer Cape on Luna, no vision for the time being. SF, no ulti, but they were just leave Flacco to die as Ren is going for the chase. He will have the defusal, perfect torrent. Dark Pact does take it off. Let's see how fast they can get on top of them. Slark has that night vision. Mirana is going to be rotating back. Torrent does connect. Dark backed off immediately.
Arrow.
Some of the poison stacks are
finds
coming.
the
The arrow does connect onto the Slark. Now they just turn it around. He needs help. He needs help now. The Hoofstone might be able to do
the
it, but he
crit.
gets taken out. Nisha to the high ground. He gives so much vision to his team, and from the high ground, he's going to be making sure that Ethereal is dead. Disruption on the Centaur Passion UA. They make a perfect fight. That arrow connecting on the Slark. He's so mad about what is happening in these fights because Nietzsche is getting the connection every single time. What a performance from the mid laner of Passion UA.
It did look questionable in the beginning, but great connection. They were able to just lure Hydra in. I mean, they needed to get something out of that, right? Because you've been scared of these Aegis for 5 minutes. You see this hero TPing out. You feel like you're gonna be able to outnumber them, but unfortunately, just Passion playing really well. That one arrow into the Tidal Wave, so perfectly executed. And Tidal Wave is not an easy spell to pair with the arrow.
Luna is farming the enemy Ancients while her team is pushing the base.
Radiant's
That is crazy. Well, now they're gonna connect anyways. So I guess she wanted to be full HP. She was
Slark
a
is
little bit low.
back though.
Well, doesn't matter when you still have BKB, Bolt, Hive, Solar Flare.
Ren coming forward. He wants some of those stacks. The Moonglaves. They are gonna be rolling around the Luna there with the Lunar Orbit. Slark, this time around, the arrow will not connect. He's fine. Gleipnir onto 3. That Odwink is starting to deal a decent amount of damage. Mirana with the Solar Flare flow through all of the defensive items of Actor. Gets the Stampede off, will be able to survive. Now they're focusing onto the Raxes that still don't fall. Oh, Requiem, no BKB. Arrow flying in. Centaur super low. Sharpshooter off the mark. Ren doing his best to go for EOY, and he can't do it. Hookshot will connect. Doesn't have the ulti, but he does. Gets it off just now. Got the cooldown back. Such a low cooldown.
Yeah, even still, did not matter. They lose lane of barracks, bottom. Range barracks was also taken, and they get out with no punishment whatsoever. That was not even an Aegis move. It was just them grouping up, and they have the X, so nothing really stops them from continuing this aggression.
Luna was low on mana, and did they mess up the X, or did he X somebody else?
I think the Luna's like, okay, X me back, and he already X himself back in TP, so...
Yep. They will connect.
Yeah, they will. Smoke from Hydra. BKB on cooldown for 40 seconds on the Shadow Fiend, so this is not an easy one. As UI still has his.
Luna gets the stun off. BKB is available. Will never get it off. And that's no buyback. If they clicked on her, saw the BKB, they're gonna know about it. Now the chase is on. This is the perfect time. What a torrent for Nance. Will he use the demonic cleanse on himself? Of course, won't survive. Surrounded by 5 heroes, your life will be forfeit. No problem.
Yeah, I mean, really good kill. But at the end of the day, how much can you get out of the map from any kills when you have a Slark draft, right? You just don't push that well. Maybe you get a 1 tier 2, but I think that's the most they can possibly dream of getting.
You can prepare for the next row. The thing is, you don't know. Is it gonna spawn now on the on the Radiant side or on the Dire side? We know it's gonna be on the Dire side, so you need vision there.
Yeah, and they already get out. They know that anything past a tier 2 would be too greedy. Shadow Fiend did get level 20, so that's gonna be big. And oh, that's a full Ags. All right, huge timing for Ethereal. He could potentially change the tides of the next fight.
Yeah, for sure. Once you get the refresh on the SF, I've seen so many games turn around because it. But
I don't know, man. You always say that, and I always get very underwhelmed. I have not cast a single Magic Shadow Fiend this patch where a refresher looked good. And I only
Okay.
cast maybe 3, but they were all losses. And I think this is the 3rd one. So we'll see if Hydra can change my mind.
I've seen some. Okay. I really have, Bowie. Trust me, bro. You don't trust me. Doesn't matter.
No,
doesn't
I
matter.
didn't say anything. I didn't say anything.
I know you so well. As the Luna does have a 9-second BKB. I think that's a big problem, right? Especially you are 1 lane of Rags behind. Tier 3 on the bottom lane is also missing, as well as the range Raxes. And then a Luna has a full duration BKB. It is an issue.
Oh, yeah. And if they get Aegis on top of that BKB, things are going to be looking very hard. Daedalus on the Mirana with BKB as well. Nish is a beast. 0 deaths against the Slark that had a pretty free game.
Yep.
Oh,
Let's
Roche,
see how much
2
that Arcane Rune
seconds.
does.
Smoke from Hydra.
Who do they want?
Okay,
Who's the
they
perfect
scout
jump?
Roshan. You need probably the Shadow Fiend, I think. He's so annoying with the saves and the cleanses, and he is in a position where he could be jumped, but he's also breaking some smokes. That's better. But he's
Kunkka knows.
there. You go, breaks the smoke.
They get that Leipnir, Shiva being used, a hard
You're not
hero
killing
to
this
bring
guy.
down. Nope, especially not with the Shadow Demon behind him.
Torrent off the mark. Arrow doesn't find anyone.
Kunkka running forward.
Good bait. They're trying to drag Hydra, drag them
Who's
towards
gonna
the
deal
ward
with
of
the mid
Hydra.
lane though?
No one. And I think this is what gives them the safety. This is what gives them the power to just brute force Roshan's solar
Maybe
player.
shouldn't do it just yet.
I think they can. I think they can. How are you going through all of this? It's just not gonna happen.
Stampede forward and they don't go into the pit. Now the bolts are going to be flying in, especially with that Aghanim's. Everybody's going to be drenched in rum. Bastion not taking that much damage, and they do have buybacks with the
Oh, look at
outpost.
those cogs.
Inside of the cogs, they found Ren. He needs to jump out. We'll have a pounce in a second. Ethereal gets found because the Torrent gives them vision. And now he's gonna have to fight. Nietzsche does die for the first time in this game. The bad thing, though, for you is he has a Nagus 4 heroes down, 2 of which don't have buybacks. This could be game over. This could be tournament over for Hydra.
Yeah, it does look that way. You can axe everyone back, so we see the value of that Kunkka. Just getting some healing, buying a salve. Yeah. They even have creeps in the base, so there's no backdoor protection. UI, no buy on the Shadow Fiend, I think is the biggest one.
They can have it. I'm not going to be laughing after what I
Okay,
do.
so you have the Hoodwink. The hero does contribute solid amount to damage, but I don't think you're stopping these 2 heroes. They just do way too much.
And Tidal Wave back. They just want to ignore this guy. He just wants to waste your time. What you can do right now is get mega creeps for you.
How do you ignore him?
Slark?
Oh,
You
oh
just
yeah, I
ignore
meant
him.
the Kunkka. I
Oh,
meant
no,
like
no,
the Kunkka, yep.
Yeah.
They're going for the throne. They don't even want mega creeps. They want the game to end right now.
Oh, there's a Crimson Guard here, so it is going to be a bit slower. There you go. Should probably go for the bottom side.
And the Crimson didn't catch that.
Oh,
Double cool stop while they're flying. One with the Hurricane Pike, the other with the lead. Ren comes forward.
he
They
gets
will be dealing with the Raxes first. SF is back. Bolts flying in. The Rum again. You don't have the damage. Ethereal charging up his ulti does almost nothing because of the BKBs. And Luna just instantly turns around on him. Ethereal gets into the
Right
trees. There will be a connection with that Leipnir, and the right clicks from these 2 are insane. Even the Eclipse doing a massive amount of damage. UI was too close, so he will be hurting a bit from the Death Requiem. Slark just no impact. The hero that died once didn't die a single time for 30 minutes in this game. I just don't see what he did.
I mean, he's annoying, right? But it's so hard for him to commit in this
Oh, what a
fight. And
torrent.
Actor. I guess that's not the
Also,
hero
the
you
arrow
want.
connects. Ren trying to make something happen. Disruption. The 2 supports saving each other. Why not taking any damage because of the lunar orbit, and the Slark has to run away. He doesn't have a single ulti. The ult will connect. 5 seconds for him to be able to pounce away. They do have a 4-step to make sure the hook shot does not connect. Slark will be fine. Hiding behind the tree, getting his HP back and his cooldowns as well.
Alright. Still holding on. 0% win probability, but you gotta try. Gotta find a way as they get into Ren.
He has 36 stacks. I mean, Slark is dangerous. Hoofstomp connects, but a Tidal Wave pushes him away. Shadow Demon has been found. You have no vision. The Glimmer Cape gives him invincibility as Ethereal already used his ult. Here comes the bold magic. He doesn't have the
look
run,
at
but
the
now he'll be
damage.
having a
Solar flare.
virtually unkillable tidal wave. Washes the Slark out. Not too good of a swimmer for a fish. And with the X, you will come back. His second death is soon to come. And with 84 seconds on the sidelines, there is nothing else left to give. Hydra are out of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a lot about it. I feel like this draft was even harder for Hydra to take the win. Way too much synergy. The Skunka with 2 ranged squishy heroes is really strong when you go for the auras. And you have the Solar Flare on top of it. This Luna struggled, but when it mattered, when she got enough items, like, I don't think Hydra played the fights particularly bad, right? Sure, you're behind in gold, but even if they were even, those fights are incredibly hard to take. The group up of Passion is too hard, and I think they messed up in the draft.
Twice in a row, man. Twice in a row they messed up in the draft. Was it a mess up, or did Passion just come up really prepared? Do you think that Hydra had a hero pool necessary to deal with what Passion UA did?
Yeah, that's the thing. It doesn't feel like it. They favored this Shadow Fiend spin so much that they forced it in both games, and Passion is like, I mean, are they prepared? I don't even think so. They were just like, we're gonna get good heroes. They get the Shadow Demon, and Hydra takes a Sven, right? It doesn't feel like a fair trade. Lina was still open. There was still a lot of very strong heroes available, and if you cannot take that Lina when the enemy team is getting so much value, you feel like you're already in a poor position. In game 1, they played carry Shadow Fiend, which in my opinion is much stronger than the mid SF, the magic one. And it showed this game. Ethereal didn't have a bad game, but he got destroyed in the lane, which, I mean, let's be honest, this Mirana played so well. But I don't feel like Magic Shadow Fiend is good anymore. I think it's pretty underwhelming.
I still need to see which item Mirana bought later on. I still think it was the Gleipnir. Yeah, he had the Maelstrom up until minute 24. Yeah, that is when the big boss happened, where he was 8-0. Just an amazing performance coming out from Niche. This was somewhat of an upset. I want to say everybody expected Hydra to go through. The next series, Bowie, that we have Nightpulse versus Navi Jr., that's going to be a much bigger upset if Navi Jr. get the victory. How do you think that one's going to go?
Yeah, to me, that should be a 2-0 for Nightpulse. I mean, they did get dropped by Avalus, though, so we'll see if they're going to be able to regain their composure. Nightpulse has been looking really good, right? Taking some tournaments, getting to a lot of finals, a lot of qualifiers. So they should definitely be the favorites. But Navi Jr., they're kind of the Kingslayers in a way, right? We've seen them actually take away very good teams in the Eastern European region. They didn't really qualify to a lot of tournaments, maybe not even one big tournament, but I've seen them break the legs of very big teams.
Okay, so we'll see if that does happen. Unfortunately, we do have a fixed schedule. Even with all the pauses, we are going to be ahead of it. So the next game will start in around 30 minutes, and that's when me and Bowie will be back to bring you more Dota action.
is under attack.
You don't understand.
Radiant's tower is under attack.
First game, we had a slight upset here at the CCT Season 3, but the second game, very hard that it is going to happen. We've got Nightpulse versus Navi Jr. here with Harry and Bowie. And Bowie, this matchup, especially Nightpulse, they've been so good at stomping weaker teams. I think that's their biggest thing, and I feel sorry for Navi Jr. I don't think they've got much chance.
Yeah, it's a tough one because when you look at the MMR of the Navi Junior players, they are just as good as Nightpulse, if not better. But it feels like strategically is when they struggle. And I even went to check who their coach is, and they actually have Artstyle as their coach. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Yeah, so I mean, they have a good coach. They have more players. They've been struggling, but as you said, the last 2 times these teams faced against each other, it was Navi Junior that lost. It was a 2-0 on the RES tournament and a 2-1 in a decisive match for Elite League. So very unfortunate for Navi Junior. I think they've started to do much better in tournaments, but yeah, Nightpulse, they look slightly better. I wouldn't say it's like a sheer outmatch, but I would say Nightpulse is definitely a bit better.
Yeah, for sure. We're gonna be seeing these young guys here. I've been commenting with Blue Scale how when I started casting Navi Junior, Days was looking like really like a kid, like he was 14 years old. Now, you know, he does look like the older adolescent type, at least. So these guys have definitely been growing, and it has been very nice to document their journey in real time. But let's go towards their opponents. And there they are: Kami, Warwick, Toby, Janter till the end. You know, Kami now back to the carry role.
Yeah, he's having some pretty good success. Everyone really from Nightpulse has done quite well. We kind of discussed the achievements that they had recently. Lots of high placements. They got they got second in the last CCT series. Did they play the first one? I don't think they did. But overall, you know, I think they've been doing quite well. They lost a couple of games to Team T, which right now is Avilus, which, by the way, did knock Nightpulse down. That is why they're in the lower bracket to begin with.
Yep. That is the case. Also, very interesting fact. I don't know if you know, the CEO of Navi, I now went into it and just got remembered of that interesting fact. Do you know his nickname?
The CEO of Navi?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Harry Spilton, the nickname of the CEO of Navi.
Harry's what?
Harry Spilton, like Paris Hilton, but Harry Spilton.
Oh.
You got it. Yep. Okay. Quite fun. Wait, why am I lagging, Bowie? Look at my face.
I think that your joke was so bad that God decided to take you early.
It is a fact. It's not a joke.
Well, I guess you're right. It was not a joke, but you're still God. God will take you away, and I'll be the one casting this. Bye, Harry. It's been nice knowing you. Your career was fruitful and full of achievements, but unfortunately, we're gonna have to take you out for the Navi CEO sins. But you know what? I mean, you're talking about Navi, and one interesting thing to me is that they're one of the few orgs that actually has a relatively successful second team, right? That has not been something that a lot of other orgs were able to manage.
Yeah, I guess.
Right? You could argue that maybe Yellow Submarine is Team Spirits. I don't actually know how that works, so maybe I'm full of bullshit, but I heard that Yellow Submarine is sort of Team Spirit's B team, but they're the only two that jump to mind.
Yeah, the thing is, only Eastern European teams have been able to do it. I guess OG Seed was successful for some time, and they might have even continued to be successful if Valve didn't remember when in the DPC they put that the 2 teams cannot qualify to TI, right? And then all of those teams did get disbanded.
Yeah, I know. So, I mean, it's surprising that even after that, Navi decided to do it. And they've been, they're brewing some really good talent. Like, when you look at it, the Navi Junior results this year were not too far from actual Navi, right? Because, you know, maybe you could argue both of them have not been very successful, but in general, I wouldn't say Navi Junior is too far behind the actual Navi roster.
I was about to do just that, right? But the thing is, for me, Navi Junior, when they entered the scene when they were super young, that was, I think, 3 years ago, they were hella impressive. I don't think that in the 3 years that they've been playing together, that their skill has increased enough to justify.
Was it
them
really
being
3 years? Are you
I think it has. I think it has been. Wait, let me check.
20? No, I mean most of the players joined August 2022, so they've been together for a year, and Niku is their oldest.
What do you mean, bro? That's 2 years.
Oh no,
then.
2 years. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
either
still
way.
a lot of time. Yeah,
It is a lot of time. I expected more out of them. When they entered the scene, they were very good at this late game potential. In the Eastern European DPC Division 2, they were doing well, being like third, fourth, never in position where you're gonna get pushed out. Considering you had Namiga, one move back then, it was quite normal not to be able to beat them. And then they just kind of stagnated. They're still playing the same type of Dota. They are going for the late game. Their early mid game is not good, which should be a place where Dota is played, right? Arteezy says the better team plays better in the mid game. That is when it is shown, right? And I just don't think that they have that part of the game, which is the most important one, dialed in. So I don't know, man. I don't know what the problem is, but something needs to be fixed.
Well, we'll see if they're going to be able to do that. They've been losing to Night Pulse for a while now, so we'll see if Navi Junior will be able to bounce back. Looking at the bands here, nothing crazy, right? Shadow Demon still in the poll, Tinker still in the poll, Sand King still in the poll. I think those are the big three.
Yeah, pretty much. Nature's Prophet. You forgot about the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, one of them will have to go through since we only have 2 bands left.
Get rid of the... I think get rid of the Sand King. Oh, they get rid of the Naga. Okay.
Oh, so yeah, that's another one, which means we're gonna have a lot of garbage going through, which is always happens because you have way too many OP heroes, and I cannot believe it feels like we're actually gonna get to TI without a patch. Like this current version of Dota, to me, I mean, I guess, right? It's getting so close.
Because you and me had a bit of a gentlemanly bet about the TI patch. Are you starting to come to the dark side, Bowie?
I guess I am. I don't know, man. I look like we cast so much Dota the last couple weeks, and I don't know. It feels like such a weird patch. This might be, if there's no patch, this might be DTI with the least amount of versatility and like number of heroes, I think. Because there's heroes that are just absolutely broken and a lot of garbage heroes. And you know, it's not necessarily bad, but I think we always kind of praise Dota for being this game where kind of anything is possible, right? That's No Tails words. Anything can work. And it doesn't feel that way right now.
I don't know. I like metas like this. I think we haven't had one like this in a very long time, where you have so many strong heroes. Like I remember at TI, where first pick Razor was always happening, then at TI when something else was gonna be a first pick all the time. And I think the watching experience is not that bad. Not gonna lie, right? So I don't mind that maybe some of the other heroes aren't coming out, and to be honest, on TI, I would expect them to be coming out, right? Something unexpected is gonna start happening, because at the moment everybody is thinking, how do I counter the Nature's Prophet? How do I counter the Omninate? How do I counter the Primal Beast, right? And they're gonna find a solution.
Well, we'll see if that's going to happen, as still a lot of those big boys being ignored. Both Tinker and NP still in the pool. They did address the Lina. Shadow Demon's also... No, Shadow Demon didn't get banned. Never mind.
Yep.
It's the Sand King that they go through.
Interesting Oracle ban. Wasn't expecting that at all. I mean, it's a big counter to the Primal Beast, but still.
Yeah, they're probably going either Wind Ranger. I guess you're going Wind Ranger if you ban the Oracle, right? It's the last spell.
Maybe it's just the They're covering for the Primal Beast. You never know. I get what you mean. I know you're a big fan of the Wind Ranger. I am as well. But I think banning the Oracle, having the Primal Beast is just good enough of a justification.
I mean, we didn't get to see an Oracle ban at all, and we saw a lot of Primal Beasts in every game that we cast. I don't know if I agree, but maybe Nightpulse likes playing Oracle. There are a couple of teams like Liquid. You know, there's like maybe 4 teams in the world that run Oracle right now, and maybe Nightpulse could be one of them, as they will take away the Centaur. Another, let's say, unorthodox man, considering the caliber of heroes still left in the pool.
Whenever you mention Liquid and Oracle, it stings here. There was a tournament that we played versus them. They were Alliance back then, and they played Wisp Oracle. We took 2 lanes of Rax and we lost. And man, it still stings to this day. Should have beaten them. Should have beaten them that day.
It's never a shame to lose to Io. All right, that hero. When that hero is good, you.
And it was my fault. It was my fault. I jumped the gun with the shaker. I thought that I'm gonna. Of course, it's my fault. I thought I was gonna jump a guy and then I'm gonna fissure the Oracle. And I jumped the guy and I didn't see the Oracle.
It's okay. It's okay. We didn't expect more than that from you. So it's all right, Harry. It's
nobody cares.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a long time ago, anyways. So I guess they're taking a long time with this ban. Maybe thinking, do we ban out the Wind Ranger? Do we maybe pick the Wind Ranger? That could be a smart one for Nightpulse.
Yeah, that is true. You could pick it, but if they're not that keen on picking it, it probably means that they don't like it. Never mind, they will get it. I think that's probably correct.
How can you not like her?
I mean, yeah, I agree. She's a beautiful redhead. No questions asked. As Navi Jr., you eliminated literally every Wind Ranger counter. You probably cannot pick Brewmaster, and that hero seems to be dead. That hero was so popular like 3 months ago, and it's gone. That is your last
3 weeks ago, man. 3 freaking weeks ago, not even months.
It was like a first phase pick for some reason, and now all of this other garbage is in front of my panda boy. What did they do to him? He was so nice.
Yeah, it's coming. Chinese teams are gonna play him. Don't worry.
Yeah, I guess that is true. We've seen some Aura pandas, although they didn't really look as strong as the Radiance one for sure. Wait, Navi Jr. You should expect this. So they're gonna get the Grimstroke, not a Dispel, but I guess a decent hero against Wind Ranger. Works well with the Primal. And I guess those Dispels would be good against the Inkswell, which means that, sure, they got the Wind Ranger, but there's no Inkswell counter in the beginning of the game.
I have a question. When is the Zeus fucking... Okay, it's freaking gonna come back, right? Look at these two. I'm thinking I get a Zeus, I press my ulti, and we see them, they die, right? Is he gonna be making an appearance in our tournament? Is he gonna be making an appearance in future tournaments?
Unlikely. I don't know. That hero... I'm a big Zeus player. Big fan. The hero looks pretty bad right now. Like,
did you try it?
Everyone's too tanky. I played maybe like 2 times this month, and it didn't look that good. Like, ever since they removed Lighting Hands, ever since pretty much every illusion hero is unpicked, I think the only way Zeus is good is when you see a Terrorblade. Like, that's the only time the hero can be marginally good.
Okay, I like the Clockwork to catch them, though. Right, you don't have the Zeus, but the Clockwork is solid at catching them. Somebody else will do the damage.
Decent vision, decent catch, works well with the Monkey King. And, ooh, okay. So that is a flex here. Sniper and Monkey King flexing between 2, 4, and 1 somehow.
I guess 1 Monkey King. Though Sniper, Clockwork is a better lane, right? It kind of makes more sense. And you have a Clockwork to protect from the Primal.
I actually think it's going to be a Wind Ranger one.
I get it.
To me,
and
when I
maybe
see
Sniper
Primal...
mid.
Yeah, whenever I see Primal Grim, you want to see those heroes together. And you need a hero that can keep the distance. Usually it's Mirana, Wind Ranger, or Morphling. Morphling got banned by Nightpulse, so Wind Ranger is pretty much the option they have.
Yep, and if you put the Primal Beast into the mid lane, there's going to be a Monkey King there. Okay, so when you see a Dragonite, let's say he's in the mid lane, but he can maybe be a carry as well. Would you rather lane a Monkey King or a Sniper versus him?
I think Sniper's better. I think Sniper protects the tower better. But it depends on the team, right? Because Monkey King can rotate really fast. So if your goal is to play fast, I think Monkey King mid is better. But the early fights of Navi Jr. are super scary. Like Inkswell and this Primal Beast and whatever carry they're gonna pick is always something you have to worry about. So I would rather actually play Sniper. I think the late game already looks decent for Night Pulse, and they have 24, so we should be in a good place.
Okay, but a lot of the times we don't see a core sniper.
Yeah,
Why
I know.
is the support sniper just that much better at the moment?
I think Core Sniper just needs very specific settings to work. In this case, maybe they can play mid primal, right? If you know Sniper's gonna be mid, maybe you can play mid primal and you die a couple times. It's just too easy to kill. But right now, like, the only mobility here they have is Primal. The NP still in the pool, though. So that could be the second catch that dissuades Night Pulse from playing Core Sniper if that's something they want to do.
Well, we'll be finding out if that's the case. The ban on the Broodmother. Quite solid. So they did get rid of the
Brew?
of the offlaners, right? Not only the
Yeah.
Brood, but the Brood as well, right? Brew
Maybe they
and
think
Brood.
it's Primal mid DK carry.
And it is.
Okay.
It is.
Tanky heroes do Timber here?
I love it. I love the Timbersaw. Send the Monkey King to the mid lane. Actually, you could even play a 4 Monkey King. I don't think you mind. The Dragonite Grimstroke are solid, but I don't think they're gonna kill him.
Yeah, I like the monkey.
I like
It's
any
weird.
way of the lanes to go set up with Night Pulse if you pick up a Timbersaw. It looks to me like it's gonna work out either way, laning stage wise. But it will probably be a Monkey King now with the Viper being picked up, or is that an offlane Monkey King maybe with the Viper being sent to the mid lane? That's also a possibility. No, offlane Viper, mid lane Monkey King, and a Sniper. So Sniper Viper versus a Dragonite. Imagine if you are this Dragonite in the safe lane and you see these two.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he will need an oncologist very soon because the amount of C-word that's gonna be happening in that lane is absurd. Like, that's just so annoying. With that said, though, I'm not sure I like the lane is incredible, and we saw some Dragonite games where the DK, like, even though he can potentially farm really fast. I think we did cast one game where the DK was 0 and 4, and then you just don't get to recover. The problem I see for Night Pulse is their siege is not that good, and also the mobility. It's only Warwick that is really that mobile. I think the Timbersaw could have probably given them more mobility, but maybe they feel like the Grimstroke is too hard of a counter, right? The bug is annoying for Timber to deal with.
I still think Night Pulse have a better draft, man, because they have very strong lanes. I don't necessarily agree about the mobility. Sure, Sniper doesn't like to move much, but he does as a support. But Wind Ranger likes to move. Monkey King likes to move. The Clockwork has a hook shot, so he's quite mobile around the map, constantly somewhere ganking, moving around, roaming. And those types of heroes work well with the Viper. So I think the downsides of the Viper with the other 4 heroes are dealt with quite nicely. And I think you and me, we cast a Viper game where he bought all of those auras, looked unkillable, and in this game you definitely needed something that's going to protect you for the magic damage. Viper is really good there. I don't think you're getting to a point in this game where the physical damage of the Dragonite kicks in.
Yeah, that's my criticism, though. They are very tanky on the side of Navi Jr., and you have this Grimstroke Kingswell Shard. I think if you go Aura Viper, you might run out of damage unless you're extremely ahead, which they could because of their lanes. But, 3 melee strength cores when you don't draft that Timber and you have Inkswell Shard, that can be scary.
That's a really good point, though, that you mentioned. But I think whenever I see superior lanes, I think a team has a way to deal with the overwhelming tankiness of the other team. Right?
I
And
agree. I think Night Pulse is
definitely
also a
have them.
team that will make use of those lanes, and they're gonna
Yep.
crush those lanes.
They are the type of team that does it. This is what we mentioned. This team when they play versus an underdog, they smash them. Sometimes with teams that should be similar strength, they just don't look as good. You think with the way that they're performing versus the lower tier teams that they're just going to be running through everybody. But in the end, it doesn't happen. I still have yet to see Nightpulse lose or even play a long game versus an underdog team.
Could be worse.
Yeah, you know, still, they got 2-0 by Avalus, so we'll see if they're going to be able to bounce back. You know, I think for this tier 1.5 teams, momentum is a big thing.
For sure.
See how good they're feeling, how good they're going to play today.
Yep. Misplay after misplay after misplay after misplay. That's not even easy to say. Whoever said it, like, good job, good job. It is our job to rant
Sounds like
on.
Nisha.
Think so?
You think it's someone else?
I'm not sure, right? Nisha's voice has changed quite a lot. When he entered the scene, he was only a kid that was dodging interviews so much, and now they forced him, they've kicked him into the interviews all the time because he really is a fan favorite. Not gonna lie, he's one of the more humble players that is gonna come into the game and just make you useless. That's how good he is.
I don't remember a single, like, when I think of my most fond memories of TIs, they are all generally a little bit old, just because it felt more magical in a way. But then I remember that secret TI where they got second place with Nisha, and I don't remember being as hyped for someone as I was with just Nisha playing.
He single-handedly got second spot at TI. And if the meta wasn't for auras, he would have gotten first spot. Not gonna lie, right? It's so dumb how much better he was than everybody else.
He really was like the king. And I guess, you know, everyone got really good. And he hasn't looked, I guess, the same. But regardless, he's not in this game. So look at got the juice. He got no HP as well.
Huh? People are... starting to be annoyed in the laning stage. Of course, this Dragonite, I think he got annoyed the second that the Viper was picked. At that point, you know that you're gonna have a bad time.
No man on Toby at least, so the harass will cease for a little bit.
You're gonna bring some regen to this lane, maybe buy a Ring of Bassi on one of them.
Yeah, definitely decent. But I look at these two heroes and they all have Wraith bands. They're like, nope. They're gonna be right-clicking. I agree though. The Basti looks pretty good. Not gonna lie.
This is why, though, Redis is some trouble. He does have a Fairy Fire. You can have 3. Oh, that's Viper that has a Fairy Fire. The Grimstroke had one as well. Decided not to use it.
Nortobi gets a no talisman, so that will be some extra mana regen for him.
Oh boy, God, the juice didn't get the pull off. This is such a disaster for a Dragonite. I don't remember the last time I've seen him struggle this much. Yeah, okay, yeah, I do remember. We cast the similar game.
Yeah.
With a,
who was playing? Was it Radan?
I think Radan, yep.
Yeah. Yikes. Yikes. Mid lane looking pretty even. I guess a slight advantage to the Monkey King, but the Primal can actually hold his own pretty well.
8 denies though to 1, right? The CS might be even, but the denies are heavily in favor of the Monkey King, and he's even going for a smack now. Niku very low, a minute before the water runes.
Yeah, once he gets level 4, it gets a bit harder for the Monkey King to really get on top of you. Doesn't have boots yet on Warwick, and looking at the lanes, I mean, exactly how we expected, right? The Dragonite struggling immensely. Kind of an advantage for the Monkey King, but not that bad, honestly, for Niku. Because Primal Beast only needs levels.
Oh, is Niku gonna die now? Monkey just outplayed the hell out of it.
Wait, he got second point trample. That's so weird.
Yeah, he's gone. Got him. He even gets the trample off there right next to Warwick, who's going to be more than happy. Did go for the Orb of Venom without the boots. He managed to run down a Primal Beast with the boots. He canceled his onslaught, wasn't on the screen, but still beautifully played.
Very interesting. Yeah, that's now a convincing lead for Warwick. So yeah, we have 2 lanes with solid wins here. Exactly what Night Pulse was supposed to do. So far, so good.
Yep, looking awesome for them. Iku gonna be getting a water rune. Does use just some mana for it, so it's not gonna be too bad. But this lane is gonna become a disaster, and even more of a disaster than it already is. Speaking of, Dota Juice getting some CS under the tower, not half bad. A pull comes through. A lot better than at the start.
Get 16 CS out of nowhere. Very nice.
Thing is, they got a pull as well.
Radiant structures
Toby
are
has,
fortified.
I don't want to say full mana, but 2/3, so more than enough for God the Juice to feel threatened in the lane.
Oh, Redis. This could be his death.
One more. God the Juice going for it. He comes over to save Ridis' life, who will survive because of it, but it does cost him pretty much 80% of his HP. Has a healing salve. Will get back to full.
Top lane. Double
Timing
kill.
gets taken out. A double kill for PMA. Hawks coming in handy, dive
Tower is
bombing
under attack.
from the air, getting the kill. Nicely done.
Yeah, they really need that, right? All of their other lanes struggling immensely. You need some pressure to be expelled somewhere, and top lane is where they're able to do it. PMA going for the eggs. No surprise. I think this game is all about being tanky.
Yep, you talked about the potential damage problems of Night Pulse. Well, with that, they're gonna have even more of them. Toby is going for the arcane boot, so just wants to continue to dominate the bottom lane. PMA gonna get caught.
Though.
Tower is under attack.
They will be trying to kill. This Beastmaster does use the Hawk. Healing Lotus being used. Power Shot getting him even lower. One more hit. There it is. Till the end, he secures it. And the second Healing Lotus will be going towards Kami. Now, they do scout out the Rubik with the Rocket Flare. And Kami decides creeps more valuable than Daze's life.
Yeah, that's the problem. The Primal Beast tried to rotate bottom as that was happening, but there's a ward on the Radiant Big Jungle. So Nico cannot really rotate without being spotted. Really good ward that you wouldn't expect. So the Primal struggling to really alleviate any of that pressure. And if he stays mid, he's going to be struggling no matter what. His top lane.
Oh, Clockwork didn't go for the expanded armature. You wanted to see it, and it's here now. Yeah,
Okay,
I'm looking at those
never
cogs.
expected. Yeah.
Yep. Well, Primal Beast, you talked about his rotations. Kami looks very much dead. He heard the Primal Beast roar, and he knew that his life was going to be coming to an end. The Monkey King is here. It is dangerous to be in this lane. Very easily, they take you down from the trees and you die.
Are scanning.
He's a catapult. He would never be scared. As Warwick going forward, gets the Jingu. Still, this is a lot of heroes here.
Ooh,
With
deep,
the
and you're gonna be so
H12
much
with
trouble.
the
Who's
cogs.
stuck
No!
with who? He's gonna be pushing those cogs, and the Primal Beast doesn't care. Nico gets himself a double kill. Night Pulse force a play for no reason. It was just so obvious that was a
Radiant's
bad
middle
rotation.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, he forced that so hard. I guess expecting the Primal Beast to have retreated, but no. Gets punished. Dude, Inkswell is so good this game. We're mocking, let's say, the Oracle ban, but it allows this Grimstroke to be so powerful. Like, you don't really get to pick this hero because there's so many good dispels available at the moment. But, yeah, Ridis kind of set up to really enable Nico this game.
That is a huge deal, especially for the Beastmaster as well. Look at him, 4K net worth. I mean,
Yeah.
that's gonna be two components of his Aghanim Scepter pretty much already done. You very rarely see that 8 minutes into the game.
They're gonna get another kill. Monkey King dies twice in a row. Night Pulse. Some cracks in the armor starting to show. As to the end, once you get this rune, will not get it.
Kami roared.
Yeah.
There is gonna be a Dime Bomb fairly soon. He's gonna turn around with the Focus Fire, thinking that he can win this fight. You're not winning.
And they
There's just
lose.
too many units.
Mid lane though, Nico will die. I thought the Clockwork was going to, but Toby with a clutch GP mid lane.
Yep, makes a play. You need to be making those plays. And he will be going for a mech on the Viper, so we are going to be seeing an Aura Viper. We'll see which ones he prefers. Do you like Guardian Greaves in this game? And not necessarily great, right? But the mech is fine.
Yeah, like it doesn't really help you against the Grimstroke bug, right? That's one silence you cannot dispel. I actually hate Greaves. I think you should probably go mech something else.
That makes sense. Now they're targeting Toby. Want him dead. Night vision from the sniper. Toby, he sees the Primal Beast coming, but seeing and doing something about it are two completely different things. Healing Lotus being used. Not enough to save his life. The Cogs got the juice caught inside of them. The two
no, he's
supports.
being
Let's see if
blocked.
they have enough damage. He has level 6 with the hook shot till the end. Same level as the mid laners.
Nico's so fat, he blocked the Dragonite. Now, I guess he was that anyways, but you know, I still want to go with the fat joke.
Makes sense. This is why you should hit the gym, guys. So Primal Beast, you know, he looks like he lifts weights, but also doesn't say no to a cookie.
Yeah, he's a power lifter, right?
Yep. Or a strong man. Could go with either.
He's a beast, so a strong beast maybe. It's a better word. As PMA already has those 2 items, and in fact, he is pretty much close to his 3rd one. This Beastmaster is gonna have one of the best early games I've seen from Beastmaster in a while.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yep, this is gonna be very early. And then we look at Night Wolves. You talked about their damage issues. How do you kill him?
I don't think you do. You have to ignore him. But the problem is, if the eggs is done easy on the Beastmaster, you can Roche, and then you're gonna be knocking on their towers. And how do you ignore that, I guess, is the important question. Well, they're gonna smoke around, maybe try to punch the Beastmaster now.
They should. He really needs to die. He needs to die maybe even twice in the next 2 minutes. It's a necessity. In a very good position. PMA knows. He smells.
Yeah, look at those boars just blocking the path. Oh, they
Hook
do get a
shot
hook shot.
forward. Monkey King comes over to him. Bound the strike as well. No Wukong's command. Not even needed. Kami gets the
good
kill
ulti.
from afar with a power shot. But look at that ulti. It's amazing. They don't even need the double pulverize. Just a
Look at the
trample
board.
and Inks will do the job. Janter, well, they're going to smash the sniper into the ground. Hello, little buddy. And that is going to be a stolen shrapnel, if I saw correctly. Rubik will give up on his power shot, but it was expiring. Some really big spells that he's getting this game.
Dude, this is pretty bad. Like, you killed the Beastmaster, but that was such a high price to pay.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yep, he was very deep. And they were ready. Navi Jr. knew that that could happen. That's why they came over. They just didn't think Night Bulls were that crazy.
This Grimstroke, like, this is the second TP reaction from him that really makes a difference. And they have a fair amount, or I guess the heroes that are playing aggressive are all melee, so he's getting some really good soul binds, and it's so easy to use the Inkswell alongside it.
The cores in this game are so low level, and the supports are very high. Gaze,
Oh,
makes his
bottom
presence
side.
known. There comes the Primal Beast. Gonna be going for the Viper. Takes
look
him
at those
down
shrapnels.
immediately till the end. Going forward, Cogs only on Niku. The rest of them super low. Janter eats the full duration power shot. Right clicks from Daze. Get the kill till the end. Next on the menu, with a stun from the Dragonite, it will be more than easy to get a double kill on Niku. Is this gonna be another upset of the day? Navi Jr. playing better Dota than Night Bulls, and Kami runs like the wind away from the Primal Beast. That's what you need. This guy is too scary at the moment.
Dude, I mean, they play the lane
Dire's
so
top
well,
tower is under
but a
attack.
couple of mistakes being punished heavily by Navi Jr. This Grimstroke, it's like he punished the dive so well. I think that is one thing that maybe Night Pulse didn't
Radiant's
really
middle tower is under attack.
fully appreciate it. And also, you know, that's one thing I talked about. If you are going for those dives and you're not doing that in the Viper lane, this Viper is a creep, right? He cannot assist in any way. Whereas when Night Pulse is going for these dives, it's very easy for Navi to always be in the lane that they're going for because no towers have fallen.
What the hell is this, Bowie? Pre-13-minute tags for the Beastmaster. This guy is not gonna die. Also has the Royal Jelly, so good luck bringing him down.
Oh, they might find some Warwick for dinner. They break the tree
He's gone.
dance and he's gone.
Is under attack.
They steal the stack as
easy.
well.
It is so easy for them to keep getting these kills, and Night Bulls at this point in the game, they're not tanky. They don't do particularly high damage. This is Navi Jr. I spoke too soon. Their early mid game is looking amazing.
Radiant's middle
Dude,
tower
it's
is
so
under
crazy, right? We
attack.
talked about the Oracle, and like, okay, yeah, they want to force this Wind Ranger. Night Pulse needs to pick it, and they
Dire's
do.
top tower has fallen.
But that's the biggest debate ever, because then this Primal gets enabled so hard by a Grimstroke that has no counters, and Yeah, I think, this is the type of cheese that the normal viewer wouldn't be able to appreciate. Because it's kind of cheesing the bans, like in the way that you would expect the priorities of Navi to be. I'm not sure they're going to be able to do this game too, but I'm very impressed by how Navi has been played so far. They didn't even win this one, but it is looking very convincing.
Yep, I mean, the win probability is already under 30% for Night Bulls, which is amazing for Navi Junior. They've been losing versus Team
four
for
staff
so long.
already
They
on
even have a
days.
4-staff on days already. Still gonna be dying. Shakashot connects onto the totem. Ridis gets a double silence. Niku onto the high ground. Didn't want to go forward. You understand. You have a big lead. You lost one hero. It's okay to reset.
Mind you, this is pre-Inkswell Shard on Ridis. He pretty much has the gold for it. Guys are gonna try and defend this tower. TP from the DK even. Okay, should be fine.
Okay, this was a good play from Night Bulls. You get a kill. You force out some TPs to the mid lane. You disperse.
Yeah, exactly. With that said though, got the juices recovering. He is now 1,000 gold ahead of the Viper. He is on his way to a Dragonlance. The Beastmaster, as we already established, is gigantic. The Primal Beast is gigantic. So, what's your play, right? Because if you're gonna go for a play now, you need all 5 of your heroes. And are they even ready to fight? Like, Toby is going for a pipe. That's gonna take a while. I feel like the timings that Night Bulls would be comfortable fighting are pretty far away.
Yeah, I think Navi Junior just walk into the Roche, right?
Yeah.
I would expect them to do so. It is on the Dire side. There's no tower. You shove in the top wave. You shove in the bottom wave a bit, and you go.
They have this catapult wave in the mid lane, so it will draw the attention of Night Bulls at least a little bit, as there is a lag.
Yep, they'll be able to do it. Navi Junior, all of their players are Ukrainian. No, Daze is Kazakhstani. Is that how you? He's from Kazakhstan.
Yeah,
Let's put it that way. The other ones are from Ukraine. So we saw that there were some problems with the power. I don't know if they're in the country. Somebody can confirm.
Borat from Kazakhstan? He is, right? You know, the guy.
Yeah, I know from the movie.
Yeah, he is. Okay, he is.
You checked?
Because that's the only thing I know about Kazakhstan. Like, it's not a European country. I hear too much
It
about
is a huge, beautiful country, man. Like
really?
every single Eastern European country, the architecture, you go there, it's insane, and they're incredibly clean, right? When I was in Ukraine, very clean city, Kiev. Then when I was in Russia, Moscow, very clean. When I wasn't in Belarus, but I know people who went there. They say like the streets, you cannot find a piece of paper anywhere, right? And I cast with the guy from Kazakhstan. His name is Kawaii Socks. He does cast for Russian stream. Yeah, he does cast for Russian streams. And then he told me like, I live in this city. You know, it's not too huge. I go in, it's like a multi-million city with just some amazing structures and super clean as well. So I'd definitely something that you should visit.
Yeah, I haven't been to that many Eastern European countries. I think the only one I have been to is Romania, and I went for TI, and it was awesome.
A classic. It's more Balkan, right? Eastern
Europe. Oh, really?
Europe. Yeah.
I thought it was Eastern Europe. Okay.
Yeah, I guess you would more look at Eastern Europe like the ex-Soviet countries, right?
Is Austria Eastern Europe?
Oh, I mean, they're considered.
I don't know geography.
West.
I'm sorry, but we don't need geography here.
Yeah,
we need a
really.
team fight, and I guess we're gonna
was
get
on
one.
the high
Yeah,
ground,
we
the hook
will.
shot, that's connect onto the two of them. Pound strike as well. You have the inks. Well, let's see how much you're gonna be able to survive removing the Shaka shot onto the high ground. The clockwork ghost, he's still alive. The pig is trying to kill him. Kill that pig. They don't take it down in time, thus not saving it. Their teammates. Daze is gonna be in a lot of trouble with the focus fire. Looks very much dead. Kami got himself a double kill. Got the juice. Will be rotating. PMA. He thinks he's unkillable. Let's see if that is true.
Holy
With
crap.
also coming forward, they just don't have the damage. The Pound strike is amazing. It doesn't change anything. Niku uses the uproar, slows down everybody around him, and Janter, without that movement speed, he will be a sitting duck.
Misplay after misplay after misplay after misplay. Indeed. I mean, that fight started pretty bad for Navi Jr. I thought it was going to be the first actual punish of Night Bulls, but the DK coming in, I think that was really the big aspect. That's what gave them the damage to finish those heroes off. And we can agree on the lack of damage, right? PMA goes into 4 heroes before the DK was there, and he was able to buy so much time for that rotation to go through.
That's a 7k gold lead. I mean, your fears of the damage of Night Wolves came into fruition. Everything was perfect in that fight. You get a double shackle shot, you get a double hook shot, you get a double cogs with the Wukong's command, you lose the fight. How do you win it?
And that's with Onslaught and Trample cooldown and Vintrell being wasted before that fight. So literally everything was aligned, but it takes so long for them to kill those heroes that the Dragon Knight from the Twin Gates, like he had no business even being there, gets and finishes off the fight for them. And that's also going to be Roche, because now all the cooldowns on Night Pulse are down. The clock's not even at the top side to scout this.
Are scanning. Your shine has fallen to the radiant.
PMA gets in Saphanagus.
BKB done on God Juice as well, so they are ready to force things even more.
Tower is under attack.
Night Wolves are in
Jenter
trouble.
gets pinged out. He wants to get this tower. Hello.
He's gonna get smacked.
You fought.
That night vision doesn't work when you're walking into a war yourself.
That's just how it goes. Kami, he does have a later. The damage output of the Wind Ranger is solid, but I don't know, Bowie. This game looks
Dire's middle tower.
I don't want to say completely out of hand, but
It
pretty
looks
much in
pretty
favor
bad.
of now Junior. Kami turns around. He wants to
Good hook
do
shot.
something with the
Oh,
focus
force staff
fire.
out.
Force staff out,
Cancel
and they
the
will
TP.
smash her into the ground. He doesn't have a wind run, and that's just gonna be an extra clockwork trying to save his buddy, doing his best, not good enough.
Night Pulse is out of it. Like
Dire's bottom tower is
they're
under attack.
trying some things, but in general, it's all Navi Junior. And I thought that this lack of damage would come into play maybe minute 30, but it's minute 19,
Dire's
and we
bottom
already
tower
feel
has
it.
fallen.
It is very hard for them to play. So right now, what do you need to do for Night Wolves? What they're trying to do is split push. Is that, I think it's the only thing you can do, but your heroes aren't the best at it, or rather Navi Junior's heroes are pretty good at catching you while you're doing it.
Yeah, I think you need to wait for the pipe no matter what, so you have to split push, because if you take a fight outnumbered, you will lose, right? There's no way about it. If you are itemizing this Viper for a team fight, you need him to be there. But
Dire's bottom tower
the actual
is under
siege
attack.
on Navi Junior's heroes is pretty fast with this DK being as farmed as he is, so you lose a lot by having to wait, as they are trying to set up a fight here. The pipe is ready. It's not, actually. They're gonna take this fight no matter what.
And there's the Wukong's man. Got the juice pops the BKB, and they're just gonna be fighting with Roar. Destroy it. Night Wolves losing a fight convincingly. Days with the Force Staff will be saved. Even the Assassinate won't be enough. You didn't go with the pipe. I think 3 pipes wouldn't have saved you in that engagement. Night Wolves are just helpless. Their Tormentor will be stolen. Everything that you want, Navi Junior, you will get.
I mean, I don't know, man. I don't understand why you forced that fight. I really don't. Like, you're 500 gold away from your pipe. You're fighting into an Aegis. Like, is that all to prevent a Tormentor from dying? Like, your tier 2 is already down anyways. I feel like they're shooting themselves in the foot even harder. And maybe they just feel like, as if this goes later, it's only gonna get worse because of the way the Viper itemized. But, yeah, this is not the Night Pulse I've
Dire's
seen
middle
thrive.
tower is under attack.
Yep, definitely not. Yesterday, they looked okay-ish, but still not like themselves. Is this just the change of Kami going back to the safe lane, and then Toby joining in the lineup? Is it that big of a difference? It seems to be.
It might be. Maybe it's, I don't know, man. I'm not sure it should, like, because, like, he played well, right? Warwick did really well in the mid lane. The Wind Ranger did really well in the safe lane. Toby had a good laning stage, a top lane. That's sniper already. I don't think you have any business taking this fight. And once
Go
again,
for the
Night
Wind
Pulse out of the
Ranger.
base.
That is the one they want with the Pulverize. There will be a dive bomb fairly soon, making sure he does not escape. At least the Clockwork lives. Just consolation prize after consolation prize, we can say, for Night Pulse, but it's not good by any means.
Like, this is the thing. I feel like they're just not in the same page. This Viper has been trying to farm the pipe for the last 7 minutes. And I mean, he's a Viper. It's gonna take a while.
Monkey King caught.
Yeah, and they keep on forcing these fights. I guess. Did he TP out?
Ooh. What pushed the Dragon Knight?
No, I think he just he ran to Reedies to get the Inkswell faster, but then
Yeah,
he
I
was
get
away
it.
from the range.
I get it. It was just it just looked weird for a second, like his model was moving without the natural movements of the hero.
Maybe it's just the Inkswell animation. I don't know.
Maybe. So you've taken down one tier 2, the second one will fall for sure. There's the Wukong's command. Night Pulse, their ability to fight is non-existent already with the immense damage problems. The Rubik is ahead of the Viper in terms of net worth.
God damn, yeah, this is bad. This is really bad. And he has a Solar Crest flying out to him, so the siege with no Aegis, they actually siege it after the Aegis expires. That's how strong they feel.
Oh, they are pretty damn powerful. Forcing out Night Pulse to go back, it's gonna be enough. Got
Yeah,
the
Shrapnel
juice.
is annoying. Oh, no.
He wants
Not
to
done.
go.
Yeah, Solar Crest is up. You have the Inkswell, as we stated. There's 4 steps to aid him. There's Mech and Pipe on the Beastmaster as well. This is not an easy one. Oh, Daze.
Force out the glyph. Monkey King is cutting the next wave. So
Oh, they find a Viper.
Having the cogs pushing away the primal beast, and the Viper was already found. Dolby dropping low, will be taken out on the other side of the fight with the Pulverize controlling so many heroes. You lose 3 of them. The tier 3 will fall, but the backdoor protection will be kicking in, and already Navi Jr. Can they do it? They should be able to. Come on. Got it.
Don't stop.
All
right.
What?
I guess they want to make sure the mid lane doesn't fall. Okay, yeah, they're not going to be able to. Okay. Not a bad play. Okay, this is the actual first big play from Night Pulse. It's going to stop this, but they're going to make Genter play.
It is a 23k gold lead, Bowie, though. It looks
Yeah.
pretty insurmountable to me. I know it's a good play, but they're a Dota team. They're bound to make some good plays, especially when it comes to cutting waves.
I know. I'm just trying to find a silver lining here, but there doesn't seem to be any silver lining. It just gets worse and worse and worse. And, you know, this Viper still doesn't have a pipe, mind you. Still doesn't.
Our runner-ups of the previous CCT of the Series 2 are going to be one game from elimination if this game continues by its current trajectory. And with the gold lead being this vast, I'm having a hard time seeing how that's not the case. Yeah, we're going to be looking at Warwick farming because we don't want to make the stream 18 plus. That's what it's looking like Navi Jr. just destroying Night Pulse.
Yeah, this does look like it could be. Oh, the rocks doesn't find the ginger.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, throwing rocks at ladies. Not very gentlemanly, but the guy's a beast. No
They feel
cares.
like she's a witch.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
We can call Primal Beast Eddie Hall. The nickname is Beast, anyways. Removes the Gleipnir. The uproar quite easily.
Roche spawning in 7 seconds, so you can just. I mean, possibly spawning in 7 seconds. We'll see how fast it is. Oh, pretty long one.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
This, I mean, is this even good for Night Pulse, right? Because
Bottom tower is under attack.
like the what does the lane even do to you?
Yeah, I don't think. You know what, Bowie? I'm just gonna say it. I don't think anything makes a difference for Night Pulse in this game. I don't know how they win a game. This game, I don't think they do. Right? I'm gonna look at their items. I'm just hoping maybe for a Deso on a Monkey King or something along those lines.
Nope,
But
he's
they're
going
going for
BKB.
defensive items. BKBs do nothing.
To the end will be found.
Misses the hook shot. Gets taken out easily.
So, not the best debut for Daniel Facet, right?
Yeah, definitely not. Yeah, we're gonna say they lost because of him not having the expanded armature, but going for the hookup.
Dire's bottom barracks.
Yep, that's gonna be bottom Rex falling. 2 heroes down on Night Pulse. BKB not ready for the Wind Ranger. Literally everything not going Night Pulse's way.
Dire's bottom barracks.
Up and the next wave towards the top lane, you did cut the bottom waves, but there is still creeps getting into the base of Night Pulse, and there's gonna be another wave that is most definitely not gonna die from this glyph.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's
There you
middle
go.
tower
There
is
you go.
under
Top.
attack.
Easy melee barracks, unless you... I guess you don't want to buy back the Monkey King now, so you let this one fall, fight for the third one.
Not sure if it could be considered a fight if they just smash all of you. Stolen take aim by the Rubik. You know, take aim no longer even gives you the range. Such a
Oh, he
bad
has a
spell to
100%
steal.
chance of headshot, though.
Do you if you don't have the
Are
headshot?
under attack.
I would hope so. Or else what's the purpose of this?
It slows you down. It slows you down, and when you activate it, it gives you attack range, right?
Dude, I didn't remember he gave you 20 armor. What the frick?
Yeah, it's new. That's new.
Dude, this here is so broken. 20 armor.
Smoke from Night Pulse. They're coming over. Navi Jr. are ready. They might not even start the Roche. Like, yeah, we don't care.
Oh, this is kind of good. This is the first time something good could come out of this.
Double bounded strike. Power shot as well. BKB of the Primal Beast not taking any damage. They're tickling him. Wukong's Manny gets pushed out of it immediately. That's your biggest damage spell down the drain. Monkey King gets burned. Now, without your king, without your head, what are you gonna do? You're gonna get roared on and eaten by some dragons, dinosaurs, and whatnot. Everything that Navi Jr. have in the tank. Night Pulse helpless in game number 1. Usually, they're the ones doing the stomping. This time around, it goes the other way.
Yeah, and that's the best case scenario. That was like a Gleipnir on 3, Boundless on 3, Hogs on the BKB Primal, but it barely mattered. They were so far behind. They had damage issues. They had plenty issues, honestly. And I'll say it, bro. I think Navi Jr., sure, they had a draft advantage, let's say, but they got destroyed in the lanes, and they still won this game flawlessly. 0 mistakes. They literally made 0 mistakes past minute 7. I don't think this is going to be an easy one. Night Pulse, they seem to be a bit out of it, and Navi Jr. seem to be at their best.
Did they even have a better draft? I mean, sure, they had a better draft in terms of fighting later on, but you have to take into account the laning stage, the snowball potential, everything else. Night Pulse, it started off well for them. Where did it all go wrong?
The dives, right? Both dives from the Monkey King. He died twice in a row, Warwick.
Yep.
First, he tries to kill the Primal, and then he dies, and then he comes back in, and they kill him with the Inkswell Primal Beast. So I think that was a big one. But I can't help but feel like, despite all of that, the Viper didn't really dominate the lane as much as I expected.
No.
And I'm not sure if that's on Toby, that's on Navi. The DK was struggling, but not as much as I expected. It still was some very rapid timings on the Dragon Knight.
Yep, I guess you didn't really have a way to keep him in place for them to get those skills to completely demolish his laning phase. And the Viper himself, at the 10th minute mark, he was behind every single core apart from the before mentioned Dragon Knight. But that means our first game did come to an end. Night Pulse, as I mentioned, our previous runner-ups of the tournament that lost in the grand finals 3-2. So they were this close to being the champions themselves. Now are facing elimination in the first round of the lower bracket. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back to see if they can make it through. And we're in the draft of Game 2 between Nightpulse and Navi Jr. You look at the score, you think, is that a mistake? No, Navi Jr., they finally took a game off Nightpulse. It has been so many series that Nightpulse were constantly bullying the younguns, and not this time around, Bowie. This time around, Navi Jr., they strike back.
And we'll see if they're going to be able to continue doing so, because as we stated, Nightpulse has been very consistent, right? They're not winning a lot of tournaments, but they've been better. They've been losing to the big dogs and not losing to teams that are, let's say, below in terms of achievements, of accomplishments. And I would say Navi Jr. definitely this team right now, but they want to change that. They play game 1 flawlessly, and we see they're going to get another draft that allows them to stomp over Nightpulse again.
We'll see if that does happen. Have you changed your view of the series now? Do you think it's no longer Nightpulse's favor? Do you think they're no longer the team to look at as the favorite, but that Navi Jr. have equalized it with winning game 1?
I mean, I think that just because they're ahead, right, it forces Nightpulse to play so much better. And I think they are better, but better to 2-0 after that big of a stomp? I'm not sure. I think draft is definitely going to dictate a lot. To me, felt like a cheese draft from Navi Jr. I know maybe you don't agree 100%.
No, I get what you mean. I get what you mean.
I wonder if they're going to get a draft that really suits them as much as that one. Because it felt like everything. They got everything they wanted, basically. Whereas for Nightpulse, they had good heroes, but they never really got to even use them.
The question is now, Nightpulse, do you ban out the Grimstroke in the second phase? Right, because it's undoubtedly gonna be picked up by Navi Jr. if you don't ban it or pick it.
What you do is you don't get baited into the Windranger, because it felt like they were just picking that to deny it from Navi, because they were using so many bans to protect the Windranger. And I think it was unnecessary. It was just an unnecessary pick. And right now they're setting up for a very similar draft on Navi Jr. They get the primal that they want. Nightpulse goes for, did he first face the Monkey King, or it was not, right?
No.
What was that they picked? It was
which heroes they had? Let me check. It was a first pick.
Clock?
Wasn't the clock? Clock came out after the Primal Beast.
It was
might have been a Monkey King.
I think it was. Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah, Monkey King, then
Windranger.
Yeah, Windranger.
Oh, they get the Screamstroke. All right. Don't ban it. Pick it. But Shadow Demon is in the poll. No, never mind.
Nope.
So
No Shadow Demon. No
here?
Oracle.
As Navi Jr.?
No.
Is that your...
No Oracle.
Oh, you're right.
They banned it.
Yeah. Tables have turned.
But here's the thing, right? The Inkswell, if you go with overwhelming damage versus that is a good way, right? That is a good way to respond to it. It's not ideal, but the Inkswell doesn't necessarily save you from the techies just blowing you up.
Yeah, exactly. Just having overwhelming damage, having vision as well for this Grimstroke, so I wouldn't be against a Clockwork for them. It is a counter to the Primal Beast and something that Nightpulse wanted to play. So now you take that for you, and you can set up for a good Mirana, a good Windranger. Lina is still in... No, it is out. Never mind.
I'd be okay with it. You know also what's a Grimstroke counter? A Tusk. Tusk has always been a Grimstroke counter. The thing is, do people remember it, right? You see the Inkswell, you snowball, you pull people in, you see people getting caught by the... If you are caught by the Soulbind, you cannot snowball. But if it's the other two people caught, you snowball and you pick them both up, right? So there's ways to play around it. It's always harder for the Grimstroke to do it.
Yeah, I don't hate the Tusk. You can get Drinking Buddies to give Primal Beast move speed. Even the Mirana wouldn't hate having Drinking Buddies. Good setup for the Arrow, but they go Bird. A hero that kind of struggles against the Silence, so that is interesting. It's good versus Monkey King, though.
You see the Silence flying. The Silence takes a lot of time to connect. You can always egg before it. Or Icarus dive away, and then while you are diving out, it follows you, but it does not connect. It's different from the other silences that the Phoenix hates.
Yeah, I guess. still forces you to play in a weird way, but sure, I get what you mean.
Yep, I know whenever I play the Phoenix that I didn't really care about the Grimstroke that much.
Do they
And
snap
worst case
here?
scenario by Yules. What?
Do you Snapfire? Do you Morana? Do you Ursa?
I like the Ursa.
Right,
Oh, I-
Grimstroke, pretty good. You have a second save in a game where there's no way to deal with the Inkswell save.
Yep, there is no silences. Your enrage is very good versus the damage of the techies. The Primal Beast Pulverize as well. You're not the classic hero that just buys a BKB and the Primal Beast counters you. But I love it. I think Ursa is probably the best one. 'Cause I think if you go Snapfire, you're kind of putting this Monkey King in a core role for sure. But they'll go Mirana and Marcy. Okay. You talked about the Marcy. In the other tournament that we casted, she was played 10 times and lost every single game. So that thing is not giving me a lot of confidence. But I think Marcy Grimstroke are a good support duo. And that Mirana is decent versus the Egg. Doesn't matter for which position.
Probably going to be core here, right? With
Yep.
Grimstroke and Marcy supports. So what do you pick here? We saw some Slarks being attempted against Mirana. I was not happy. I wonder if we go DK again. Okay.
It's a good DK game.
It's decent. I mean, it's definitely better than the lane is definitely better already, and the game doesn't seem to be that much different.
Yep. I'm okay with it. The only problem is your single target stun, but you have layered initiation, so the Grimstroke shard in general, in terms of removing one stun, isn't going to be the biggest of deals.
So what do you ban? They definitely need an offlaner for Night Pulse. They're gonna last Victovia's hero, whereas Navi they have a lot of flags here, which is good because they have 23.
Let's see what Toby wants to play. Right, that's the easiest way. We go to Dota 2 Pro Tracker and see what he's been doing lately.
Plays a lot of weird stuff, right? The Viper, he used to be an Abaddon offlane player. I'm not sure if that's something that people...
Sand King is still in the pool, man. It's very weird, but that's the case.
Yeah, you could Sand King. You have 24. Sounds alright.
He's playing a hero that I love that isn't necessarily that good in this game, but I've been wanting to see it, and that's the Dawnbreaker. Very interesting hero pool. I see some Treant being played by Toby as well.
I mean, he can Enigma, right? Like, very few Enigma counters. If this DK is going to be carry, I don't think it's that good against the Enigma Eidolons.
It's not good versus the Phoenix. You do not win a fight versus the Phoenix. It's 6 seconds that the egg is going. It's a problem.
I think the laning stage of the Phoenix is actually the hardest part, because if you are ahead and you just get initiation of the black hole, the egg doesn't matter, right? It's all about who gets to force the fight if you have Enigma into Phoenix. But they're banning mid heroes, so they feel like that's
Monkey
odd.
King?
Huh. Well, he has no Monkey King offlane games, but I mean, look at his pool. He has Marcy offlane. Maybe that's what they're thinking.
It just feels natural for them to play this Marcy as a 5.
So, is the Invoker ban to dissuade? Do you want to play Wind Ranger here on Navi Junior? Is this going to be like mid DK offlane Primal? Or even mid Wind Ranger, I guess, if the Monkey King is going to be mid.
I'd be okay with the offlane Primal Beast. Not gonna lie, but is Niku gonna be giving this hero away? I mean, I still like the Primal Beast in this game, just like in the previous one. A lot of squishy targets, and yeah, it is gonna be a Mars.
Okay, so mid Primal Beast. You have the Stacky's Mars lane, pretty scary. Very hard for Mirana to be core this game. So maybe you can play Marcy off lane, mid Monkey King, pick a different carry. Ursa sounds okay, right? Especially the
Pretty
green
good.
stroke. You gotta be
You know what would be awesome here? A Life Stealer. It's just a hero that we don't see nowadays.
Yeah, my hero's kind of gone.
I don't know, man. I think they're just underestimating it. In this game, it would be really cool. You could put Monkey King in the carry role, send like
I think the lane's
Morana
bad.
to the mid lane.
I feel like against Mars, you struggle too much. You would much rather have it mid, I think. Because you're not
I
going to
don't
have
know
a
why.
matchup that's as good against the Primal.
You're gonna have a matchup. There's a Timber Saw. That's why I was thinking about it. But they will be picking the Kami's Morphling. So that's the one that deals well versus the Primal Beast, deals well versus the Mars. Okay versus the Dragonite, I guess. Right? And pretty decent at dealing with the egg, right? Plus, you are gonna be playing an offlane Mirana. Okay. Okay, a
I like
lot of
it.
damage on Night Pulse.
Prerequisite cores that benefit from Solar Flare. You get Sidekick, or I mean, whatever that ability's name is with this facet on top of it. I really like it. You have the save of the Grimstroke. The lanes aren't as powerful as they were in game number 1. So obviously, if Navi Jr. is going to be able to utilize that to their advantage, they still looked amazing despite the lanes being that bad. But I think it's mostly on Warwick playing a bit more chill, right? We talked about the double death on the Monkey King that really slowed down the tempo that he had.
Yeah, I think Night Pulse, they should tempo this game up, but mostly with the supports running towards the Monkey King rather than him running to the side lanes, right? This is how you would always do it. Even if you remember OG, their days in TI8, when Thompson played a lot of Monkey King, it was always them rallying around him, right? He's winning the laning phase and then you come to him, rather than him winning the laning stage and then leaving it to allow the enemy mid laner to catch back up. And it's just so obvious that he's not going to be farming the jungle.
Yeah, I agree, right? Because you have this Viper that could stand his own, and you can just rotate the supports towards the mid lane. We'll see if that's something they're going to try and utilize here. But still, I was very impressed with Nico. I was very impressed with Radius Grimstroke. We'll see how much impact he'll have with this Phoenix. It looks like a much harder Phoenix game, not going to lie.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy Phoenix thing. You do have good defenses, right? Even if you look at Night Pulse, sure, they're good at killing the egg. Their heroes are relatively squishy, right? And then Onslaught, Arena, Stun from the Dragonite, the AoE damage, you could die if you're not careful. So I think that's the way that you should utilize the Phoenix, rather for the damage than to, I'm going to use my egg to survive. That's not going to happen. You use your egg to force the enemies to come to you, and then, bam, you crush them.
All right, we'll see if they're going to be able to make a good omelet this game. But overall, I think this is a better... I like Night Pulse's odds better. So, yeah, do expect them to have a better showing, which shouldn't be hard considering they barely play game 1.
That was a pretty crappy showing from them in game 1. We do have a game ready. It has started. Some things are already smokes. Production, take us in. We wanna see what's going on, and production doesn't. They're saying, ladies are loving you too, guys. Just keep your faces, and nobody cares about the game. Okay, it makes sense.
We're gonna be waiting here. We want drama. We want suspense. What is happening? Is something happening? We might have to radio cast this one, as they will find the Grimstroke. Yeah, there's no hype. Oh, maybe there is.
There is a lot of hype, because with the blast off, this Grimstroke is looking very much dead. The first blood will be going towards God the Juice. A night and day difference from the last time where he was bullied by the Viper. This time around, he gets the first blood, and his lane is gonna be a lot easier.
There we go. So you guys didn't see it, but we cast it beautifully. And that is I mean, dude, they did that well with them giving first blood in game 1. And now Got the Juice himself gets first blood, and they find Jenter here by himself with a lot of Blood Grenade plus Fire Spirit's damage. This Marcy could be in trouble.
I think he's alive, but will be taking a decent amount of damage, and that is good enough, if you ask me, for Navi Jr. Because with a Phoenix, it is always gonna be a trading battle in terms of region.
True. Got the Juice was even waiting for them to maybe take the wrong path, but they don't.
Interesting that the Phoenix didn't stop that Watcher, because he was being annoyed by the Mirana constantly attacking him. But Okay, or deactivate the Watcher. Let's put it that way. What about the bottom lane, right? I've seen so many Morphlings do well versus a Mars in the game, but not in the lane.
Yeah, definitely annoying in the game, but I think this lane, like, this is a lane where before level 3, there is the potential of a kill, especially with a good blast off from Fog. So we'll see if they're going to be able to set up an opportunity where that arrives. We'll have, level 2 on this Mars, and with both the sticky bomb and the blast off, like, that should be enough damage.
Nico so far so good in the mid lane. We'll see if he does better or worse than what was happening for him in the previous lane. Toby needs to be careful. Janter, nice dispose, beautiful positioning. We get a full cast of the Dota animated series here in the top lane. Is till the end, taking some damage, not enough to threaten his life.
So who do you think is stronger here, DK or Princess Mirana?
Yeah, DK, he's like big and buff, and she's a girl.
She's a princess though. She has
Yeah, that means that everybody was just giving her everything her whole life. If you told me she's an Amazon, she hunted with a bow, some savage beast, sure, but like she's a princess.
Okay, all right. If you think that way, all of those ladies that were watching, not sure they're gonna agree with you. But looking at the mid lane, this actually looks better, right? When we watched the Monkey King, he had like 8 denies in game number 1, and the difference in CS as well as denies seems to be a bit better for Nico.
Yep. Daze will be losing his life, so finally Nightpulse, they get themselves on the board. Janter dispose once again. His positionings on the dispose have been quite nice, and overall Nightpulse has played this lane beautifully, right? Pulling waves, controlling the creep equilibrium, Mirana getting her farm and denying it from God the Juice.
Yeah, especially the first blood, you would expect God the Juice to be having a better game, and even a cute little play there. Can Janter steal the Lotus? Stun is not fast enough, but maybe she'll pay with her life. Arrow.
Never rebound, has healing lotus, level 300 is no fire spirits, and you use the healing lotus just in case. I don't think it was needed to survive. Definitely not, because it's 125 HP. He has a lot more than that.
That said, though, looks like they will be losing the Morphling on the bottom side.
This is the Morphling versus Amar. Sometimes you just go down, dispose, Janter. Well, he doesn't get the save on himself this time around. No rebound means you have no way to escape. 2 kills across the map on both the side lanes for Navi Jr.
Yeah, Navi Jr. playing some clutch Dota. The 1k gold lead already is pretty impressive, considering that the Monkey King is definitely doing really well, and you said that Mirana was getting farm. She's even ahead. How are they 1k gold ahead?
Because the kills and the first blood. You killed the Morphling.
Look like they're losing 2 lanes in CS. That shouldn't be enough to give you 1,000 extra gold.
Yeah, I guess the mid lane is losing a bit too much.
Well, that's that Mirana. I don't.
How?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, Dragon Knight and the Phoenix aren't really a kill combo, and they've already gotten 2 kills in this lane.
I don't know,
versus
man.
Mobile heroes.
Navi's looking pretty good here.
They definitely are. Also sniping that Morphling in the bottom lane is fine every single time I see his HP drop low. I'm just expecting a random spear to kill him.
Cool. TP from Daze, but they don't get the punish.
It's hard. This Monkey King is strong. He has boots, double raid band. You need level 3 trample, I think, if you want to have any chances of killing him. Oh, Bowie. We'll be finding out now what's going to be happening. Daze has been found in the mid lane. Does have the reactive taser, a big deal, especially now with the Phoenix coming over and the blast off Warwick is in so much trouble. He's going to use the boundless strike. He does have the heals, not enough of them. The fiery spirits coming into play. Right clicks are not enough. Marcy next on the menu with the sticky bomb connecting, giving vision. Janter does dispose of Nico. It doesn't matter. Daze has more than enough range and vision to get himself a double. Nightpulse again being overly aggressive, and every single time it's punished.
Radiant structures are fortified.
This might actually give Nico a rune, which, you know, as he approaches level 6 is going to be very important. They will get an amplify damage one. That he doesn't even need 6 if he wants to go for a play.
2k gold lead already for Navi Jr. 6-1 in terms of kills. Nightpulse. The thing is, with them with their backs against the walls, they might even start making some mistakes, going for unnecessary aggressive plays, and they've been doing it already. I'm scared for what's gonna happen with them.
Yeah, it's not looking good. They have a couple of heroes that are doing well, specifically that Monkey King, but who plays with Orc? I guess it has to be the Grimstroke. But he's only level 4, doesn't even have that many levels of Inkswell. We still need a couple of minutes until the end is ready to fight.
Just farm. That's the thing though. Monkey got 3 points in Jingu Mastery. Not the best farming kit for him.
And that's the same thing he did game 1. So sitting back and relaxing isn't what he was built for.
Bounty.
No Wisdom Rune steals. It's gonna be 1 each. Beckis is approaching level 5. That blast off is gonna hurt so much.
And he did go for the Spleen Secret Sauce, so that's even more damage. Very good against the Morphling, as we said.
I mean, he's been destroying it with the Spleen Secret Sauce. That facet and the amount of damage it does is insane. Toby gonna get stunned up. Onslaught forward. They have the pulverize. Catch him mid-leap. It just feels so bad on the Mirana. Whenever this happens, Toby gets taken out. He could have leaped earlier, I think. Maybe
bottom
he didn't
here.
have it.
But do they have the damage for PMA?
They should. Mars dropping low. The Phantom's Embrace returns.
Doesn't even care. He's like, bro, you're on your own. I'll be doing my thing here. But this will give the rune possibly.
Oh, going for Kami.
Oh my, what? How much? 670 damage? What? Max HP is bonus damage, so that's 150 extra damage. Dude, that's crazy.
400, yep.
Oh my god.
Pretty bad for the Morphling. You think, oh, we've gotten the Mars down, things are looking up. Now in the mid lane, Janter is going to be in trouble. Nice boundless strike to stop him. With Phoenix coming in. The Phoenix is already level 6.
Oh yeah, Daze as well. So they've been thriving with all those side lane kills, and the supports on the side of Nightpulse not ready to deal with that. Although they do have this ward, so Redis is aware, but now he is also aware that he's gonna die.
Yep, very nicely done. Also going for him much better than the Techies. Techies uses the reactive taser and you probably don't get the kill. But Phoenix always playing on kind of half HP is a much easier target.
Exactly. Still, what doesn't change is the fact that this Mars is having a free game, even though he's playing into a Morphling. The DK is like, DK was already big game 1 and he got destroyed in the lane. Look how far ahead of the Morphling he already is, and it's not gonna stop.
Done.
Yeah.
Being delivered. Very hard to stop him in any way. Mars is going for a Blink Dagger. Do you agree with this? We always talk about the auras in the current meta. And Techi's caught, but the Arena to protect him. 3 heroes inside of the Monkey is gonna be caught. Even Ridis goes in, doesn't need the egg. There's gonna be explosions everywhere and Nightpulse. They will be feeling the pain from them. Toby and God the Juice fighting each other, and this is not a fight that you can win as a Mirana.
That's tough. You know, for the entire series, it feels like Nightpulse is always going for these mid lane plays. And Toby, how is Toby supposed to be a part of those skills, right?
Well, he's gonna be killed.
Yeah, it definitely will. Nico, already level 9, just explodes the Mirage and steals some of the camps.
He will try to kill the techies in the mid lane, and it is gonna cost them a Marcy. Phoenix tries to remove the silence, not gonna be happening. Tries to dive away. Egg was available, but
Radiant's
nobody
top
there to
tower
protect
is
it.
under attack.
Yeah, probably better that he saves it, but at the same time, this gives Got the Juice pretty much a free tower. There's gonna be a rotation from Warwick, but the damage is done already.
Yeah, it's almost dead. It will survive for now, and if you do bring more heroes from Nightpulse on the top lane and take down the enemy tier 1, maybe you are gonna be able to save that one for a longer period of time.
Yeah, but he will be fighting into Arena. 16 seconds for PMA. He has the Twin Gates as well as a TP available, and his Blink Dagger also very close from being done.
That's a big deal, especially because this mid lane tower is close to going down as well. Primal Beast using his innate ability to make sure that the mid lane tower is taking a ton of damage as well.
Check the win probability with this 3k goal lead.
What the hell?
Yeah.
88%?
I mean, I know that's on the side of Na'Vi, but 88 seems a bit too much.
Yep, I wasn't expecting it that, especially with the Mirana Solar Flare and 2 more right-clicking cores, right? That can scale.
I mean, I guess it's still 2 ranged heroes into Mars Arena, right? And not only because of the Arena blocking the damage, but because Mirana is terrible. Both Mirana and Monkey
I think they
struggle
got the juice. Let's see if they can kill him. Has the healing Lotus, the Solar Flare being used. He needs to remove the silence. Not going to be happening. Returns. Armored Dog, he gets it off. And out with the egg. Arena as well. Gonna be protected. He just stands his ground. There's no more damage available. He doesn't even need to Armored Toggle any longer. God, the juice is too good. Na'Vi Jr., they save their carry's life.
Who's got
They find
here?
more.
Yep, they will. That's gonna be
leap.
Princess for dinner.
Dire's middle tower is under
Well,
attack.
they're gonna have to collect the scattered remains because he's not gonna be leaving you in
Dire's
one
bottom
piece at
tower
all.
is under attack.
And that's the thing, right? You're fighting, like you have a lot of
Radiant's
damage,
top tower
but
is
it's
under
mostly
attack.
physical into Mars, DK, and a Primal Beast that goes Blade Mail that gets to
Radiant's
use
middle
Uproar.
tower is under
Like
attack.
at the end of the day, you still have these tanky cores with no response. You mentioned the Timbersaw in the draft, and maybe that was the better choice. I don't know.
I'm okay with the draft of Nightpulse. In the previous
What about
game,
this
you
Morphling from
they had a
Kami?
weakness, but still you need to play better.
Oh,
This is
they're
not
gonna
a drafting issue.
kill this Morphling.
PMA does
Yes,
lose
they
his life.
will.
Morphling, however, very much dead. The mines are gonna start exploding even through the HP swap. It's not enough.
So patient, so
Radiant's
patient.
bottom tower is under
They
attack.
wait for him to go to the camp. They position perfectly. And this Techies pick has done wonders for them.
Yep. I mean, they play a lot of Grimstroke, so they're gonna know what's good versus the Grimstroke.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, this Grimstroke has not impressed us too much as well, right? It felt like in a lot of these engagements from the Monkey King, the Inkstone didn't do that much of a difference.
Tower is under attack.
But he will have the shard, so I guess that does help. He is very close to it.
Yeah, really good versus the Pulverize. I think that's the biggest deal. Even if you get a BKB on the Primal Beast, you just take his ulti away.
I mean, even taking the Fire Spirits away, so you can kill the egg. There's a lot of meaningful dispels, Dragon Tail as well. Even though this DK will not have Blink Dagger for a while.
Dire's top tower is under
The
attack.
proximity mine stacks, right? People tend to forget about that one.
Oh, yeah.
Techies explodes you in a second with 3 mines, but if in between those two you get a Ink Swell, it's just not going to be doing as much damage. Morphling, run,
Radiant's
please.
bottom tower is under attack.
Oh. Well, to the
Grimstroke
end,
is
cannot run.
isolated. They seem lost. Not gonna lie. This is not the Nightpulse that I'm used to.
Dire's middle
Yeah.
tower is under attack.
Just completely lost. The laning stage has been all right again, but when it comes to like, it's not even that they don't have a plan, but I think the plan that they have just has not
Radiant's
worked.
top
They're
tower.
always
It's a
trying to
bad
play
plan,
this.
yep.
Radiant's top
They
tower
always
has
play
fallen.
away from Toby, and he's playing these heroes that kind of need to... He needs the fights to be in the side lanes, and they have not forced pretty much a single one. And look at Kami. He might be under jeopardy again.
They'll let him go. At the moment, I think the bigger idea is to bring down this mid lane tower so that you can utilize the Blink Dagger of the Mars to its full potential, and a siege creep wave is coming.
It's gonna fall naturally. They're afraid to defend it.
Is it?
Ooh.
One
No,
more?
It will
He's
fall,
got
it
it.
will fall. Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
There we go.
Pretty huge. Navi Jr. have a 7k gold lead, Bowie. They're tripling the
Radiant's
enemies
middle tower
in
is
terms
under
of kills. Just, I don't know what the play is for Nightpools, because they just overdid it again and again, and now they're in a position where they just get blown up.
And that's the crazy part, right? Because this Marcy again, I have not seen the impact. Sure, I guess the Morphling farms will be faster, the laning stage is better, but they lost that lane. The Morphling died twice, so that sustain doesn't matter because he's just such a squishy hero against the overwhelming damage that they have on Navi Jr. In fact, they're wrapping around here. This could be a really good fight.
Well, you don't have a lot of the heroes on Navi Jr. and you're sandwiched in an uncomfortable position. Reactive Taser was used. Soulbind. His Spars probably
Late
take a
mail,
lot
though.
of damage, but inside of the arena, the probably Sleaze is going to be a big deal. Got the juice. Started doing the massive amounts of damage. Problems the BKB standing his ground. Egg very aggressively. Marcy going in. They need the stun. They need to prevent her. No, that wasn't the Marcy. That was the Mirana. And the right clicks are just not good enough. It's a 2 for 3. Finally, an okay fight for Nightfalls. Not really if the Morphling gets evaporated by all of the fire going his way. And God the Juice uses a pause. There might be a problem with the internet once again, but they do not have a problem with crushing Nightfalls.
Dude, same story, right? Giga tanky heroes on the side of Navi Jr. So even though they killed 2 heroes pretty much at the beginning of that fight, they used the entire kit. So once they actually re-engage, you cannot kill this DK, you cannot kill the Mars, and this Blink Dagger has been doing them wonders. We were maybe a bit skeptical of it initially, but as long as you get either the Monkey King or the Mirana in the arena, there's just no way to save them. I guess the Marcy might be that save, but so far, no shard, no way to really enable anyone.
And look at how Toby changed his approach, right? He just started going for the pipe. You know that you need to survive. Maybe Morphling at some point will be doing a lot of damage. At the moment, that's not the case.
Yeah, you're a glorified support at this stage. You're pretty much a glorified support Mirana. Maybe even less than that, because we've seen a lot of support Miranas going Leipnir, going Maelstrom. This game, just gonna be a pie pot.
Give the guy a break, Bowie. Come on.
I mean, he's struggling, man. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, very true. Very true. Things have not been looking good. Toby hasn't been on proteins for quite some time. And he has been in the scene for a very, very long time.
Mind you, I'm a huge Toby fan. All right, I grinded a lot of MMR with his offlane Abaddon. I really like his take on a lot of offlaners. But yeah, at least today has not been his day.
No, I still remember him in pubs. His name is Toby / offlane. That's what it says. And he has the Toby from Naruto with the orange mask as a profile picture. And he's
Can
been
only
playing
like
like
him
that
more after that. Can only admire him more. Okay.
Gonna be Miss Spear, Phoenix Scott. No egg will be coming out. Soulbind onto the 2 heroes. Wukong's command as well. Are you overdoing it with the arrow? Kill the Dragonite probably. The arena,
Good arena.
to protect him. He needs that BKB to survive. Got the juice. Will pop it. No adaptive strike.
Armor
He's
toggle.
gonna be able to take him out. Janter still running forward. Gonna be going on today's Navi Jr. overplaying their hand. If they lose Niku, it is gonna be a disaster. Let's see if the Mars Spear will be good enough. Inkswell until the end doesn't do that much. Onslaught in a couple of seconds, which he will not be able to use. Finally, Nightpools get themselves a clean victory in a fight, bringing down 3.
Yeah, I think that's definitely too much, right? You walk into them when you have no vision, And most of your team was far away. Also doesn't help that the Phoenix is the first point of contact in that fight. So
Dire's bottom
overall,
tower is under attack.
they will get a tower maybe bottom. Do you have no arena? I guess they will.
I thought they were gonna go for Roche. Because the Solar Flare wasn't used in that fight. You could have gone through the
Dire's top tower
Twin Gates.
I think it's
but
close,
decided against
right?
it.
Because they have a tier 1 top. I think that the tower
Yeah,
is
you're
safer.
right.
Dire's bottom tower
That tier 1 is a problem. If there was no tier 1 top, maybe they make a play.
And you have no Tusk. I think even if the Solar Flare, if it's only the Morphling and the Mirana, like Mirana has no damage right now. It still takes a while. Maybe Roche goes through the Twin Gates and then like it's so awkward.
They want to fight again on Navi Junior. They didn't lose this tier 1. But
Miku finds the Morphling, but he
who
might
found
be
who?
dead.
Onslaught
Yeah.
forward. His help is coming, but not on the way just yet. They lose their life, and nice time for Nightpulse to get out. They finally started using their spells properly. Blast off. Janitor has been found, disarmed as well. Marcy doesn't need a weapon. She uses her hands. Kami going forward. This is
Arena.
a dangerous place to be in. He's all alone, Kami. He thinks he can fight. So while with the Wukong's command, Kami is out of the arena. The egg will fall, stunning all of them, and now it's time for the Dragon Knight to just do an immense amount of damage. Even inside of the Wukong's command, nobody is his equal. Jenter, the lone survivor, and it all started with the initiation onto him.
Oh, that's unfortunate, right? You take that fight, you start to get cocky again, and killing again. You use a lot of shit to kill this primal beast, and when they re-engage, you just cannot go through the pipe, cannot go through. Oh, actually, the pipe's not even done on Mars. It's being delivered now. That was Mirana's pipe, and besides all of that, they couldn't kill a single other hero, even though they had the numbers advantage.
It's just so strong, right?
Radiant's
Once
middle
this
tower is under
Phoenix
attack.
gets himself a shard, for some reason, what is he buying? He wants a Talisman of Evasion.
Radiant's
No.
middle tower is under attack.
Buying a Radiance. No, he has a Halberd. Pretty much done.
Interesting.
I would have preferred a shard, not gonna lie. It's just so good.
Radiant's
Especially-
middle
Yeah,
tower is under
boys.
attack.
Huh, okay. The Roche, can Nightpulse do it? It's on their side of the map. Can you...
They need the fight victory.
Yeah, right. Even with, if you just smoke and use Solar Flare, it might not be fast enough here, as they're gonna smoke into the tanky heroes we talked about. No way.
All of the ultis are off. Run away, please. Please run away. The Dragon Knight will be finding Jenter. Isn't
Trail
removed
shard.
on the Dragon Tail. He cannot leave the arena. You get down one support. It's okay.
Nico gets vision. That's another one.
Up till the end in some trouble. Arrow.
Oh.
Phoenix takes the arrow, so maybe they can take him out, especially with the Boundless Strike. The saves are there. They need to remove the silence. It will be coming out, leaving the arena protected by the pipe.
Okay, Morphling cuts the top wave, so no tower that
Good
they
job.
can actually focus, but you can steal the Tormentor, so this looks good enough.
Range creep is coming, so if they wanted, they could have tanked the tower, but this is a good way to increase your lead even further. Yep,
Ooh,
the
this day
reactive
shard is
taser.
huge in this game.
Pretty
They're all
big.
about right-click damage.
Yep, it's awesome.
Radiant's top tower
Okay.
is under attack.
Ulrich going for
Radiant's
BKB after his Leibniz.
fortified.
To the end. Not really sure what the plan is. Maybe a Blink Dagger is not bad.
For the Green Stroke?
No. For... Yeah. Blink Dagger for the Blink Stroke.
Morphling is found all alone, isolated, nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. And even the two of them is doing more than enough damage. Got the juice, does just leave him all alone, has the Hurricane Pike. Is still kind of safe. As Janter jumps in, misses double silence, will connect as well as the arrow. Double dispose, mech keeping them alive. It's just with those Guardian Grease, not a target. They just don't have any more damage, right? I'm looking at these fights and they're connecting their spells. They're playing well. Finally, Nightpulse. It's too late.
Yeah, it looks like it's too late. I still feel like they've been taking fights where they are now outnumbered a lot of the times. Like, you have your Morphling dead. Sure, you're fighting on your side of the map, but We already talked about the mobility that they have here. The Mars with the Blink Dagger, both the Techies and the Phoenix have reach, as well as the Primal Beast. So whenever you feel like you're going to outnumber them, you have to be so quick to kill them. And they're not, because they're extremely underfarmed.
Radiant's middle tower
All of
is
them.
under attack.
It's not so much that they're underfarmed. This DK is massive. Like, look at him.
Got the juice. He was already massive game 1. This time 12-0 and 5. Holy moly.
Is under attack.
Yep.
I mean, imagine if he doesn't get the armor to toggle off in that one engagement top, right? Maybe Nightpulse can snowball this game. Maybe Toby goes for a greedier build, gets more damage. Instead, it's been despair ever since that play happened. A lot of TP bottoms.
They're trying the Primal Beast. There's the heals from the Techies. Gets
They
caught in the
used
side of the
everything.
Soulbind. Even with the pipe, they do take him out in the end. Now, it's time to run, and their disengagement will be nice. As I said, Nightpulse have started playing better Dota. I don't know what they did. They have a little bit of a talk, but it is working. Oh, he went for the God's Rebuke
Dire's
first.
middle tower
Yeah.
is under attack.
Didn't know. Didn't click the TP fast enough there. But this could be Roche, right? They spend Wukongs, they spend everything on Nightpulse. This could be a Navi Roche if they want to force it.
It is on
maybe
the
they
dire
wanna
side.
kill someone.
They have a tier 1 though. Yeah, they should
Smoke
definitely go.
breaks. Oh. Okay.
Till the end, very much dead. That is one of the more important heroes in fights. I think it's time to just walk to the pit.
Yeah, this DK is Giga farmed. If you get the
Dire's
Aegis,
top tower
you can even
is
poke
under
high ground.
attack.
There's only a tier 2 tower bottom, and I'm not even sure if you want to go all, like, have the trouble to go all the way.
Is under attack.
Toby showed himself on the bottom lane. He has 2 leap charges, onslaught forward. They have a rough idea where he is.
One
And
leap?
even with a double leap, they'll find
Or
him.
it gets Vision of
Bottom
Days.
lane. Yep, you
Dire's
could be
bottom tower is
going
under
for a
attack.
pretty unfavorable fight, and Toby gets out of the bottom lane Roche pit.
Yeah, they're gonna go Roche.
Got the juice, went through the portal, and then now he's going back.
Just making sure he's gonna be there for his team, you know, but
If need be, yep.
in case a fight breaks out.
Any chance for a contest? Is this just something that you let
0%.
go?
0%, I think.
Okay.
You want to finish the BKB on the Monkey King. So close. Marcy already has one. So, you know, Genter should be hitting some strong timings here. Level 2 Unleash also available. Run is not that far from a BKB. The Morphling will have one, but they'd go for the Daedalus first. They do need damage for sure.
Yeah, they were lacking quite a lot of it, but this Morphling is so vulnerable, right? And plus, you getting the Daedalus means that your right clicks, you don't really want to use them on the egg, but you kind of want to use them on the egg. It's a
yeah.
weird situation to be in.
I mean, at the end of the day, though, this is still a 460 damage Morphling without the Solar Flare bonuses. So if he gets to right click, he should absolutely explode the supports and even the cores. But you have to set up a good fight so that this Morphling feels safe enough doing it. Because, as we stated, no BKB, only relying on the Inkswell stun, which at the end of the day, you're probably trying to use it aggressively on the Monkey King as well. It's not easy.
Warwick in a position where he could die, especially next to a tower that is going to be targeted. The rest of his team going for a tier 1. Primal Beast has found him. Warwick has to pop the BKB. You have the Pulverize. How do you escape? No shards. Leipnir being used. Gets on top of the trees. Will live. But a 9-second
Cancel the
BKB just
onslaught.
completely useless.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, at least he doesn't die, right? Because he felt like that could happen as well. But regardless, you might poke high ground knowing this BKB is down.
Well,
Radiant's bottom
it
tower
looks like
is
they will.
fallen.
Dragonite, he's level 20 as well. His range is insane. How
Low
much is
Thorn on
that?
him as well.
800 range.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, if this Grimstroke even moves an inch forward, force Staffy to Gleipnir stun, he's dead.
Glyph to save the creeps. They want the full laner axe. Morphling is pushing pretty fast towards the top lane though. That's one thing to think about. But yeah, definitely can't even take a tier 2 while it'll be taking down their axes.
Yeah, that you can go for more. Like, you don't care. You have
You don't
every
have
single
creeps.
spell.
Oh, you have creeps.
Yeah, of course you do. But
They
okay,
won't, though.
they will address the Morphling first.
Oh, Kami!
Oh, whoa, 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 that's a bait!
He didn't see it. He didn't see that. He didn't really go that low. we'll get a tip. Deservingly so. Nice outplay.
Yeah, that was... Usually you just see plays like that with Phantom Lancers, but very cutesy play.
Well, because we don't have Phantom Lancers, people are gonna have to adjust.
Mm-hmm. It's gotta be at the same IQ as Kami, which seems hard. He's a Mensa. Is it Mensa? The name of those
Yep.
high IQ people? Yeah.
Do you have that as a fact, or are you just bantering around?
I don't even know, man. In this game, there's not much to cast. It's been Na'Vi the whole way through.
I got the juice, got arrowed. There's the Sunray. It will pretty much heal him back up to full. The Phoenix now has the shard, so once you pop the egg, you will be able to go for another Sunray. No glyph any longer on Night Pulse. Smoke being used on Navi Jr. to make sure they didn't get caught. They know where the Morphling is. Gets out away from the arena. As the Dragonite continues to push. Only the range axes this time around. But they found the Morphling. He's isolated away from his team. He will turn into the Phoenix. Icarus die away. Very nice use of mobility, but here comes the Primal Beast with the Shiva's Guard as well. In a couple of seconds, another waveform will come, but he gets up. No, it does have a Manta. Dragon Tail will not allow him to use it. Die away there, but that is a Morphling without a buyback. You need to cut the waves right now. The problem is mid lane. There's gonna be a huge wave coming in soon.
Yeah, bottom as well. It's gonna touch the base right now. So there you go.
Is it over? Is Nightpulse a runner-up of CCT 2 out of the tournament? They will smoke. One last hurrah, one last ride.
Yes, you have to, but you're still fighting into so much garbage. Pulverize is up, Dragon Form is up in 15. There's Zag, there's Sunray. I guess Arena is down. I don't think they have the damage.
I mean, they have to. There's no doubt about it. Without the Glyph versus Mega Creeps, you're just gonna be out. Do what you can.
Look at Radius' position. Completely out of it. Daze has Glimmer Cape, has Greaves, has the reactive Taser Shard. Oh, it is them that go in. They don't want to wait for this.
Toby picked up some of those mines. Warwick, BKB being used, and the Dragonite doesn't care. They will take down the egg on the high ground, giving vision. Inkswell, Janter won't really be doing all that much. The Dragonite is too strong. At this point, it's just impossible to fight. Kami does have his BKB. Finally, he will get a chance to use it. While they're playing around the arena walls, he's not doing any damage. The Daedal is completely useless. Going to be going in once Day is dead. Where's the vision? They do have some sentries on the ground. We'll make sure the Glimmer Cape doesn't do that much. Spear does connect, and that is gonna be it. Morphling hiding in the Glimmer Cape. Now he's gonna be found with the only one left standing. Night Bulls are out of the tournament. The second upset of the day, but we starting the day. We thought it's gonna be 2-0 the other way around for Night Bulls. Navi Jr. not gonna be taken down so easily.
Yeah, not at all. And I mean, playing the same strategy pretty much. 2 of the cores being the same. 3 strength melee cores, no Timbersaw being picked up, and I guess that is one thing we didn't mention, right? Toby, not that much of a Timbersaw player. Not really his style. I'm not sure if Warwick doesn't like playing it, but at the end of the day, they already had committed for this Monkey King. You cannot give it to Toby, I'm assuming. In the carry position, it would have been weird with the lanes. So committing for that Monkey King early made it so that the strategies possible for Night Pulse were limited, and they just couldn't really breach through all of that tankiness.
So we have Passion UA beating Hydra 2-0 in a convincing performance. Navi Jr. even more so, beating Night Pulse coming into the series. We were repeating it multiple times. Me first, that I don't see Navi Jr. winning it, and looked so damn easy. But we're gonna have 2 more series today. One win versus DMS, and then Mouse versus Avalus. Do you think there's gonna be some upsets? For me, probably the biggest one would be if 1W would lose their series.
Yeah, I think that one is guaranteed to go 1W, but I mean, what do we know after the series? But Mouse Avalus, I think that's a really close one. I'm not sure I have a favorite. Mouse, they sometimes underperform, they sometimes overperform. And looking at the 2-0 that they had against Navi Jr. and looking at Navi Jr. beating Night Pulse, maybe Mouse are back? Well, we will have to wait and see, because that is the last series of the day.
Yeah, I think Avalus has a... they have a better form at the moment than it is for Miles. But that's going to be it from us for today. Of course, our colleagues are going to be taking over, but it is going to be a long time before the next match starts because this one ended very, very fast. It's going to be an hour and 10 minutes before the next series does come your way. It is going to be Miles versus Savulus, but until then, just refresh yourselves and be prepared for more great Dota here at the CCT Series 3.
What is up, everybody here? Welcome back to CCT Season 3. My name's Cryptic. I'm here with Z Quixotics. It's going to be a fun day, man. We've got the rest of the upper bracket about to be played through. Some really fun teams, which I'm excited to. But this is our first day on Season 3. Excited to be back, man. How you feeling?
Yeah, like you said, I'm ready to be back and check out some pretty top teams. I'm looking forward to this. Looking forward to the current drafting is really interesting to me. There's like so many flex heroes, and the support pool is cursed, man. It's just a bunch of core heroes pretending to be supports. I'm here for it, but it is a cursed support pool.
Yeah, I don't really know where that came from, but yeah, it's definitely the case. I am excited for this series, though, because, of course, we get Mouse, which they are just super dominant team. They've done really well in all of the series previously, so excited to see how they do in this one. As we got Oldnit, Supreme Force, Narman, and Bangan. They've kept the roster strong through it all, which is great. Yeah, I can't wait to see how they're doing.
Yeah, I know this team wants to continue finding success, but I love when a roster stays together. Sometimes you do have to change a player here and there, but honestly, Dota's just really hard nowadays to compete at the top level. I really do think it's good when teams, or at least players, try to stick together for a while, because nowadays the skill level is so close that sometimes just these like fractions of seconds can decide how lanes and fights will go. And the more you play with each other, the more you understand, like, oh, he's going to do this and then I'm going to do that. Like, this is how we get that like perfect combo together. And so I really love when teams stick together and grind it out. And Mouse is looking really promising, right? I know they don't quite have the huge wins at major tournaments yet that they want, but like they're pushing there, and I hope they keep at it together.
Yeah, I agree. And their opponents, I mean, this is a kind of a really strong stack that I think a lot of people were kind of surprised by. They've been under previous names, but a lot of them together. So Smiling Knight, Zibe, Eki, and Seneko. Now, I'm going to have to look up again how to pronounce this guy's name, their mid laner, because for the longest time we were calling him Pro. Come to find out, it's definitely not how it was pronounced. So
it could be. We don't know. could be. I think they told us it was like Riof, something like that in Russian, but not our main language. Yeah, we'll do our best.
But it's interesting though, because this was the team that Stormstormer was playing on very recently. Am I wrong?
Yeah, when they qualified for Wallachia, I think Riof might be standing in for them. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, that would make more sense if that's the case. So, but yeah, this team also has just been on the up and coming. I think when they picked up Smiling Knight, I was really excited because I think he is a top tier carry coming out of Belarus, and he's just maybe hasn't had like a ton of opportunities to play on high tier teams, and I think this is one of those teams that he could mix really well with. So, yeah. I'm excited. This should be a really fun series.
Agreed. I don't know who's doing the drafting for this, but I do know, like, of the players here, Seneko has been playing the longest as far as I know, and
like
we see a lot
years.
Yeah, we see a lot of teams finding success when you have like this veteran player, maybe a couple, who brings in a lot of the long-term experience, the wisdom, the maturity, right? And then you got the young players with the quick reaction times, and they're up to date with the new Dota ideas and the meta, right? And that kind of mixing together, we've seen several teams find success with that. So maybe that's the winning formula nowadays.
Yeah. It's crazy looking at Seneko like still in the scene. I mean, this guy was on the like one of the original Na'Vi members, right, back in 2015. So it's super cool to see that. Now we'll have to see, where how that ends up working with this stack. Like I said, I think that they've been steadily improving, and I love seeing that. So I think it should be a good series overall. I think this will likely be the closest series. I think actually, both of the upper bracket games should be really good because DMS and 1W are all really strong.
Yeah, there's a
or
lot
one
of
win. I guess I don't have to say 1W. One win.
A lot of really good teams that are really close to breaking fully into tier 1 level. Like they've shown they can take games, sometimes series off of it, but it's the consistency of doing that all the time that like really makes you a tier 1 team. And we have a bunch of teams here that are pushing that limit.
I 100% agree. And I will say the bans so far looking pretty straightforward. The odd one is the Primal Beast, though. So that's going to leave a couple potential heroes. Shadow Demon being the first one. So rather than ban the Omni Knight, you just pick the Shadow Demon and give yourself something to get rid of those Omni Knights, ultimate and some of the healing, or some of like the safety that comes with it. So I like this. Good opener.
Yeah, Tinker's actually also in the pool still, and I think...
Whoa, you're right.
Yeah, I think Shadow Demon is a really good response to that, though, because you can remove the defense matrix with your ultimate. Centaur War Runner, very stable offlaner. Little surprised to see it picked first when there's a lot of flex picks like in the meta right now. You can kind of hide where heroes are going, and especially for Shadow Demon, where you have Stampede, which is good to get people out, but also he has Banish, so as soon as you try to Stampede, if he can banish you, you don't go anywhere. So interesting dynamic there, but maybe also a steal pick because Centaur does combo really well with Shadow Demon, so you're grabbing it so they can't.
That's what I'm wondering. Yeah, it's one of those things where it could just be the deny pick. I think either way, Centaur is generally a strong hero that you are like happy to have, even if it's like into the Shadow Demon. I think you're okay with that. It's a little bit of a comfort pick potentially, but there are still plenty of heroes that you can combo it with. Now they did remove 2 4 positions that we've seen combo well with the Centaur, and the Bat Rider was already removed in phase 1. So there's got to be something left for the Centaur that he likes playing around, but it is going to be a little bit awkward because the best ones, right? The Bat Rider, the Hoodwink, and the Sniper, all already removed. Okay. They just go something classic like the Rubik. Not as easy to set up, but just a generally strong lane hero.
Steal your own disruptions. Get your own setup back. I mean, Rubik's also a good combo. You've got the telekinesis. Any secondary stun to go with Hoof Stomp and extra burst damage is typically pretty good in the lane. So it does reveal your off lane. I guess actually Rubik's can still play hard support, and sometimes you see him in the mid lane. But okay, so yeah, this is the danger, which is that, okay, that's the off lane. If I want to run carry Alchemist, I feel perfectly fine running into this. So they're going to grab the Alchemist. This is perhaps where you are encouraged to move that. You could do it one of two ways. Either move the Rubik somewhere else, pick a new support who can pressure that Alchemist a bit more in the laning stage, or you will be okay. Alchemist will farm, but you'll also get what you want out of that lane. So maybe you prioritize your other lanes to win there and close the map out against the Alchemist so that he can't farm as quickly as he wants. To me, that's Avalis's choices right now. We'll see what they go with their next 2 picks, and maybe it'll depend on what Mouse has to reveal here. It's possible to run Alchemist as a support, and we sometimes see carry or mid Alchemist. So there's a little bit of flex here too. If Alchemist gets countered too hard, we could just see him swapped out into a different role, something less important. So coming up here, I think a flex pick to help hide that. Like if you pick a strictly mid lane hero, strictly carry hero, something like that, you're kind of ruining your options as well.
I feel like, yeah, I agree. And I think because you see the Centaur Rubik, it's likely just going to be the carry, even though like they'd be revealing it early. It's just too good of a lane for him, and now I think you want to flesh the draft out with some tempo heroes. So I actually don't mind going back for, like, say, the Tinker. If you have like the Shadow Demon, you can run that in your off lane, put your Tinker as your 5. You have like a Tinker Alk lane, not super scary, but your Alk is going to eventually leave the jungle, and your Tinker could probably soak the lane pretty easily. Okay, they go for the Omni Knight. It's kind of a similar thought. I was thinking of something that like can just heal and keep people alive. I thought the Tinker would be better, but they go for the Omni Knight instead, so I think it works.
I think Omni Knight compared to Tinker, it's a similar idea. But I think Omni Knight will come online sooner, which
Yeah.
he really doesn't need anything. As soon as he has a few levels, like level 6, you get Guardian Angel. Like, you're ready to just follow Alchemist. Like, sir, you want to go there? Yes, sir. Let's go. I'll guide you, like, Purification, Repel, like, whatever. He just follows you around for the rest of the game. But Tinker, he wants to be on his own a bit. He wants to farm stacks. He needs a couple items to build those auras, which technically do combo with the Alchemist, but at the same time, it's like Alchemist wants to farm those cams that you want to use March of the Machines on. So you kind of bash heads a little bit. I think Omni will be less greedy because of that, and should work out well, especially with the Shadow Demon already banned out. I'm trying to think, how do you deal with this? Because clearly these supports are leaning into really make this Alchemist strong. What do you pick to ruin that? Okay, and here's a cool idea. So we get Silencer and Bristleback. Now, Silencer's not a hero we see a lot, but the global is a really cool idea here, especially with the facet reverberating silence. You can silence up these supports as they want to come in and save, and it's going to take a long time for either of them to pick up a Dispel. But Shadow Demon's going to get his shard, and that you can just throw that on people and keep them protected as you know a team fight is about to start. So that is, I'm pretty surprised by this. Is, to me, this is going to be very hit or miss, this Silencer pick.
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of what always ends up happening with this hero, right? Like, it either feasts and you have like 20 stolen ints by 10 minutes and you're just running around, you know, raking in the damage, or you're a global bot in late game, you're holding buyback money because you probably get one-shotted and you're like, well, I guess I buy back global now, you know? It feels bad to play Silencer in the wrong games, but we'll see whether or not this one works. I think Timbersaw is a genius response here because he's not threatened by either of these supports. He's not really threatened by Bristleback or Centaur either. And it's likely to be a carry Bristleback, right? That's the counter that they have come up with for this Alchemist to match the tempo. So I think Mao's anticipated something like this, and now they have themselves a really solid matchup.
Rubik does have a lot of good steals. You can do something similar. You steal the Disruption, you steal the Omni Knight spells, and you play around your Bristleback. So I think a lot of pressure on Rubik. You could steal Timber spells as well, because actually it's also strong versus all of Mouse's heroes. So we might see a lot of work done by the Rubik, and Silencer is actually also quite annoying for Timber, who wants to spam out spells in a fight, but Timber usually doesn't have as much of an issue because he's a core. He picks up his spells really quickly in his build naturally. Mid lane, I'm surprised. I'm a little surprised Avalis is banning Coddle themselves. I feel like you really want like a Spirit Vessel builder or just someone really high tempo. I thought Coddle would have been a good pick for them.
That's
I guess
true,
it could have been good for Mouse too.
Yeah, it's not bad for Mouse because it again is just a really fast hero, and you suddenly show up with a Spirit Vessel right at like 9 to 11 minutes. Puck also works though. This is very good at finding the supports. Obviously, you have to be a little bit careful of the global silence, but this is a hero that just builds Yules, if I'm not mistaken, in this matchup.
There's a lot of pressure on the Silencer to get the global off at the exact right time.
Yeah,
and you have to really make use of these early globals as well before all these dispels come out. TA is cool. It's a hard counter to Puck, and we've seen Pro play quite a lot of TA. She was a little better in the past, but it's a hero that he's very comfortable with. I think the idea is to shut down that mid lane, and TA is a hero who could invade the Alchemist pretty early to slow him down. It's a very physical damage lineup now you have, though.
That's what I was gonna say. I think your entire draft of physical damage here, which, if I'm Alchemist, this could very well just be like the Shiva's AC game that we've seen certain Alchemists do in these types of lineups, right? Like, you are a little bit worried about TA and Bristleback, and you're like, well, what if I was to just build like 50 armor worth of items and have 150 passive regen, right? Like, he's still gonna do damage. He'll still participate in the fights. Omni Knight's going to help with a little bit of the spell damage, but I think if you're the Alch, you're itemizing specifically to deal with physical, right?
I think you can get at least a little bit, but I think you can also get away without building as much armor maybe with that build you were talking about because of the Omni Knight, who can help protect you from right-click damage. And they don't quite have a hero, like maybe a Centaur Blink Stomp. Besides that, how do you get to the Omni Knight to actually kill him before he gets all his saves off? I think Omni Knight could have a lot of impact here, because Guardian Angel doesn't just protect you from right clicks. It's all physical damage, isn't it? Which means Bristleback is just not doing anything with Quill Sprays.
Yeah, it is. It gives you not like literally like 99.99% physical damage reduction, right? Is basically how it works. So yeah, we'll see what they can end up getting done with this, because it's not going to be a super easy game against this Alk draft. But I think Maus have done a really smart job here at setting themselves up with this one.
Yeah, I'm liking it. I'm liking their draft, but I do have my eyes on this TA. If she can shut down the puck, if she can start invading the jungle, I can see that messing up Maus's plans. Because if Alk is not having a good game, that's a lot of your damage. That's a lot of the game plan, is buffing up this Alk. Who do you buff up if he's just dirt poor?
That's a really good point, actually. Well,
30 seconds
I guess we'll
to
see
battle.
what ends up happening, if he gets shut down or not.
Quick invade into the triangle by Avalis. I thought they might block some of these camps preemptively. I expect a lot of stacks coming out of Maus. You got Shadow Demon, who's the best stacking hero one in the game, at least in that realm. And then you have Alchemist, Timbersaw. Even Puck likes to do stacks. Thought they might consider blocking it early.
Yeah.
Smiling Knight looks to be in some trouble here.
Yeah, he is going to be surrounded, and Quill Spray level 1, not quite the best ability in a short fight, so that is going to be first blood into the hands of the Alchemist. This guy's going to be starting the game with like 1,500 gold.
Well, we were just saying we're a little worried about that. If your Alchemist is going to be strong enough, that's a good start.
Just a casual 1,000 GPM, no big deal. Yeah, it's going to be really difficult, I think, for them to control the Alk. Not just because he gets first blood, but I don't think this offlane duo particularly is like really strong against the Alk. I think this is one of those matchups that they're perfectly comfortable playing it, and they kind of knew that going into this, so makes sense to just pick this one up as early as they did. I like it a lot. The mid lane matchup, though, Supreme versus Templar Assassin. You said, again, a pretty favored Templar Assassin lane, right?
Yeah, Puck is just weak to physical damage, right? And that's all TA brings, along with the side blades spilling, make very difficult for Puck to phase shift dodge.
She doesn't get the regen for phase shift dodging those either, because it's not technically a projectile.
I hadn't thought about that, but yeah, that's some extra annoyance there.
Yeah, it's like typically you're playing some ranged hero, and you're like, oh, well, every once in a while I can at least dodge their spell and get some health and mana back, right? For TA, that's not really the case. Top lane, they're going to go and try and play for the level 2 timing here. Eki going to get caught by the concoction. Blood Grenade is out. It's not going to be enough to kill him, but it's a good amount of harassment damage. Bacon walks in, just hits him one more time for good measure.
You do have to be careful on this Rubik. He can get a lot done because he's the only ranged hero here, but because Unstable Concoction has pretty good cast range, when you're low, if you stick around too long, that stun could come out, Omni closes the distance, and then you're gone. Bristleback having a pretty good time down here versus this Timbersaw. I think nowadays the early lane for Timber is a little weaker than it used to be, but he of course picks back up to where he is typically known to be this lane dominator. But these first few levels against a Bristleback who can do a lot of damage without having to get too close to the Whirling Death, we see that coming into action here. He's actually picked up quite a lot of CS over the Timber.
Did they just
Yeah.
like reuse? I haven't even seen Silencer played in like I don't know forever. But did they just reuse the Curse of Avernus effect for Silencer's glaives?
I'm with you. I'm gonna have to see that again. Let me see. I'll keep my eye on it.
I think they did. I think it's the exact same effect. I was very confused. I was like, what is going on here?
Let's look about the same.
It's exactly the same.
I
This
think
is the
you're
Curse
right.
of Avernus effect.
I think you're right. This happens sometimes when Valve is unsure if they like something.
Like the
the
idea
sound
of it.
design. The sound design in this game is amazing, but when they put in a new idea, they often just reuse something, and then once it is good, they're like, okay, yeah, give it a sound, or give it an animation. So maybe that's what's happening here. They weren't sure if they liked this idea of Glaives of Wisdom or not.
Do you? I mean, it was very similar to like when the Leap got reworked with the Shard and had like a projectile, and they just reused Dragon Slave for it.
Yeah.
Or like, wait, what?
Or was it Dragon Slave or was it Gust?
Oh, I don't know. It might have been Gust. Yeah.
It was one of those though. They do that sometimes, but I mean it makes sense because Dota has so many complex parts. Sometimes you're not sure if an idea is any good. If you're gonna stick with it, why create a brand new asset and then it's like, no, that was bad. Remove it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So far in the lanes, Bristleback is farming exceptionally well. 29-6 up against that Timbersaw lane. Now, it's kind of expected. The first few levels of Timbersaw is pretty weak, but I feel as he gets closer to the level 6, I mean, either of them really, it's going to be pretty easy for the Timbersaw to just sit in the lane solo, right?
Yeah, you do need to get to that
bottom
point.
lane.
That's what they're waiting for.
Zibe does have Stomp here in a second. Will use it to get to safety, but takes a lot of damage in the process here.
Has a salve ready. He'll be back in the lane pretty quickly. Banging. Oh, that was close. All those
That was a
this is
good
why stat
attempt.
items are so good at the start, guys. Eki lives with just a little bit of health thanks to all the stats and the blood grenade he's got there. Bristle's doing better than I thought. But Timber's
Yeah.
getting there. Level 4. This lane is one that sort of just ends once he hits level 6. Really can't stay, and actually maybe it's ending a little sooner. Saneko gonna be in some trouble.
I was just about to ask which facet he went, but I saw the Shredder come through, and yeah, that Silencer cannot chase him at all. Even Smiling Knight, pretty much unable to.
Splinter's good for early pressure, which is perhaps what he needs here. You are trying to get your Alchemist. Essentially, the Alchemist needs to be above the Bristleback. I guess that sounds obvious, but because your focus is making sure the Bristleback doesn't have a good start, you take the facet that's better in the early game.
Yeah.
Although Chakram's really good this game too, so I wouldn't have minded him just going for that. But either way, he does pick up a kill with that Splinter Slow and that Silencer, right? So,
Yeah.
hand it off.
To the temple's defense.
I think it's good. It also kind of, like, Bristleback is a
Haste Rune
hero
mid?
that, like... Ooh, Haste Rune in the mid lane, yeah, maybe.
They're trying to run down Supreme.
Either way, what I was saying was... Ooh. Okay, yeah, looks like they get Supreme.
All right, sorry to cut you off. Go ahead. What were you saying?
No, I don't even remember.
Radiant
It's fine.
are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Right. TA doing exactly what we were saying she needs to, though, right? Shut down that puck. We see on the net worth already 1,000 gold up. Just got a kill. And that mid tower. The sooner she can take that mid tower, the better, because that is restricting the map. Oh, that is a dead Bristleback.
Disseminate with, you know, level 3 Timber Chain and Whirling Death is a lot. I do remember what I was going to say now. Bristleback is a hero that needs to, like, chase people down, right? Timber Chain at low level, it doesn't have the most range, but the splinters go in all directions, so you can't actually, like, chase behind the Timbersaw even.
Good point. And he's also leveled it up to increase that cast range and speed. So when he does just want to get away, it's becoming much easier. That was maybe a bit too aggressive from the Bristleback. I think he maybe wants to steal Wisdom Rune and steal Ancients, but even with that death, still doing all right. But that Alchemist is, like we said, he's also been farming quite well in this lane. They can't quite pressure him out.
Yeah, he's starting to pull ahead. It's getting a little bit concerning about the mid lane of the Templar Assassin. So she is farming super well. And the Puck is not really having a good time here. So it'll be interesting to see if they can find a way to help the Puck at all. As it looks like they're bringing a lot of heroes into the mid lane, and they're doing a lot to try and apply pressure there.
This is the awkward part of the support duo for Mouse. They are really about helping the Alchemist, but when it comes to helping Puck make plays to recover, they don't really do that. They might be able to save Puck here, though.
He does get out. I mean, Bangin does not have any points in the repel, right?
He has one, but it's such a long cooldown. He used it earlier. It's
Okay.
still waiting. It's 55 seconds at level 1.
That's actually insane.
Yeah, it's a spell. Since they gave it so many buffs and it has the magic resistance now, they increased the cooldown again. This ability is one of the most changed in Dota. It's constantly going all over the place. But we see in that fight, right, they can save the Puck because they're save heroes. But when it comes to getting kills with the Puck, like, that's what actually gets Puck gold and back into the game. Like, that's where they're going to struggle. Puck is going to have to go connect with the Timbersaw, who brings a lot of damage. Maybe that's where they can find some kills. It's currently just maintaining these lanes. This TH is going to get further ahead.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're actually going to need this Alchemist to step up fairly soon here. Like, he's going to be the one who has to start bottom lane. Smiling Knight thought he could TP out, but Force just kills him instead.
And despite everything I said, they did find a kill on Silencer with just Puck and Shadow Demon. Because Shadow Demon actually is a little stronger than he used to be with his innate ability and Promulgate. It's pretty strong. I still think there's better supports, like, say, a Skywrath. That would combo really well, a Snapfire. In terms of save heroes, Shadow Demon's at least maybe a little more aggressive than the usuals. But I do still think joining this Timbersaw, who is clearly now he's back in it, right? We were saying Bristleback was giving him a hard time to start. He's now level 8 on the Timbersaw. This laning stage is really not going to go well for Bristle. You see him trying. He's trying to jungle, trying to push out the lane for his team, but I don't know if he really can. They are going to gank him. See if they can get this Timber. Not an easy kill.
Well, okay. It looks like they do get him.
Been a lot for it. The Stampede and teleports, but I do think it's a pretty worthwhile kill.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, Tranquils on Centaur. That's interesting.
Maybe because of Acid Spray? Like, I have no idea. It's like Acid Spray technically doesn't break it, so you can go in and, like, farm without losing too much health. I really don't know. But then it's like,
I would think you'd also want the
strange.
armor reversal.
Yeah, it was like the other option is you have phase boots and you just have a ton more armor. I don't know.
Maybe he really wants Boots of Bearing. It is kind of good versus slow. We'll see what he does with it. Ooh, Blink reveal onto the Puck.
Ooh. Blink reveal with the global follow-up too.
Yeah, very nice. And because of the way they changed Silencer, he got a point of intelligence for that. It's up
Wait,
to 3
really?
now. Yeah, so as long as you assist, that's where you'll get a point. So it's harder to snowball as Silencer and get to 100 stolen intelligence, but it's much more consistent to at least steal some intelligence throughout the game.
Huh. Interesting. Oh, really nice find here from Narman. As they're going to turn around here onto the Templar Assassin. A lot of damage coming out as they just blow up the TA. And with the Timber Saw and this Alk in pursuit, they're going to continue to look for more. Seneko doing his best, but Force is going to be able to continue timber chaining around these fights, slowing them up as another stun not even going to be needed from Olnitz. Force grabs himself a double kill as the Timber Saw, clearly the strongest hero on the map at the moment.
And you mentioned this Alchemist maybe needing to join in to help give Puck a game. That's exactly what he did. He has his Radiance, he joins in, and he doesn't have his Blink. It's not the easiest for him to start things. That's what the strength of the Coil and the Disruption are, to set him up to then just walk in and burn people down. A very nice plays from Mouse. 3K lead at 13 minutes. Maybe not as high as you would like with an Alchemist, but considering how the lanes were going, this is a pretty good spot, I'd say. And especially Puck beginning to recover, getting some assists.
I'm kind of surprised they didn't commit more for that Bristleback there, right? He had a pretty massive stack of Ancients. And you did have Coil up, but they just didn't want to risk going for the play there.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Smiling Knight's doing a decent job at playing his game, right? Like, he is just doing the classic Bristleback stuff, clearing Ancients, and then grinding towards the Aghanim Scepter, which he actually is going to have at a really good time. So finishes it up right now. Alchemist in the bottom lane, saved by Bangin. He's going to turn around with the stun. He's really looking for the Templar Assassin. Won't get it. Turns his attention over to Zibe, and there's Force once again on the Timber Saw. The Coil out just to guarantee the kill onto the Rubik. As this is Mouse hitting a really strong mid-game tempo.
Yeah, we see the strength of Omni Knight right there. 3 people ganking in Alchemist. He did manage to pop the ultimate on the Alchemist, fast reactions before he got blink stunned, but just the repel coming in, the purifications, it's gonna be really difficult to kill him until you pick up dispels. And I don't like, who's buying a nullifier, right? It's gonna take a while.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
A prize.
I'm trying to think like what what tempo, what objective Mouse are like really aiming to grab here, right? Because you got the Manta coming out here pretty soon on the Alchemist. Is just about 1,000 gold away, which is really not that long for an Alch to farm. What does the Timber have? Is he going for a Blink Dagger or anything?
He got a Kaya, and I believe he's working on a Lotus. Oh,
Okay.
he has it, actually. It's being delivered right now. And that makes a lot of sense versus the Silencer that we were saying will ruin your game, these silences. But it's also a great armor item versus the TA, versus the Bristleback.
True.
So, fantastic pickup for Force. I wouldn't be surprised to see him go for the Greaves. Let me check the supports if any of them are doing it. Because now you'll have 2 Dispels. Okay, never mind.
I think
Shadow Demon wants his own Dispel so that he can maybe try to remove Silencer stuff. There is the reverberating silence in the game, but it is still going to shorten the total amount of silence. You remove the first silence, you deal with the shorter second silence.
Top lane, Narman's going to get found, but did a little bit of a disruption there to buy him some time. It's a 1-for-1 trade across the map as they look for this top tier 1 tower. Good find from Zibe there.
Smiling Knight has his Aghanims. He's pretty strong right now, as long as Omni Knight doesn't get the perfect Guardian Angel off. So you do have to respect this Bristle. Unless you have Timber there, then it becomes a little easier. You're going to go for a very fast Roche off of that tower. 2 great Roaching heroes here. And it doesn't look like Mouse will make it in time. They're on their way. They might be able to get a fight as they leave. Well, actually, it's taking a little bit longer than I thought.
This is taking way too long.
Going in.
And with Force being here now, Seneko might be forced to ult, and he is, but inside the pit, the Templar Assassin luckily being saved by the bashes from Roshan. Otherwise, Alchemist would have just cleaned her up. They're going to buy back on Bang and get it through this fight as he's going to TP into the outpost. Coil on the backside finds the Centaur as well. So they grab themselves a 2-for-1. And now the Roshan.
All right. I thought they'd be able to do that faster. Honestly, looking at a bristleback in the TA, but just took a little bit too long. And Force, you were saying he just finished that Lotus Orb, has no cares, just runs straight in. He knows how hard it is to kill him. And maybe he eventually dies. It's gonna take a while though. So he just goes in, gets all the information he needs, and now they actually end up with the Aegis on the Alchemist.
Dire's bottom tower.
This
The
is
TA would have died 100%. Alk got bashed back to back by Roshan, and she would have not only lost her barrier, but then he would have been able to stack up about 6 more stacks of corrosive weaponry, and at that point, she cannot get away from the 0.
surely it's unfair to steal Roshan and kill the mid laner Ricky. So
Yeah.
Roshan just trying to keep things even.
To balance out the game a little bit.
Yeah, but this is getting really scary for Avalis. We're at 18 minutes 40 seconds. What we might see is Mao's take this tier 2. Timing should work out to, if you hold the area for a little bit, you could steal the Tormentor, Wisdom Rune potentially, go back, get yours, and this 7k lead could very quickly grow to 10 to 15 as the Alchemist continues farming for the next few minutes.
Actually, like slightly ahead of schedule on wanting to pressure the tier 2 because they need they want, like you said, want to play for around that Wisdom Rune pop up and the Tormentor pop up, but
Suffering from success.
yeah,
Just doing a little bit too well. Pushing objectives just a little too fast.
Narman in the mid lane gonna get silenced up here. In comes Eki, the blink reveal from the TA as well, but Stampede to try and get to safety. They've caught TA, the coil into the concoction, and now he cannot escape. That's a very solid trade. You are perfectly happy with that one.
Timber Chain from Rubik is such a long cast range, so they use that to get to the was it Shadow Demon they were going for?
He got like silenced by TA Trap into the Timber Chain telekinesis back.
Yeah, but then because she has to blink forward for that, she has no way out after that. All right, that restored the timing. Now they're good. They're gonna dive this Timber.
They actually saw the Bristleback TP in for this. He pops the Bloodstone. He's gonna heal a lot through this Force, able to pop the Lotus and disengage. So he's gonna be okay, but that's global silence. I mean, that's a big cooldown, and you don't manage to finish off the Timber Saw.
It will protect their Tormentor though, and they go
Yeah.
straight forward to make sure it can't get stolen. They get it for Eki. It's a pretty solid shard on the Rubik. So an important play, even if they don't actually get a kill out of it.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised they weren't pushing harder in the top lane, but it is one of those things where, like, maybe forcing it. If you lose the fight, you actually give away your entire lead for the Alk.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Maybe.
attack.
Yeah, I thought they would as well, especially because both support shards are really good. So you
Yeah.
can take both Tormentors. You have a very high chance of getting 2 support shards, or at least 1, and then the other one can buy. You're like, sorry, buddy, unlucky, unlucky. And your core hero's like, haha, free shard.
Oh, Force, Lotus, but he's getting baited by the entire enemy team. In comes the Shadow Demon. Disruption and the Demonic Purge on Smiling Knight, who's doing his best to heal through this with the Bloodstone, but it's just not enough. The Repel comes out from Bangin. That's going to keep Force alive. And lucky for him, the Aghanim Scepter delivered at the tail end of that as well. So now, not only does this Timbersaw have the Omni behind him, but he now has the active of the reactive armor. They should really just change the name of it to active armor when you pick up the Ags.
That'd be good. Just no, leave it reactive armor, but just do a strike
hyphen.
through the re.
Yeah, so very strong.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And he's going to go for a Shiva's Guard, which, again, another big armor item that he needs to build this game. Pretty much all of the damage these guys are going to be taking is physical damage. Like, if we saw that fight from the Bristleback's perspective, he comes in, pops the Bloodstone, activates the Bristleback, right, the Aghanim Scepter. It's a lot of physical damage, but it's not enough to go through these big tanky heroes.
Aegis about to expire. They got a lot done with that. And I don't even know if they would have made an Aegis play themselves. Right? This is not the greatest team for taking Aegis, but they can fight it. And so the fact that they stole Aegis and then got this much out of the map, you're quite happy. You might wait now for a second Aegis. You'll finish up another set of items. And I don't think Avalice in that time will be able to pick anything up to change this game. I'm looking around. What can you really get? Maybe you can get this Timber kill. Ooh, that's the gem too, actually. That's really good.
I'm surprised there was already a gem. Like it's one of those things that, like, I understand wanting to have one when you're feeling this strong and you have the alkaline up, but if you're gonna go for an early gem, I don't think you can be out super alone in this game because of the silencer, right?
Yeah, I think it's partly to clear out TA traps. They want to restrict the vision and the map of Avalice. And they were sort of playing together. Omni was there, but maybe just not appreciating the silence and the fact that Omni does not have a dispel. So he's just sitting in the back, like, waiting to try to save Timber, but they have enough damage that in those about 5 seconds of silence, Timber gets killed before he can help at all.
Yeah.
I wonder what can Omni get? Maybe a Yule's? Yeah, he's got a Yule's queued up.
Yeah.
You need to remove the signs from yourself as well. And the Shadow Demon got the Greaves. This is really your only option left. Okay, well, off of that, while you wait for Timber, or maybe when he respawns, I think meeting him at the Tormentor could be good. They've been so successful, they haven't gone back for their own Tormentor, and there's actually 2 Wisdom Runes waiting here for them. So you really should head over to that part of their map for just a moment. It won't take too long, and whoever gets the shard, it'll be really good. Either the essentially double purification, but the second one's 75% effectiveness. Still a fantastic heal in this game. And there's a good chunk of melee heroes on the enemy team, so it should be pretty easy to get multiple hits of that purification off on the enemy. Or the demonic cleanse, also fantastic this game. Yeah, I think that's the one you're really hoping to get. 6 seconds that you think a fight's going to break out. Either cleanse yourself, cleanse the Omni, cleanse the core going in, and when that silence comes out, you just don't care.
Yeah, it's exactly. I mean, the other thing too is if your carry is like running up onto the high ground, you can also self cleanse on the Shadow Demon, right? And just this way, if the global comes out, you still have the ability to just instantly save a hero if needed, right? Like there's a couple ways that you can do it, but it's kind of a lucky timing thing. So it's definitely a risk reward playoff, but I think in general the Shadow Demon's Demonic Purge is going to do wonders this game if they can get it.
They're trying. It's taking a while, but
and there it
is. Got the Tormentor, and for his efforts, Narman's going to be rewarded with a shard as well.
All right, huge pickup. So we're looking at the puck right now. Supreme's got himself a Parasma queued up, which Parasma is probably the single best magic damage item in the game against like these big tanky heroes. So things like Bristleback and Centaur, like he doesn't necessarily solo kill them like quickly, but he can wear them down easily over time because it makes it impossible to get away from the puck at that point.
Dire are scanning.
It's a pretty good item, and Timber's doing so much damage that you'll amplify that as well, or some of it.
Dire scans, Force just goes right up onto the high ground. Stampede comes forward, they go for the Omni, the save comes out. The Demonic Cleanse was actually there. Really clean stuff out from the Shadow Demon, but on the backside, it's going to be Olnit just beaten through the silencer. He's now turning his attention on over to the Templar Assassin. She's okay for the moment. So they're going to buy back on the silencer. Narman gets his gem, but a telekinesis sent up onto the high ground. Can they actually punish the TA for this one? And it looks like they can. Olnit face to face with the Bristleback. Smiling Knight pops the Bloodstone, trying to heal through, but it's not enough. The damage from the Timber is just too overwhelming.
The gems recovered.
Yeah. Is it stuck on the high ground, or did they get it?
Timber went through. He picked it up now.
Okay.
All right. We're back. Mouse is back. They've got it again. From here, you can maybe poke high ground a little bit. It's a little risky if they're willing to buy back. So maybe you
There's
just
no
want to wait for the
global.
Roche.
Yeah, I guess you kind
Yeah.
of would like both of your support, one of your two supports to be
Yeah,
alive
the issue
behind
is
the
like
elk,
they're
right?
the saving supports, right? So both of them missing makes it a little scary to go. Yeah, it looks like they're gonna respect it. I mean, you're already happy with that. You got the gem, you got some big kills, and you should be able to set up for Roshan first. It looks like Avalis is trying to get to the Twin Gate to maybe head over, but Mouse is already in that top part of the map. I don't think you can safely go to the Twin Gate. I think you have to smoke and run up there. If Mouse gets this second Aegis, I'm pretty sure they'll close out this game.
Yeah,
I think
I
you
agree.
have to fight it. You have to fight.
I feel like they're gonna hit, like they've already been hitting like a really good tempo, and as soon as they have another Aegis, I don't know how you kill the Alchemist twice, or even the Timbersaw twice. It might even just be on the Timbersaw.
That's true. You could just drop it on him, push him, like throw him in the back line of the enemy, and just cause chaos while the Alch takes the buildings.
Yeah.
TA actually forgot about this. TA's innate will let her know when that timer is, so maybe they know they don't need to go quite yet, though they should see.
God,
They've got
that's right.
20 seconds. Maybe trying to steal this Wisdom Rune tower. Maybe they'll TP over and go, or maybe they're just not going to do it. They're just going to wait high ground. It doesn't seem like they're moving at all, so perhaps it is just the high ground play for them.
Yeah, so it seems like rather than contest, they're just trying to get efficiency on the map, so they're farming pretty much everywhere that they can. And they will see the Roshan spawn now, so they should get started on this in a moment. Olnet just finishing up some camps here in the jungle. Horse walking through to secure them for his Alchemist. BKB down on the
Roche,
Bristleback.
but Puck and Shadow Demon are not the Roshing heroes.
He's building up
All
the
right.
stacks, dude. He's
He's
building up
here
the
now.
stacks.
There's the Roche roar. If you weren't sure before, now you know. But they show no signs of heading over, so it looks like it's going to be high ground defense for Avalis. But I really just don't see it working out, because Global is a great spell once. This guy is nowhere near a refresher, if that's what he even wanted to build. And you can maybe kill, looks like it's the Alchemist. Maybe you kill the Alchemist one time, but what do you have for round two? You're going to have to reapply all your bristle stacks. You have no global to work with. Unless he dives like in front of your fountain, I'm not sure this high ground play is going to work out. Whereas if you global the Roche fight, he has no second life, so maybe you can win enough to...
Oh,
in
mid
this
lane.
Eki.
Eki actually heals up a lot there from the Lotus, but the damage.
Now you don't
This
even have
Timbersaw
global.
is way too strong. The coil's found him. Smiling Knight get caught for the Demonic Purge as well. Supreme deep in the enemy base here. With the Yules, should be able to get to safety. The trap not quite timed well enough.
A minute without global.
Yeah, he has no buyback. I mean, you're just having to hold your high ground here without supports, and there's the Shadow Demon and the Omni Knight behind them just to keep them plenty healthy. Local Rage is out. Smiling Knight, you need to be careful, man. The damage, he's going to be forced to BKB. That's a huge win from Mouse here. There's the jump in from Olnet. Concoction connects with the tail end of the BKB. Will get him back to the fountain. Zibe forced out as well. Still has the Stampede to work with, but again, they're just trying to make space here while they finish up the racks, and it looks like they will get it. Timbersaw able to back away as well here. Oh, nice stun, but hold up, you're not healing off those creeps. Oh no! Smiling Knight went in thinking he was gonna like full heal with the Bristleback, but the creeps are under the banner. They took 0 damage.
With that, that's one racks down. That's your supports being killed in front of their fountain again. Okay, you will have global. I don't know if it's gonna make a difference, but they've been holding on to it this whole time.
I mean, I don't know
Find
who you
anything.
can try and get. You got to get these heroes low and then maybe pop the global, but how do you target the Alchemist? He's got himself an Aegis for another 3 minutes. You have the Aghanim Scepter active on Force. Like, neither of these guys are susceptible, and now they've actually found a Bristleback stunned up once again. There's your global silence, but it's just to try and save Smiling Knight, and it's not going to be enough. They're so dang strong.
Too.
Jump in concoction onto 2. As
Radiant's
everyone on
middle
Mao's still plenty healthy as they're going to turn their attention back towards this mid lane of Rax.
You still have 2 minutes of Aegis time.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
You know, Narman keeps using Disseminate on his Alchemist and Timbersaw as well. So not only are these tanky heroes, trying to jump
smoke
the back line,
wraparound? Okay.
great disruption save.
Yeah, it's a nice attempt, but the damage on the backside from the Timber is just too much. Supreme sets up a great 3-hero silence. Zibe chase down. They're going to be able to grab the TA, and now Smiling Knight all alone on the front line. Forced to BKB, looks for Bangin, but it Yules just to dodge the Aghanim Scepter there, and the GG is out. This is just a really slick performance from Mao's in game 1.
Dire victory.
Very nicely done. I think Atlas had some stuff going for them to start. I think losing that first Roche, really hurt them. I think that really snowballed the game out of their control. Again, because global is a one-time thing. You need to win the fight in the global.
Yep.
And when you have to do it twice because they have a second life, there's no second global. And so all these saves are coming out at that point. That was the whole idea of the silencer, and it just got thrown to the side once Mao's managed to steal that Roche, which I really thought they could do, but yeah, I guess Roche has been buffed over time, so it just took a bit longer, even for these classic Roshing heroes like Bristleback and TA.
I mean, this was just like the best Timbersaw pick you could have asked for, right? You see Bristleback
Really good.
Centaur, like they're trying to deal with the tempo of the Alchemist, and then you just get Timbersaw, who is going to match the same tempo that a Bristleback and Centaur would, but he is an absolute devastating counter to both of these heroes. And the first few waves, like Knight, like up until like levels 4 and 5, he was farming really well. He was top in the CS, but then Timbersaw gets his 3rd point in Timber Chain. You have super low cooldown on the ability with great range, decent damage. He has the Shredder to create the splinters in the lane as well. And then as soon as level 6 comes out, there's nothing you can do. The lane is over.
Yeah, I see the idea behind the silencer, but we also see why people don't really take the silencer, because as soon as you aren't winning, you're just so sad. Like, as soon as they pick up a couple dispels and they can deal with your ultimate, it's just not enough. And I think reverberating silence is a really cool facet to try to address that, but I still think he needs a couple buffs somewhere, either that facet or his laning stage or something, because this hero is so hit or miss, and we saw it working for the first few minutes and the sudden drop off. As soon as they have their first dispels, as soon as they have the Aegis, you're like, what's this hero? He doesn't do anything. Now, they still respect it. They still try to kill him off, and they punish it in that time. And when Global comes out, they have to be a little bit careful. But it just doesn't feel nearly as impactful as some of the other supports, like the Shadow Demon, for example, right? So many great disruption saves. The ultimate, every time Bristle wants to run in, do stuff, is like, how about no? Oh, you want to silence my guy? How about no, right? He's getting kills in the lane because of his innate and the stacking and promulgate. Like, there's so much consistent impact, whether you're ahead or behind. And that's sort of just what people are doing right now. A lot of this, like flex picking, strong lanes, group up fighting, and you cover yourself ahead or behind, like you have plays. Silencer's just not there. And I think when everyone's building, like, this is the other issue. It's an aura meta. Tons of people are building Greaves anyways. They don't even care. It's not like, oh, I gotta build Greaves. Like, oh yeah, I build Greaves and I counter Silencer. Sick, right? It's such a natural counter to him, even though he likes team fights in the same sense. Like, he likes those fights to happen because that's when Global's the best. But you want a team fighting meta when it's not an aura meta, which is very strange. That doesn't usually happen. But that's kind of Silencer's preferred state, and that's not the state of the game right now.
Yeah, I think there's going to be some quick changes, or some big changes to this hero just in general. Like, Silencer has kind of fallen off the face of the earth. Like, to be honest, like, I can't remember the last time I've seen a silencer pick that was I was like, wow, that was a really good silencer pick. You know, it's you pick it into a game, you're like, this has to be the silencer game. Like, what other silencer game is it, right? And then it doesn't do anything. Like, people pick Enigma and silencer is like not even banned, right? And people are like, yeah, whatever. You know, it's like, if what's he gonna do? Cancel my black hole? Like, would be a shame if I just never used it. You know, it's like, it's like, what does this hero do nowadays? So it feels a little bit rough. As someone who likes silencer, just conceptually, it's kind of a feels bad for the hero, but yeah, really good stuff there in game one from Mouse, and I think they definitely hit every timing that they were aiming for. So yeah, just excellent play from them.
Yeah, I think a nice draft all around. We did see some of the weakness, which is when that mid lane was going kind of rough, and the supports, they weren't the best to group up, but fortunately that Timbersaw had such a good game, he was able to make up that difference. Maybe going into game two, if Avalis can abuse that a little bit more, I mean, you might end up with a different draft, so maybe it's not relevant. But if they could have abused it a little bit more, maybe that's their way into it. I'm just so surprised. Like, sure, you give up the Shadow Demon. I really thought you would maybe still take Tinker, or maybe as you see all those heroes being available going into that first pick, you have to ban something. Like, you ban Shadow Demon, so if they take Tinker, you take Omni-Knight. If they take Omni-Knight, you take Tinker. But when they get Shadow Demon, you're like, ah, man, I don't want Omni-Knight nor Tinker, right? That feels like the losing position. And I don't know, they took Centaur, but that does not feel like the winning trade. You know, Centaur's a very generic offlaner, and he's good, but I think there's some huge power picks in the first pick. Is why so many teams want first pick. There's some really strong heroes that Centaur doesn't strike me as, so that just didn't feel like a great trade. Yeah, I think a lot of that just eventually determined the game.
I 100% agree. All right, everyone, we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with game number 2 here in this upper bracket, so stay tuned. We'll see you in a little bit. What's up, everybody? Welcome back. We are jumping straight into the draft for game number 2 here in this upper bracket, Avalis versus Mouse. A very slick game 1. Like we said earlier from Mouse, they have an exceptional draft. So we'll see what they can do here in game number 2. If they're going to get something similar, I'd have to imagine if I'm Avalis, I am not giving them this Alchemist opener again.
Yeah, it should be a little different because Avalis this time is first pick, so hopefully that means they're getting something stronger out of that opening. I think Mouse took Shadow Demon last time, which I'd say is a pretty good opener. Just such a strong support and sets up with so many things. Maybe Avalis will have a better first pick planned here, which looking at these bans, pretty understandable what's getting taken out, but it does mean like Tinker, Omni Knight, 2 really strong supports that have been popular. We've seen like a lot of Maranas, Naga Sirens. What else? Some Bat Rider. Atlas has gone with like a lot of those, I'd say. So maybe any of those would be strong. Nothing like I think Sentinel's a perfectly fine offlaner, but I think you can replace him with other offlaners as well. I don't think he's strictly worth first picking or second picking as a response to the Shadow Demon. Yeah, they go for the Naga. Which, if you haven't seen lately, it's not like, oh, here's my carry Naga, she's super broken. She's decent if you don't count her, but if you do count her, she's just going to be a support. Position 4 or 5, really strong with Deluge and Ensnare, Song resets once you buy the Shard. So just a very safe opening pick. And Mouse is going to go back for that Alchemist. They feel really good about it. They're not going to have the same saving heroes. Omni and Shadow Demon already removed. I think you got to be worried about Tinker. Maybe ban out Tinker if you're Avalis.
I was surprised they didn't just pick the Tinker. I thought they would pick Tinker over the Alch there. It's like you see Naga Siren, I'm like, yeah, you could just pick Tinker. This is a perfectly good hero into the matchup. Like, yes, of course, Song of the Siren can be a little bit annoying, but like you're gonna have March of the Machines going. So I think it would have been a fine pick. Instead, they just go for the Alchemist. Like, they have perfect faith in this hero. They're like, yeah, worked out great last game. Maybe they give it to Narman this time, something that we've seen this team do. He plays a lot of these, like, melee run around 4 positions. So, could be a support.
Yeah, I think that's it, right? The fact that you could flex it, but also if you do want to run the core Alchemist, you want to enable the core Alchemist. There's a lot of supports that can do that, especially when you consider that most games Omni and Tinker are banned anyways. So if you're feeling good about it, you will be able to replace those supports with something else to give the Alchemist a good game. But if you try to pick Tinker and then they ban Alchemist, there's not exactly a hero like Alchemist. I mean, there's carries you can stand behind and strengthen, but Alchemist is Alchemist. He is unique in what he does. So that might be why they grabbed him, but it does mean Avalis has this heads up. Like, you gotta have some counters. Spirit Vessel builders, anti-heal, stronger laners, something in that category. That Alchemist had too free of a game last time.
Yeah, I think they're gonna definitely try to address it better, and I think that is the kind of the Mouse thing that has me wondering, like, if they're baiting with this and it's just gonna be the support. Because we've seen them do stuff like this in the past. But they do go ahead and ban out the Sniper. They pick up the Wind Ranger. Okay. Very solid hero, very flexible. Could be the 1 position. You know, we don't know yet.
Yeah. And I mean, you're baiting the Naga, right? So
yeah,
maybe that's also Mouse's idea. It's like, okay, we can do that too. Carry your supports. We've got our Alchemist. They're going to go back for the Centaur and then follow up straight with the Bat Rider. I think this is a better Centaur pick this time because one, you see the Wind Ranger that Centaur is very good versus. If she takes Focus Fire, just Retaliate alone is strong. Blade Mail is a very common item. We see Whirlwind a little bit more, and if this does end up being a core Wind Ranger, maybe you're incentivized to take Whirlwind when there's a Centaur in the game, but you'll still reflect some damage. And then the pairings, Centaur plus Naga is really good. Centaur plus Bat Rider is really good in case you want to run a core Bat Rider versus one of these heroes. Maybe you'll still end up, maybe this is just cores here. Is carry Naga, offlane Centaur, mid Bat Rider. Who knows? Maybe we're going to see 2 more support picks.
That would be kind of wild, right? Like seeing that if that's the case. But yeah, it's we'll see. There's a lot that we're going to decide over the next like 2 or 3 picks. So I think for Mouse right now, I would be fine with them just picking a generally decent 5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Abaddon. I feel like that's the 5 position here. Another save hero similar to like the Omni Knight of last game, but still gets you out of the Centaur Stomp, gets you out of the Lasso. I like this. The hero we don't really see all that often, but I don't think we see it played in a core anymore, right? It's almost always the support.
Yeah, there's maybe a couple teams willing to run the like carry Abaddon still, but otherwise support, and it's actually not that popular of a support either, but it fulfills a very similar idea to the Omni Knight and Shadow Demon of last game, which is to just give the Alchemist safety to go in, and Aphotic Shield is one of the best responses to the Batrider Lasso, right? You can just remove it for free. You can remove Ensnare. The Dispel, strong Dispel, is going to be very good this game.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see where Mouse puts these heroes. I think that's the thing that's gonna kind of give me more confidence in the draft, because I think right now it's very similar to last game for like what their game plan is. Now I don't think they're gonna go for a Timbersaw here, because you see Batrider and Augustar, and that's not a great 2 heroes for you to play into, but we could see something similar from the offlane, or a Gyrocopter, which totally makes sense to me. So now I'm very confused.
Got some flex here. The state of Dota 2024 is that this could be, all 4 of these heroes could be your carry.
Yeah,
really.
that's
like
unironically true, right? But I don't know.
In the lane, like, okay, so you know Centaur's the offlaner. Flat Cannon should be fine there. If you want to just generally harass, yes, some gets retaliated back to you, but you will farm. I still think you could put the Alchemist there, but Alch Abaddon doesn't sound that strong, but I guess you just get by and farm. And that could be enough. But that means this is maybe position 4 Gyro, which I don't know if you're picking this late when you don't know the carry. I feel like they're grabbing it because they're thinking if this does end up being Naga carry, you'll have Flat Cannon. But at that point, I would think you would just Alch core and out tempo them before the Naga comes online. So I'm a little confused by it, but maybe their last picks will
make more sense.
Make it a little bit more clear. We see the Puck come out again. You could run Wind Ranger versus the Puck. I feel like that lane, it's not nearly as bad as
that's fine, yeah.
Puck versus TA. I think both will get what they want.
I'm really curious on maybe now's they're wanting to run Force Abaddon. Like maybe this is a 5 or an offlane Abaddon with like a 4 position Wind Ranger, and it's a Gyro Alch lane. And they need a mid laner for the Puck. Because I think for Avlis, you're looking for the carry. I think you are actually looking for the carry. And now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure I've seen Force be the one who play Abaddon for this team in the past. So
I'd be up for that.
I think it is off lane Abaddon with like a Wind Ranger 4. And then the Alch Gyrocopter. Whether or not which one's 1 versus 5, I'd imagine it's the core Alch with the 5 gyro, but it's like not guaranteed by any means.
Maybe you decide after you see this last pick.
Yeah.
Looks like Avalis is onto a similar line of thinking as you. They're banning out the mids. They're gonna grab themselves the Terrorblade.
Okay.
Naga, Terrorblade, safe lane.
What a classic.
I love Dota 2024, man. It is. You never would have imagined these drafts just going back a year ago, let alone you go all the way back to 10 years. Seneko, do you think he envisioned this, right? All the way back when he was playing Dota?
DK into the mid Puck. Oh, yeah. That's a feels good. So, Force is going to be playing offlane Alchemist.
Ah, okay.
That is not quite the one I expected, but I guess it does kind of work. And it will be the core Wind Ranger going Whirlwind. So We've seen Whirlwind kind of be, in my opinion, just the better facet by far. It just comes down to in certain matchups, like if you're against like an IO lineup, the focus fire sometimes can be better. But Whirlwind just outscales. It gives you great farming speed, which the hero kind of lacks. So should be good. And then Narman's going to be playing the Gyrocopter on the 4 position with the Alchemist lane.
Moving Wind Ranger up in priority is maybe a good idea when you see this Terrorblade, because he really doesn't want to build MKB. But now you're just about required to eventually deal with the Wind Ranger. The lane, Wind Ranger will do fine versus Centaur. It's maybe a little annoying, but you're a universal hero, so you have good damage to contest that Centaur. Maybe you need to respect the Bat Rider, because that's a lot of damage. You could die if you don't position well, so maybe that's the risk. But once you get a few levels, few items, you get pretty tanky. You wouldn't have thought about it as Wind Rangers in the past, but she is pretty hard to kill early on.
Absolutely. And here we
Especially
go.
with Abaddon.
Time to jump into game number 2 here, and a very different draft from both teams. I will say Mao's going first pick Alchemist, or I guess technically second pick, but first facing the Alchemist is not what I expected, but clearly have a plan for it, as they're going to run it in the 3 position, not something we see all that often, you know?
Took a Mixologist as well.
Yeah, I saw that, and I mean, I guess as the off lane, maybe it makes sense because you're not going for like as like farm designated items, right? Like you're not trying to hit like an early Radiance timing. Like maybe he does like the Blink build or something, or maybe he does just go Radiance. We'll see.
You can buff up your cores. Like there's the Dispel on the Shard Berserk Potion, which is pretty useful to throw out at low cooldowns. Same with like spamming your ultimate. This Alchemist, maybe we see him build more auras rather than greedy carry alch type builds, and you just buff this Dragonite and Wind Ranger. That's essentially the style they played last game.
All right, big fight breaking out here at the Rune. Seneko taking a lot of damage. I mean, the Flat Cannon did a lot of work here just from Narman, but forced the turnaround. And the first blood goes to Smiling Knight. Oh boy, if your Wind Ranger was even remotely close, the power shot would have netted them some serious kills. But for now, they will just find themselves a trade. Supreme, the one getting the kill, which is quite nice, but very good fight already from the side of Avalis.
Yeah, Seneko will need to be a little careful. Did take a lot of damage in that. Like you said, power shot wasn't there to finish the kills, but it does mean you go to lane without a lot of health, and sometimes that can be quite impactful as well, because you just can't do anything you'd like. Looks like Force is going to go creep drag, and here's where Seneko might push even harder. I say that, he's actually going anyway. He does not care. Narman's got to go over to help, I think.
That was a ton of damage.
Yeah,
And
support is
he
strong.
He went Flat Cannon level 1 to fight at the Rune there, and I think right now he's really wishing he had the Rocket Barrage. Like, this is kind of slowing down his ability to trade in the lane against an August Siren. But
I really want to see what Force is going to build. We have some very new picks here. This, not new, I guess, but not something we see often, and certainly not all together. This Alk off lane, 5 Abaddon.
they're going to drop the Concoction on Smiling Knight here in the bottom lane just to do a little bit of extra chip damage. He's got 6 tangos, or I'm sorry, wand charges and tangos to work with, so Terrorblade, very efficient with all that regen.
This is the nice thing about Terrorblade versus Alchemist. Alchemist's physical damage, he's like all physical damage in the laning stage, and Terrorblade's got some of the highest armor in the game. So it's mostly this rocket barrage, like even flak cannon gets reduced. Maybe that's some of the idea behind that Terrorblade
Dire's
pickup.
middle tower is under attack.
Pretty even top lane so far. Zone him off from the Lotus, looks like. And the Lotus is pretty useful here, especially in a close fight with this double edge. And Batrider loves to dive people, so grabbing the Lotus, fantastic burst heal for those types of dives. Did we ever see him do anything with those triangle boots? I don't think so. Right? From last game?
Oh, that's a really good point. I don't think so. Yeah. He just bought them.
See if he does something similar this game. I think FaZe is pretty good versus these heroes.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Oh, they're going to fort the bottom wave. Really nice. They're going to run him down here. Nice stick pump. And Soneko connects on the Deluge. And now, Smiling Knight catches a stun. Going to continue to try and chase here. Rocket Barrage is absolutely necessary to try and find these kills. A Refraction is out. They hit him with multiple and the flak as well. That's just such a
Radiant's
good
bottom
dive.
tower is under attack.
All set up off the fortification. And once again, this offlane of Narman and Force off to a great start.
Yeah, great use of Rocket Barrage. Looks like Narman's going to tank the tower for a little bit. Wants a reset before anyone else gets back here. Just in time. And Force is going to go ahead and creep drag. So even if he's left alone, he should be all right here. Gets reeled in for a little bit. But yeah, he should be okay. Oh, actually, there's a hard camp here, so.
That's a really good play
contest
from
by
Soneko.
Soneko.
Yeah.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Top lane looks like maybe they're doing the same thing, trying to fort and dive the tower here. Not as great against an Abaddon, though, I'll be honest.
Gotta be careful, though. All right, all right. He's got a salve. He's gonna heal back
Tango
up.
Clarity all popped immediately.
Bottom
Swing
lane,
of
Smiling
South.
Knight already took a big chunk of damage again. Now that you have these points in Rocket Barrage, it helps a lot. This is an immense amount of magic damage, which maybe you need to get a point in Mirror Image on Naga. We see people are still exploring the build on Naga. It's a relatively new support. See some players like to get an early point in Mirror Image to fight, then grab in Deluge. Some people like Ensnare and Deluge. But I actually do think the Mirror Image to eat the Rocket Barrage, split that damage up, would have been really
Radiant
good.
are scanning.
Hopefully gets it maybe level 4.
Invisibility.
Loaded to the gills.
Dragon Knight winning the mid lane. I actually thought he'd do a little bit better versus the Puck, but still in a good spot. Let's see how quickly he can take maybe the mid tower, bottom
And-
lane.
Yeah, Invis Rune here for Narman, but they've actually brought extra heroes, and as a result, they get the kill. He was trying to go for the deny maybe, but didn't quite time up correctly, so kill goes to Smiling Knight.
This is where reeling is so useful. I mean, any forced movement, but you think you're at the edge of your own tower, you think you're safe, you get ensnared and then pulled in for 3 seconds. Oops, not so safe.
Mm-hmm.
Nice rotation from Eki too, though. You don't want this Alchemist to be having a good time as the off lane. Now, looks like this team, Zibe went horsepower, so he's not even going to get boots. Actually, because of that rotation bottom, they're going for Zibe now. He's going to have to teleport out. It's going to be close, but he's going to be all right. Good call. Try to get something out of the Bat Rider killing your Alchemist.
Jaya are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Wisdom Rune Steel's coming in. Fast fingers by Seneko. Even after all these years, he still got it.
I think this should be a kill, right? Like, you do have the Photic Shield, but reel in, you're on the other side of the bridge.
Definitely.
Yeah. Like, I don't think you get out of this one. Really well played.
Abaddon's fast, so maybe if he didn't die to the original Centaur hit, he would have been okay, but the reel into body block is really nice. They do kill Terrorblade. Looks like Ulnit rotated through that twin gate, and now they're pressuring that tier 1. Didn't use his ultimate, which I guess it was Whirlwind. You don't have to use it for that. I'm surprised he's not using it to like farm the camps before he goes. We see that a lot from the Whirlwind pickups. You're just using it to farm for the first 20-ish minutes, but eventually you get Gleipnir, start working on some crit damage, and then you use it more for team fights.
Dude, Prumi's been getting like really good damage into the mid lane here. So he's almost finished up the tower. Gonna get some help from Bangan, of course. And with this,
Top lane
Stampede
Ulnit
coming through.
They're going for a kill. Whirlwind's out. Is it enough? It's hurting himself a little bit more than maybe it's hurting Zive. Narman's on the hunt for the kill. Must avenge my carry.
This should be a kill, right? Surely. Well, maybe
Zive's
not. He got hit
pretty
by the
fast.
stomp. You're not going to get the
He's
deny
not
off on
taking
the
any
creeps.
damage from the creeps.
Oh, gets the courier. Very pog.
Gets at least the courier. That's
Yeah.
pretty funny. When you try to get a deny as Centaur and you're like, oh no, I'm too powerful.
I take no damage. It's like Beastmaster, like can't be denied by jungle creeps.
Secret nerf to the hero.
On one hand, you can jungle by taking 0 damage. On the other,
Can't outplay the
you can
enemy
never
anymore.
deny.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Still, you don't mind that you died on Centaur. You got the Wind Ranger kill. It's very good. Drew a lot of attention to that top lane as well.
That's true, but Narman is getting a lot of credit for kills. Like, he is level 6 already now on the Gyrocopter, and his ultimate is a huge team fight ability, so
That is true.
you gotta be a little bit
Radiant's
careful of
bottom
him
tower
joining
is under
now.
attack.
They're putting it to good use going bottom right now. Big rotations coming through the twin gate on Ulnit again.
Radiant's
Gonna
bottom
finish
tower
up this
has fallen.
tower, which you do want to restrict the map from Terrorblade. It's not as easy as it used to be to farm with your illusions. So when he is restricted on the map, it's more painful than in the past. And the fact that you've already got 2 really big towers, the mid and the safe lane, we see them coming into the jungle, maybe trying to set up some vision for future plays.
Oh, nice free
Atlas Fever
fire.
defend.
Coil is out. Big. Ooh, the ultimate, like, kind of completely off the mark there from Narman, so dodged a bullet there. I think he might have misclicked. I'm not sure, because he threw that ultimate, like, really far ahead of the enemy team.
Maybe a misclick, or maybe he thought that's where they'd be running, you know, so you put a little ahead of where you're going to be, but then forgot about the reel-in pulling him back, and they didn't need to chase in. Either way, they get the kill on the Gyrocopter. I suppose your Dragon Knight gets out for that, but I think that's okay. Some casual harass thrown at Zibe.
So what's Force going this game?
He is going Horus. He's got the Arcanes and the mech right now. He's got a pipe queued up. He plans to just stand behind his, I imagine, Dragonite to start, and then after Wind Ranger gets a little bit more farm, you know, she'll be the focus. It's a cool take on the Alchemist. We'll see how it actually plays out, and I want to see if he actually builds the shard, or maybe hopes to get it for free, since he took
Dire's
Mixologist.
top tower is under attack.
I don't know, maybe it's worth it just for Unstable Concoction at lower cooldown.
trying to.
Loaded to the gills.
I'm trying to think like how if we're gonna actually see a mixologist like make any effect in this game. Alchemist does have some of the weirdest facets. Stampede, top lane, Supreme catches him on a Dragon Tail, and I hear the Alchemist coming, but yeah, he's just gonna TP. It's like Alchemist facets, like one doesn't do anything until you buy Shard, and the other one is only does something at the start of the game.
It's unique. I like seed money conceptually, although you're right, it is just like for the start. Unstable concoction at lower cooldowns also useful. I don't know how good it will be compared to having a stronger start in the lane. You can find the Dragonite this time. Gyrocopter ult is pretty on point.
Ooh.
Tanky Dragonite.
Yeah, they just walk away. Between Bangan and just the innate tankiness of the Dragonite, that's just not a threat. Terrorblade is actually insanely farmed already this game. Zive might be in some trouble, does throw the Stomp. Blood Grenade is out, but too close to his tower. Still has 10 stick charges as well.
Smiling Knight managed to pick up a couple kills. He is 2-2-1, and then he's just been farming pretty well. Now clearing up some ancient stacks. He's got a Manta queued up, and he's going to go for a Scotty right away, which I think will be really good versus the Heroes of Maus. I don't know when he wants to get an MKB. I think he will eventually need to get one. But the Scotty in the meantime will be quite strong.
This is the real dive in the bottom lane. They're bringing the Gyrocopter. Should be enough. Oh, they just stampedes away. And now Force getting turned on. Gets incredibly low. Supreme will be here to bail him out. Do you manage to get the tower, which I think ultimately their objective. Alchemist actually immediately TP'd mid and looks like sets up a kill onto the Naga Siren, so that's pretty cool.
I think he actually self-stunned. I think Ulnit kind of did that one without Force.
Oh,
but
did he?
Force was there
Okay.
for the emotional support. He's threatening it. Couldn't actually get the unstable concoction off in time.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
All right, it's a much closer game than last time. I feel like Maus is reaching the point where we're going to see them make these plays, and we'll see if their draft idea works out. I think this blink on Dragonite is the main tool you need left to actually start plays quickly, and then we'll see them start grouping up. Maybe they can finish a pipe on Alchemist in that time, but he still is about like halfway to go, so
Yep.
I don't know if you want to wait for it that long.
Well,
Blink reveal from Eki in the bottom lane, catches the Wind Ranger, pulled down, a lot of nuke damage, but saves from Abaddon. It's really close.
he's fine.
She's okay.
Okay.
Great positioning from Bangan, being ready for that. Just, feeling it out. Bat Riders are going to get for Blink. He wants to look for a kill, so he's just hanging around his weakest core in the Wind Ranger. Even though I was talking her up earlier, I mean, just compared to the Dragonite and the Alchemist, you're going to look for the carry Wind Ranger.
Asfrag +3.
See if Dragonite's Blink showing can be a little bit more successful. He'll have it with this camp. Bot out on the way. Smoke on Gyrocopter already ready to go. Who are you looking for with that? I guess the Terrorblade. You probably have enough chain stun to kill him. Like if you bring Alchemist, Blink, Dragon Tail, Unstable Concoction, Missile, you'll probably kill him before he can sunder anybody.
Yeah, I think so.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Ooh, Smoke's gonna run straight into Eki.
Yeah,
They're gonna secure the Bat Rider kill. Maybe not really what they were hoping to find. but
I mean, getting puck bottom would be huge. The Supreme does have the blink. He might walk into a ward here in a moment. No, ends up going north, so he should be fine.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
maybe you just head straight back. Fight for your tier 1. Seems like that's what Avalis is pushing for.
Structures are fortified.
And Mouse doesn't seem to be interested in going back. I thought maybe after you get that kill, you try bottom. It's like, oh, it didn't work out. Just head back over. Because you still have a lot of your spells. Dragon Form's almost up. I feel like you could fight. But I suppose the pipe... Oh, no, the pipe is here. I don't know. It's fight time, guys. Let's go.
I feel like you're right. I feel like you could just group up around that. I think that's a pretty good timing. Like, Alchemist brings a lot of damage despite just being like an aura hero, right? It's like he's staying quite a bit ahead. The other thing too, though, is I feel like the draft on Mouse does just scale better. Right? You have this Alchemist off lane, you have this Wind Ranger Dragon Knight, like the equivalent core, right? The Centaur on the side of Avalis is not going to be able to have the same late game impact, I think, that this Alch will. And I think Wind Ranger is probably one of the best scaling cores in the game at the moment. So I think if they can build themselves a little bit of a lead here and then play for maybe Roshan at the tail end of nighttime here, I think that's like best case scenario for Mouse.
They have picked 5 heroes who could have been carry, so their scaling is quite good. You are right. Maybe that does go into the consideration of picking the safe plays. Or maybe they just want a tier 2 tower rather than defend their tier 1. Well, the Terrorblade's going for theirs, and he's doing the damage in the meta form. I have to TP back. Or do you keep playing this game of chicken? You go tier 3s. You keep calling the bluff. That's a tier 2 trade, which I think is pretty good for Avalis.
Yeah,
I don't think their
I'd
team
agree.
fight is nearly as good right now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, maybe find Puck in mid, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. Ooh. No, okay, he's fine. They're going to smoke. Dragon Form's ending, though, so this makes it a little bit awkward. Who do you run into,
Everyone
though?
is Smiling Knight.
Smiling Knight is a great find. Is the damage there to kill him? The call down. They get a lot of the damage out immediately. But thanks to the Stampede, he's going to be able to escape. Whirlwind is out. They actually... Oh, they have a Glypnir. I was like, they don't have a grab to Zibbe, but they do. Okay, so that ends up being a pretty okay trade. You don't get the Terrorblade, but you do get Stampede as well as the kill onto the Centaur.
Yeah, it was close. They certainly have the damage to kill the Terrorblade, but it was a great call to Stampede before the missile could connect, and you just run that Terrorblade out of there. If they chain stun it, that's definitely a kill. Mainly if that missile connects, because that would have bought enough time for Alchemist to get close for the unstable concoction. This is the downside of this aura building Alchemist. He doesn't have a blink queued up. Maybe, I think Greaves are on the way. Maybe he'll get a blink next, especially with Mixologist. It seems like the idea behind this build. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe it's Shard and you stand behind. Maybe you're like backline aura building Alchemist. Yeah, he goes Crimson Guard. Okay. I'm up to see it. Crimson Guard actually is really good this game. So it does make sense to get that.
And Alk is a hero that can actually do wonders with it, right? Like he can get pretty dang tanky.
Like a Roche play coming out from Mouse. Daytime Roche. They are down here first.
I thought they might try and do this before it turned to daytime, but they do just have way more control on the bottom side of the map now with the tier 2 being taken, so
Yeah.
it makes sense. They'll push for it now.
And conversely, they don't have any towers top anymore.
Yeah.
They have the outpost, but not tier 1 nor tier 2. So that outpost TP time really long.
It's like during the Roshan, they're going to go for Tormentor on the side of Avalis, which seems to be taking them quite a while. Okay, they do finally get it, and it goes to Seneko.
Not a bad one. See if they can get it on Mouse. Get some decent shards as well. Now, I've heard Narman talk about gyro builds before, where you either go for the damage gyrocopter or just tanky support gyro. You take front line, draw a lot of attention to yourself. He's got solar and glimmer, so that it feels like that's his idea. He's just going to be distracting them, keep Abaddon and maybe your alchemist more towards the back.
It's also just Solar Crest is such a good item to throw on any of your heroes here, right?
Yeah, definitely.
It's not amazing for Whirlwind, of course, because it is just a flat attack interval, but for things like Alchemist and Dragonite, if they're actually going to go in, then that Solar Crest does a lot of work.
Especially versus Terrorblade, which we talked about the Scotty a while ago. He's quite close to it. So that'll be very good versus Dragonite, Alchemist, and the Abaddon. See what he gets next. Maybe needs a BKB to fight. Still don't think you can kill Wind Ranger without the MKB, though. At least at this point, now that she's quite tanky, and especially now that you have to do it twice. Maybe you have the magic damage to do it once. But when she respawns, will you still have Lasso? Will you still have all your puck coil, whatever you had to use to kill her the first time?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Smoke from Mounds right after they finish that tier 2. Looking for Avalis, which despite having more towers, it is a 3k gold lead for Avalis because Mounds has been grouping up to take objectives more often. They have been very map efficient on Avalis. Yeah, they even steal that Tormentor. So that's what this smoke is for. Shredder to punish this, but Avalis is already out.
This is like a really weird call from Mouse. Like they basically traded tier 2 for tier 2 in both lanes. Or I guess they didn't lose their tier 2 bottom, but they traded tier 2 for tier 2 originally, and then they trade Roche for their Tormentor, and then they don't defend their own Tormentor. So I think overall Avalis is like actually outplaying them on the map at the moment, but Lasso got Aegis. Okay, Force does manage to get a stun out. Olnit needs to be careful, does not have a BKB. The Whirlwind being held for now. Banging able to dispel the coil. The silence onto 3. Can they actually get out of here? They're trying. Olnit gets the Force Staff to safety of the Wind Run. Finally there, Supreme forced to BKB himself. They're not getting any damage out on Mauza at all. The Alchemist is now dead, and they're looking for more as they continue to chase up onto the high ground.
So much of the damage is the Wind Ranger being able to Whirlwind in the middle of the fight. So the fact that she got lassoed to lose the Aegis when her team wasn't quite there and pulled super far back, she just had to spend the second life literally running back. So once she was out of the fight, there's very little damage, especially damage that's going to get kills before the Terrorblade and meta kills you.
I mean, she needs a
retreat mode there. Yeah, these last few minutes, Avalis is, I feel, outmaneuvering Mouse. That said, Daedalus is getting pretty close to the Wind Ranger, and this is sort of the timing, which feels weird to say. Seems a little slow, but this is when Whirlwind really starts picking up. Gleipnir, Daedalus, she has a Dragon Lance and a Grove Bow, so you hit a huge area in these team fights with insane amounts of damage. So as long as you're properly positioned for the next fight, and it's not the Wind Ranger taking so much damage on her own, should be, I don't know, I feel like it's what Mouse has built and drafted for, but we haven't quite seen it come into play. Avalis is looking for a blink pickoff here. Oh, if they find Olnit again?
They got him. The lasso into Stampede, Bangan trying to get close, but it's not in time.
This ward from earlier when they were taking that Tormentor just gets them another kill.
Yeah, I mean,
Mouse
Mouse
has
has
probably been a bit more
fallen
careful in
flat
that
now.
area. Yeah, it really... Avalis seriously feels like they are outmaneuvering.
Dire's bottom tower.
I'm not really feeling the impact of the Abad in this game, I think, is the other issue. Like, yeah, it's gotten a couple, like, good dispels off, but I don't know if that's, like, if that's enough to, like, warrant the Abaddon pick, because it doesn't farm.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom
To be
tower
fair,
is
I
under
don't know if I've
attack.
seen them truly group up into a fight. It's been a lot of
Yeah.
Avalis dodging the fight, so then Abaddon sits behind Dragon Knight hitting a tower, and then
Dire's courier
no
has
one
been
does
killed.
anything. How does he even... Oh, I guess from that observer. That is uncommon. You almost never can kill couriers that go down the side of the map. Crimson Guard almost done on the Alk. Like, where is the timing? When do they go? That's what I keep wondering.
It has to be BKB on the Wind Ranger. Like, I don't
Switched
know
over
what
to
else.
BKB. Oh yeah, okay. That makes
Did-
sense.
Did she? Is she gonna go BKB before the Daedalus? Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna be absolutely shocked if she built the Daedalus.
Is it second Roche? 50 seconds left. It will potentially spawn nighttime, but probably a better chance that it's in the daytime Roche. Maybe just position there. Is this the
Dire's
fight we've
top
been
tower
waiting
is
for?
under attack.
They're running into a bunch of illusions, so you know they're in the area. Denies that observer. And another smoke, not quite connecting for Mouse. I see the idea of their draft, the whole team fight.
Dire
But it's just,
scans.
I've not seen a team fight this whole time. They have yet to be able to
Dire's
force
middle tower
Avalis
is
into
under
it.
attack.
Which,
They're just-
I mean, props to Avalis for recognizing that's what Mouse is drafted and built for, and we just dodge.
It's very weird seeing this lineup and them just being like, yeah, we don't feel comfortable fighting, and they have now lost all their outer towers, and Terrorblade is going to just take your high ground unless you come back to defend. So at some point, Avalis is going to force them to fight. Which the Abaddon might not have a TP, because I'm watching him slowly walk
Oh
all the way
no,
back
he
to
doesn't.
base.
The courier is arriving. Okay, he's gonna
Dire's
TP
middle
back now.
tower is under attack.
Tier 3's dead.
Well, that's costly. You just lost your tier 3. The Blink, the Lasso, but a great Dragon Tail out from Supreme. Almost enough to finish off Eki, but it's not quite there. The Song and the Siren for the reset. Alk's gonna stun, not be able to get the stun. Seneko TP's out. The rest of the team perfectly safe.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Dragon Tail, it's gonna hit. Long TP there, thanks to the TP from the Naga Siren earlier, and as a result, they get themselves Eki on the Bat Rider. That was a quick response from the Dragon Knight. Otherwise, I think that Alchemist is dead.
I think so too. Great reactions from Supreme. They're gonna run down mid,
Middle tower
get the
is
last
under
tier 2 for
attack.
themselves. I think you go Roshan off of this. It's a little risky to go high ground, but maybe they try.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah,
Looks like
I
most of the
think
team's
you're
headed
right.
over to Roche.
Dude, this Puck is so farmed. He has Ags, or he has the Parasma and the Lincolns done. Like, I don't know how they ever kill this guy.
Dire's courier has been
As
killed.
part of dodging Mouse, you want heroes who are good at that, right? And Terrorblade, Naga, Puck, all fantastic at playing the map. So just in the last 20 minutes of avoiding
Barracks are under attack.
Mouse, yeah, Puck ended up really farmed. He's poking at your base to be annoying. Doesn't even have any creeps. It's all meaningless poke. Mouse is going to get Roche. Second Roche. We'll have the banner.
They're going to lose a lane of barracks for this.
They're going to fortify, try to keep it alive. The illusions are going to finish it, though, as the glyph ends. All right, Chariot a range rack for Aegis. It might pay off because you do have a lineup on Mao's that if you win a big fight, you can take a ton of buildings. So opting to get the Aegis for that advantage. You're 10k behind though. So is Aegis enough? There's MKB done on Terrorblade. I was talking about how he needed this eventually, but had so much time on his own that he does have it.
Supreme thought he was ganking the Puck, but instead finds out that the rest of the team is nearby. So Narman actually throws an ult to try and save him, and Puck goes in onto the backside, gets a really nice silence on it through the coil as well. Going to connect his Eki, now looking for a lasso target. They're just trying to get out of this one. Olnet's going to go ahead and let that whirlwind rip, but the blade mail comes through from Zibe. He has to back away, cancels the ultimate immediately, and now you've got no damage ready to come through. Puck able to get away. The lasso is going to be able to find the Wind Ranger. She's dead so fast. Force is going to be next. Then Zibe with a nice 2-hero stomp onto the backside. Puck looking to maybe re-engage as Olnet pops the Wind Run. The BKB gets saved for the moment thanks to that Solar Crest. But you're going to lose the Dragon Knight.
Dude,
This
Terrorblade
game just ended.
I think it's over, yeah. And there's a Terrorblade in your base. Still has meta going. They're going to grab another kill on the Abaddon as well. Real in the gyro. He tried to get to the fountain. Oh, that is so sad. Pulled away from your own fountain to your death. One barracks. They're going to make their way to mid. This second one's falling so quickly. I think you just get megas rather than go straight for the end. You can probably end, but there is no meta, so you just clear out this tower. Oops, got an awkward disconnect. But this will give us time just to highlight Terrorblade. The type of fight Terrorblade likes is when he gets to sit still in meta and just throw attacks. And the way you deal with that is either you jump the Terrorblade and make him run, or you just kite it out. But the way that fight broke out, Terrorblade, he was just sitting the entire time, launching attacks. Eki was very patient, eventually found the Blink Lasso onto Wind Ranger, and she instantly melted, man. The lasso didn't even finish. I swear the Force Staff didn't even finish by the time the Wind Ranger died to the Terrorblade. And she respawns, he's still just standing there. Like, that fight was perfect for Smiling Knight.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out like what the game plan here from Mouse was. Like they pick this Alk hero, build a bunch of auras, and then don't group or like don't fight around it, right? Like it just seemed counterintuitive to like what they wanted, but maybe they just felt like they were never strong enough to actually fight. I think you just needed earlier BKBs to fight with your Alchemist, and then maybe you're fine.
Yeah, maybe just that bottom lane didn't go as well as they thought. Like, the Alchemist didn't feel like he hit the auras particularly fast.
No, not at all. The Blink
No
Lasso
meta.
is out. Eki is just... He's just been bullying Olnet this whole game. Inside this, the Sunder comes out from Smiling Knight, able to grab the Dragon Knight. Big call down coming through as well. Doing a lot of damage here on the Gyrocopter, but the Mega Creeps are already secured, and Force just doing his best here, but it looks like this game might just be over, and there it is. The GG comes out. Avalanche grab game 2.
I can kind of see what Mouse was going for. It did feel like they had a hard time making it happen. And I don't know if it's because their heroes didn't get like enough out of the lanes, or maybe they drafted too much into this group and push and not enough catch, because really the first catch is from the Dragon Knight Blink which came after Mage Slayer. So it took quite a while to get that. And we saw some kills get away because things like Homing Missile take a long time to connect. Concoction takes a while to charge up, reach it, throw. He never got a blink. So maybe that's part of the issue. If you have better catch, you can force, like if Avalis is not engaging you, you have ways to get pickoffs then. It's like, fine, you don't want to fight me? We'll kill you as you split up. But they couldn't do that part. So Avalis just recognized that. They're like, okay, Puck, you farm. Terrorblade, you farm. And they'll take our towers. That's fine. We're out efficiencying the map. I don't know if I can use efficiency as a verb there, but they just outplayed the map, got a bunch of gold, and we never saw that fight happen until Avalis had the gold lead, and they were like, yeah, we'll fight you now. We're more farmed. So I guess it's really good map maneuvers from Avalis to get that point.
Yeah, the fact that they got as much done, normally the team that gets Roche like gets more control on the map during that time frame. Right, they should be able to push an advantage, and instead, Avalis was a team that really benefited from Mao's getting Roshan both times. Like,
yeah,
normally
it's
that
weird.
doesn't happen, right? Like, both the Roshan goes to Mao's this game, and then Avalis is like, all right, cool. We're gonna push more of the map. We're gonna group up, take more objectives. Like, it's just bizarre. So really good stuff from Avalis, just recognizing that they're like, we push faster, we are stronger, they have less catch. So yeah, props to them. We're gonna be going to a game 3, but for right now, we're gonna be throwing into a short break, everyone, and we'll be back with Avalis versus Mao here on the CCT Season 3. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, everybody. We are jumping into game number 3 here in this upper bracket match of Avalis versus Mouse, as Avalis really turned it back around in this last game. It was looking potentially like Mouse were going to run back a similar draft, but it did not work out for them in this game. Avalis kind of called their bluff almost. It's really weird how that worked out.
Yeah, and I really want to highlight the supports in these last 2 games. Not that the players themselves are doing anything particularly like good or bad. It's more like the picks that I feel there are some very strong supports in the game right now. And I do think flex is also very important, but I feel that, like, especially in like that last game, there was a little too much flex potential, a little too cute ideas, and then it's like, wait, how's this come together?
Yep.
Sort of saw it come together, but then I'm also looking at an Abaddon Gyro support duo, and it's like, well, whatever. And the other side is Naga Bat Rider, like that's way better. And then in game 1, it's the same deal. It's like, okay, you got Shadow Demon, Omni Knight. There's some weaknesses there, but they're also very strong in what they do. And the other side is Silencer Rubik, which Rubik is fine, but Silencer's like, that's weird. You know, I feel there's some very strong picks that you should just grab for yourself. So Doom, I'm open to.
Been banned the whole series.
Tinker.
Yeah.
Just tinker him.
I don't get it either. I don't know why Tinker's not being banned or picked in the first phase. Like, this is a hero that's been so strong. So I feel like I'm with you. Just pick the Tinker here. Yes, technically Doom blocks Tinker, but
I'm open to Naga as well. If you want to go Naga, that's fine.
True.
But like one of those two, maybe you have another bit strong pick. I'm open to it, but it's got to be there. Like Monkey King, you could run Monkey King carry versus the Doom. You could flex it to support. Open to that as well, but you need some like strong openers. You know, Doom's good. Doom's fine. Show me something strong here.
Okay. You will take your team fight, and we'll just respond with our own.
I am caught off guard. Usually we see Enigma pretty late in the draft, not this early. Once you see the offlane, or sorry, the carry, and you know, like, you can have a good matchup. Now, this is something Avalis has been playing. I haven't seen it as their second pick too much. Okay, no, I'm like scrolling through their games. I see it a couple times. So it is like, if you're gonna pick Enigma this early, it's something you have to be willing to flex as a support. So we'll see how they do it. Maybe it's a comfort thing to the heroes, to the teams. If it ends up backfiring, I am gonna go back to just highlighting the Naga Siren and the Tinker and like other options that are a little bit more straightforward, very difficult to counter, but I'm open to it. If it's something they like, it can be a good hero. It does limit your carry pool immensely. Once you see the Enigma, you already know you don't want to run certain carries into it. But since it's so early, there should be some counters. You know, Rubik is a good response. We want to see Silencer again, sure, right? Have the
It would
Tinker
be
yourself.
really interesting to see the Silencer again, but I feel like if I'm Mouse here, I just pick Tinker. If it makes it through. Well, they might just grab it here now. They go Alk? Dude, there's no way you don't
Into
pick
the
Tinker.
Doom? That's wild.
You can only do one hero.
That's true, I guess.
Kappa. No, I mean, I would just pick Tinker. Like, why not, right? I feel like it's great against both of these heroes. And then at that point, you just...
I'm so surprised by this Alchemist into the Doom.
Yeah.
I know it can still sort of do what it wants, and in the lating stage, Doom won't stop you from farming, but just from the get-go to already have that hard counter response is very surprising. They're going to go for the classic Mao's Witch Doctor, Bangan, one of the few players. He just loves this hero. Comfort pick. I'm open to it, especially now as more supports are getting banned out. There's a part of me that's like, I kind of wish we just saw like the Tinkers, Maranas, Monkey Kings that are so strong. At the same time, part of the reason I like Mal is that they stick to what they believe in and what they like.
Yeah.
So, Witch Doctor is I strongly associate Witch Doctor with Mouse. But then something like I don't know. Hoodwink's been nerfed, man. I don't know if I'm in hater mode right now, but I feel there's so many stronger supports available than Hoodwink.
If Tinker does not get picked in this draft, I don't understand Dota right now. Like, I am so confused as to why we have not seen this hero get picked up, and like really not even prioritized by either of the teams in this. And I know Mal's play it because I've seen Narman do it. They're just gonna go Puck into Phoenix. Okay, so you have no egg hitter at all from the support role. Even the core, like Doom, is a terrible egg hitter. So you need something like an Ursa, but then you're playing Ursa into an Enigma lane, which is like one of the worst lanes that Ursa can play into. You could maybe try and pull out like a Snapfire mid, but that hero has been nerfed into Oblivion.
It would probably do okay versus Puck, at least in the lane. Okay.
Ignore the egg then.
Well, I mean, you do, especially with Seeing Red. Doesn't Seeing Red also give you attack speed, or is it just move speed and damage?
It's just yeah, it doesn't give you attack speed. It's the other facet that gives attack speed.
Well, he still attacks relatively fast, which is kind of cool. And the mischance from Radiance and then later Phoenix's innate won't matter. You can kill Eidolons in the lane. So I am up for the Bristleback in that sense. Maybe Egg will be a problem. They can get one more from the mid lane though. I think you banned Sniper. I feel like you could get Sniper for the Puck lane and the Phoenix. But you would be lacking a playmaker on the side of Mouse if you go Sniper mid. And you do need some catch to get Phoenix, Puck, Enigma. Even Alchemist, if you can jump him before he can pop his spells, is nice. Sure. Man, you know another hero that's been totally ignored? Sand King. I feel like there's so many meta heroes that have been slipping through.
I completely forgot about that. You're right. Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's
to show every team has their own take on the draft.
The Mars ban is interesting.
The classic with the Phoenix Egg, and you're assuming Enigma support, Alk carry, Phoenix support, and then one more offlaner. At this point, I mean, do you want to run Enigma offlane once you see
I would.
Bristle carry?
It
You're
sounds
still fine
pretty
with
good
it?
to me. Yeah, I think it's fine.
Okay.
I don't think it struggles all that much. I think you just pick like a strong four position lane hero and you're chilling. The question is, I guess, which of them are actually left in the game? Unless you want to pick something that like hard counters the Bristleback, which is why they went, they banned the Mars, right? Because Spear always turns Bristleback around. Viper, you could Viper them.
Ooh, I'd be up for that. You mean for Avalis, right? Viper into the Bristle?
Yeah. You could run like Viper offlane or something.
I could see that being pretty good.
Like
Viper plus Enigma.
Axe. Trying to think what other options are. Yeah, Viper or Axe would be the big ones that I can think of. And then, of course, there's Legion Commander, but you don't really see that hero that much anymore. There's no save on the side of Mouse at all. So if you just pick something that can all in the Bristleback, I think it's fine.
What if you pick a new carry? We were talking about support Alk. Could Alk be with Enigma and you pick a carry here?
I actually don't hate that either.
I mean, could you take something like Monkey King? I guess you have that flex because you're your last pick on Avalis. All right, so they take Terrorblade out again. They were also thinking about that option. Any kind of playmaker from the mid lane, I think, would be good. Or that Sniper. I'm sort of up for that Sniper pick.
I think at this point, I think Sniper is their best pick. Like you kind of have to do so. You kind of have to all in at this point and do something.
I Maybe Tiny could be a middle ground, but you're not very much good at hitting egg. But you'd win the lane and you could make plays.
It's just so rough into Enigma and Alchemist, though. Like, yeah, it is Sniper. Okay, I actually 100% agree with you. I think this is the only hero that gives them like enough damage from the mid lane that also like kind of deals with the heroes on Avalice. So now the big question is, do you want to play the Alchemist into the Sniper, Doom, Bristleback? You may have to flex this to the 4 and then play a new carry hero here. The Medusa already being banned would have been pretty decent.
Maybe you could still do Monkey King.
I don't hate the Monkey King. It's decent for sure. I mean, you could always Gyrocopter.
Guess I'm okay with that. He also does not like being doomed, though, because you like to heal up. And the issue is you can't get to the Sniper as the gyro. You just have to hit from afar. And I think it's really important to get to Sniper. Like, at this point, it's pretty all in terms of we have to do well in the lanes and we have to go. Oh, I was wondering if Mouse could Brood. I hadn't thought about Avalice going Brood. Okay, so who's picking
It's
what
got to be
here?
Carry Brood. It has to be. Yeah, Smiling Knight, Carry
Carry
Brood.
Brood. Can't Doom all of us. Doom is very good against so many of these heroes. He'll have to be very careful with what he chooses to Doom. So in the end, they do run the offlane Enigma with the 4 support Alchemist. It's going to be the Brood Mother and the Phoenix in the safe lane. Man, I don't know. Sniper has to shut down Puck. Step 1 for Mouse. Altnit needs to have a good game. I think those two are more important because Force, as long as he gets some good dooms off, you don't need a ton of items for that. You just like work on auras and try to doom the right target.
Yeah.
Avalice, how is Broodmother's lane? It should be pretty good, right? It's into the Doom and the Hoodwink, which would have been stronger in the past, but both those heroes have been slightly nerfed over time. Hoodwink more so than Doom. And you're dealing with Phoenix. I feel like Smiling Knight should have a good time.
Yeah, I agree. I think as long as Smiling Knight manages to... Is he actually going to go Feeding Frenzy? I mean, I guess... Well, we'll see. I think overall, the game is like pretty straightforward for Avalice to play as long as the mid lane doesn't go too bad. That's the one thing I'm worried about. If Supreme like absolutely bodies this Puck, which is possible because Supreme has been bodying a lot of the mid lanes, if he comes out really far ahead in this lane, I don't know if you'll be able to slow down the Sniper or like stop this hero from becoming a big issue this game. Because then it really just comes down to, can you black hole the Sniper or can you what was, oh my gosh, my brain stopped. Like, can you black hole the Sniper? Can the Brood get on top of the Sniper? And it's not going to be easy with the heroes that they have on the side of Mouse to sit around him.
Yeah, I can see that. I also think if you lose that lane for some reason, you get ganked, you slip up in some way, and you fall behind a Sniper, there is very little recovery playmaking from Mouse outside of the supports doing like an insane job finding kills with Sharpshooter and like Maldic Cask ult combo. There's not a lot of ways to stop an Aura Enigma and a bunch of Spiderlings just rushing towers. Like, Sniper needs farm to be able to stand in the back and do that. Otherwise, they're just going to wrap around towers and dive him, restrict the base. And at that point, you have a Bristle desperate for farm, a Sniper desperate for farm, Doom nowadays needs like a good chunk of farm. You have to do well enough in the lanes, and you have to hold these towers, which Avalice, they'll have to fight for the lanes, but if they have a decent time, like, they've got the heroes to destroy towers.
I will be curious to see if they can actually get that done though, because that is one of the things that's like you have to be able to translate that. But I think lane the first like 10 minutes of this game is going to decide a lot. Smiling Knight needs to get his level 6 at a decent time, take over the map. I don't know. I'm a little bit unsure. The drafts are kind of wonky. I think the fact that neither team is playing for Tinker or Sand King, like these heroes that have been dominating the meta, and they're both just like first phasing alchemists almost, is kind of wild to me. But this is what they like, this is what they want, and we'll see how this plays out as we jump into game number 3 now of Avalis versus Mouse.
I wonder if it would have been worth giving a bottle to the Puck. The Puck can adjust itemization to maybe have a better time versus Sniper.
It probably would be.
But he didn't do it. So maybe they're just like, you know, you've played this before. You've dealt with the Sniper as Puck. Live long enough, we'll do our best to win the side lanes. Take all the money up there. Mouse is all up here. They're going to go for the late smoke wraparound. Or really deep wraparound. What is this line? Okay, not that deep. They've just changed their minds. Force, that's crazy. Just cut through the jungle. They're not going to run into anyone, though, at this rate. Maybe the Brood on her way back if they wait here. As long as they don't stand under the ward that's on the cliff. Of course, they don't know where that vision is.
All right.
The battle begins.
Yeah, I mean, Brood should not really be under threat here, right? Very hard hero to gank in the webs.
Yeah, you just make sure you position around cliffs, and you're almost always fine. It, of course, depends on the heroes, but most heroes cannot move up and down the cliffs to follow the Brood. That's just a 2-for-2 split, right? Yeah, okay. All right, going to the lanes, even start.
I'm curious how this bottom lane is going to go. I feel like Broodmother should borderline free farm this, but we'll see. Like Phoenix is a super strong lane hero. Hoodwink's been nerfed a little bit. Like Doom's not particularly strong, right? He's kind of like a greedy off lane.
Yeah, I think they'll both get what they need for now. I think as Smiling Knight picks up a few levels, like even before 6, I think your animation's a lot better than Doom's. So you might have to resort to doing some weird creep dragging, things like that. But of course, if you get some good acorn shots, you can get enough damage in. Like even though it's been nerfed and it's not as consistent, you can still do a good chunk of damage. And if you can keep Brood low, which is very hard, into the Spider's Milk, but if you do keep her low, then you'll be... Ooh, Eki self-stunned.
Yeah,
that's just TP out.
Got fogged on a tree and self-stunned and took a ton of damage.
I just don't think he had to TP out, but he was maybe scared of the creep's body blocking him in. They're going to zone Zibe really hard off of this entire creep wave because they know Alchemist left.
This actually hurts a lot.
I was a little worried about
Enigma
into the Bristleback. But we'll see. As you get more Eidolons, maybe it's a little easier.
As long as the Eidolons don't die, it should be fine.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Mid lane is not going great for the Puck. This is also just like you're against Sniper where you can't really utilize your innate too well, right? The projectile speed is borderline instant, so it is so hard for you to actually get value out of that innate in this lane.
You can't dodge 2,000 speed projectiles? What are you, some kind of amateur?
Yeah. My boomer reactions are not like they used to be.
like you said, it's pretty much instant. Close does not self-stun this time. Chucks it out. But this is where a lot of the healing from the Witch Doctor is kind of good.
Yeah.
You do just whittle people down as Alchemist and Enigma. So if they can keep healing using Voodoo Restoration, then maybe you're never under threat of dying in this lane, which is kind of all you need as the Bristle, right? You just got to pick up levels so that you can start farming faster. Now, maybe you don't want Alchemist stealing your small camp. Pull the greed, value.
Puck's actually doing a lot better in the mid lane than I kind of expected. He's managed to still pick up a good amount of CS.
Yeah, I feel like this is not supposed to happen. When we say
Force might be dead bottom. Seneko trying to burn him down. I think he's got him. He does. That is first blood for the Phoenix. He's going to salve up. Meanwhile, top lane, Eki in some trouble. Olnit trying to get as much cool spray out as he can. Does finish the job. Zibe also might just get chased down here. Has 9 stick charges, though. Will be forced to pomp it. He's going to just dive the tower. Summons the Eidolons at the last second, and Bangan will swat the tower aggro.
This is, again, a lot of creeps being missed. I guess the Eidolons are here to go for some last hits, but you're missing out on the XP. Yo, Puck being right next to snipers. That's crazy. I had not considered maybe the buff to the innate from Puck has helped give enough regen to make the lane a little easier, but I think, I don't know. We usually see Puck still sitting at 5 to 10 last hits at this point.
As Supreme is owning this lane.
Or not
Force
Supreme,
Rhea.
Rhea.
Oh, yes. Sorry. Correct.
Supreme's being ganked by the Alchemist, potentially. He's low. He does have raindrops.
Into the tree. He's
Instant
going to
rotation.
self-stun. Yeah. He has the triple Wraith Band, 3-point Shrapnel, getting his level 6 here fairly soon. I mean, the nade actually changes a lot, because even if you try to, like, ult the Puck, you're just giving him regen. It's kind of wild how much this has changed it.
I don't think you ever... I've seen snipers literally just skip ult. If you can't spam it on the mid to harass, and it's someone like Puck who can just dodge it, like they don't even take it. They just take their other spells. In the game, actually, it's not too bad outside of that, because you could maybe snipe Enigma while he's trying to black hole. So maybe like 1 point in it is still okay. But I just think this Puck is having way too good of a game. Like, he's already almost 6. And he can start ganking around to recover what few last hits he is behind on. This is not the counter pick, or this is not the performance a counter pick was supposed to be having. Assassinate, surprising Seneko.
Ooh, that's a nice one. This is, I was going to say, Doom, I was going to point out earlier, he got the Lightning Harpy, so he is very annoying to the Phoenix now in this bottom lane. Narman gets a D ward on his way back as well.
Top lane, running Zibe down again.
He is dead. Another very good find in this top lane from Mouse.
How rich is Bristleback now? Pretty rich. Broodmother is at the top of the net worth. The other 3 heroes are close behind. Enigma's the one struggling a little bit. I was actually going for a Spirit Vessel. Not something we see too often anymore. It is good versus Bristleback, though. And maybe the Witch Doctor heal. Rest in peace, Eidolons. Look at this. They're just running at him. They have no fear. Puck needs to rotate over and punish this at least once, I think. Yeah, he's coming over.
She's close. They're going to get the stun out from Eki. This should hopefully make enough room for the puck to close the gap. The coil does come out. Nice 3-hero silence, but the
healing through
damage
all of
just
this.
isn't there. Yeah, they're just healing through it all. There's no black hole either. And now Supreme rotating in here on the sniper.
See, this is why I trust Bangin with Witch Doctor. This is why he's the Witch Doctor player. Even though he took Headhunter and not the Voodoo Festoration, he still has 2 points in Restoration. Recognizing that heal is just so good for the two of them. And then, in that fight right there, they just healed through all the AoE damage to the puck with the 2 points in Voodoo Restoration.
Ooh, they find a kill bottom on the Force. A little bit of a rotation from the Alchemist, and Brood being level 6 helps a lot.
I know it's an even game right now, technically, but I really feel like it's not supposed to be. I think Avalis is in a pretty good spot right now.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I am worried that they're not gonna be able to transition it enough, and then you're gonna get sniped. But we'll see what happens here.
Getting sniped is always scary.
Yeah. Ooh, they're gonna find Force again here. All of the bugs from the Smiling Knight will be easy enough to find the kill. Siege Shot with the Doom actually should kill the Alchemist here. It's gonna be very close.
And you get the deny of the Ancients.
Oh my
what
goodness.
a play by Eki. Very nice, very nice. Diffusal on Smiling Knight. You know, he learned from watching True Sight.
Well, another kill onto Zibe in the top lane.
They just keep running him down. He's like not a mobile hero whatsoever. You just have to give up on this lane. And unfortunately, neither of your supports can clear creep waves easily. It is a little bit of a weakness in this draft.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, that's brutal. They just... Your off lane's Enigma Tower just got taken free 10 minutes. That hurts a lot.
I really thought they would run it support when you first pick it like this. I know Zibe plays a lot of Enigma, but I just think it's a Brewmaster, or sorry, Bristleback is really tough with the Quill Sprays. He just does not care.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
All right, mid
Coil
lane.
on
I
egg.
hear the egg. Coil as well.
They're gonna grab the
looks like-
sniper, then the hoodwink. Bangin dropping really low. What a combo.
Okay.
Coil
Very
plus
sick
egg.
stuff there from Avalis.
That'll be the mid lane now too. Catapult lane just arriving.
This is what I was worried about.
Middle tower
Not
has
picking
fallen.
any heroes that can deal with the egg. Like, Sniper is really it. So if you can get on top of the Sniper, you have no one that can hit egg at all. And Coil is a fantastic tool for keeping them in range.
Yeah, while we have a moment, I recognize, like, you and I are both pointing things like, oh yeah, Avalis can do this, and Mouse can do this, and this is what they're weak to, this is what they're weak to, which every draft will have some extent of it, but this is also where, like, the drafts were just weird to us, because the more meta heroes cover more bases, you know, where it's like, oh yeah, I can clear creep waves if we're struggling, over our head, we can go this way, right? It's more cohesive right now. Both lineups have things going for them that need to happen, otherwise you have issues like, oh, Brood is brooding us right now. We don't have a good way to deal with that until Bristleback can just go stand there, because none of these heroes can deal with it. At the same time, like, if Sniper gets farmed enough, it's like, wait, we don't get the Sniper well enough, right? We're going to struggle against Sniper. I feel the drafts, that's the weird part. In a meta of flex, there actually wasn't that much flexibility to the picks.
I just... Oh, well, we're going to unpause. Okay, never mind. Back onto the sniper here, though. He is actually behind the puck in terms of net worth. And this is like worst case scenario because I don't know how sniper like really gets space to farm in this game at all. Like you have a Doom and a Bristleback, they're going to be taking up a lot of it, and your sniper needs to have kind of like snowball the lane and be playing around his supports. The saving grace of the fact that the Enigma is super poor.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's true. He's got a Midas. I'll recover over time. They're going to go for force here. Diffusal is not yet here for Smiling Knight, actually. It's on the way still. They may have gone on this play just a second too soon.
Man, Doom needs an actual ability, dude. He's just sitting on Siege Shot. There's no way this is right.
I would have kept the Harpy Lightning over Siege Shot.
Yeah. I don't know if he did it by mistake, but like Siege Shot's 100 mana cost. For, I guess it is 100 damage with 6 bounces. It still doesn't feel good enough.
Yeah, it bounces more, but the Harpy is cheaper. I don't know, and maybe it's good for farming or something. Okay, he saw
All right, he got
anyways.
Thunderclap.
He got the
now.
Thunderclap. Clap those spiders.
Top lane looks like they're looking for the Enigma again.
Got a sidestep. He's good. But you are just continuing to put the pressure on. I mean, that was just the 2 supports, and Sharpshooter's a very low cooldown, so it's really not a big deal to throw it out. They self-stunning right under the tower, too.
Whoa,
Doom, what are the odds he can deny himself again?
I was not expecting the Doom, but they will take it. So 1-for-1 trade around the map. I feel like you're actually very okay with that if you're Avilice. Like, Doom is now on cooldown, your Broodmother is under 0 threat. You do have to worry about this Bristleback getting a little bit farmed now that he has the Axe.
Yeah, he is rotating down here. They want to try to take a fight with the Blink on Doom, but like you said, he just used Doom, so it's a little awkward. Maybe they can at least take a tier 1 tower with the Aghanims on the Bristleback.
Dire's top tower
Looks like the
is under
Avilice
attack.
recognizes this. They just want to
Radiant's
trade.
bottom tower is
Well,
under
you could still
attack.
TP down there, actually. They're bringing
Radiant's
some
structures are
heroes.
fortified.
I feel like they could fight if they wanted to. Between
This
Egg and
positioning's
Coil,
getting weird. Yeah, yeah.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
okay, they will just TP everyone.
Egg,
Egg is
Coil.
out already. And they just get right on top of Forest. You're going to lose your Doom. You've already lost the Witch Doctor.
Enigma doesn't have any way to get close, so no Black Hole quite yet. Maybe if he can catch Bristle. He's gonna die to Quill Sprays. Okay. Bristle turns, so he immediately goes for it. Felt a bit forced from Mouse. It's very tough to dive behind a tower when you're against the Egg and the Coil. I guess they thought it was just gonna be a trade for the tier 1 for tier 1, but I feel like you have to respect that. If Puck or Enigma TP in, which they both did, right? They're cutting you off with giant AoE ultimates. And that's pretty much what happened there. Now it's a 5k lead for Avilice all of a sudden. It was really even just a little bit ago. Enigma's going to get killed, though. One more time for the road. I'm sure that's the last one.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Maybe.
You don't think
I
this
mean-
Midas is going to keep him alive?
It might. Yo, was the Midas bug ever fixed? I mean, I'm sure obviously he's not going to do it, but
I don't know. I don't know where it's at.
see some fight
Gonna
breaking
find
out in the jungle.
Sniper in the
Who'd
top
they find?
jungle.
Oh. Okay, that's a pretty big kill. Supreme goes down on the Sniper again.
This Sniper pick is just not panning out. I can see it working. I've felt it work in many a pub where the Sniper just does well and you can't get to him, but I don't know if he misplayed or maybe this Puck innate is better than we've realized for this matchup, but Puck just got way more out of the lane than I think he should have, and then now you're just lacking playmakers on Mouse. You have the blink on Doom. They're trying to find stuff. I don't know. It's actually not worth killing Enigma, I feel, at this point. Like, if they blink Doom this Enigma in the mid lane, I don't know. The guy's at 4 deaths. What's the 5th one gonna do to him?
You need to blink Doom the Broodmother and actually
think
follow it
so.
up and kill this hero, but I think they know that they are falling very far behind, so they might just keep trying to find any kill that they can right now.
Can you give an Aghanim to anyone? Would that be cool from Eki? Or do you think he'll just get auras?
I imagine it's just the auras, right? Yep, there it goes. Wow, that is a lot of spells committed. So Death Ward, Sharpshooter, and the Doom. As Puck's going to use this as a green line to put as much damage as possible in. I mean, he could just stayed and probably double killed them, but was a little bit unsure where the rest of the team was.
Tower is under attack.
Eidolon Revenge.
Puck's not done. Gets a haste rune. Now looking for the sniper, and he cannot get away from him.
In the jungle, they're invading, trying to steal some ancient stacks.
Puck's
Armin
wrapping
getting
around.
real low.
Radiant's middle tower.
She really wants this sniper, but
Dire's top tower is under attack.
At this point, so the counter is much earlier when Puck has very little armor, but Puck's love buying Witchblade, actually also got lucky with the Arcane Ring. So now at this point, Puck's got pretty solid armor, not nearly as scared of Sniper as it used to be. And then there's got the haste rune, so it's like, oh, it's free to go wherever. Brood's gonna have Manta Diffusal. If you can burn enough mana off of the Bristleback, I mean, we saw it happen at TI. He just can't do anything. This is a mana dependent hero to cast his spells. And I like that Zibe has the blink queued up next. Like, no matter how bad of a game he has, I think this is all he needs to do. Just let your Broodmother, your Puck find heroes, and then you just go blink Black Hole. And if it can be the sniper, all the better. You don't need that much from him. Because as soon as you focus the Enigma, Taneko's having a perfectly fine game. He's going to drop his spells and egg. Broodmother's going to do Broodmother things. Puck's going to do Puck things. Right? You just need to distract.
yeah.
We got pretty good chemistry. Oh, no.
At the same time, you can't totally ignore it. Like, if you don't deal with the Black Hole, it actually does do a significant chunk of damage.
I am curious if they're going to be able to find an answer to the Black Hole eventually, because I feel like Doom, yes, it's a great tool, but I don't know if you can Doom, like, if it's going to be worth just, like, Dooming Enigma every fight and hoping that the rest of the fight goes well, because with how farmed Avalice are getting, it does start to seem like they're going to be the ones, like, just running down the heroes. When Bristleback gets a
Dire's middle tower is
Bloodstone,
under attack.
maybe that changes some things as well. Maybe he'll be tanky enough to survive this.
Dire's structures are
Ooh.
fortified.
Yeah, really wanted the
Dire's
Witch Doctor
middle
there.
tower
Don't
is
manage to
under
get him.
attack.
Oh, we might have DC'd here. Oh, no, we're good.
It's a little deep to go when the Bristle's right there. You still have to respect the amount of Quill Sprays that can come out. I say, they coil the Bristle in the mid lane. Sunray's on point.
Dire's
But yeah,
middle
he's
tower
tanky.
is under
He's
attack.
got his Witch Doctor behind him.
Dire's middle tower
Gonna be
has
okay,
fallen.
but he is zoned off the tower. They're gonna grab that tier 2.
Trading Coil for tier 2 at 18 minutes is not bad. I feel like that's a perfectly good trade.
Yeah, and I mean, they were trying for the kill. If you get it, fantastic. But
Yeah.
if not, tier 2 is a fantastic consolation prize. They are
The
waiting
Radiant
here on
actually
Mouse. They're seeing if
perfectly
anyone's
scanned.
going to show. Yeah, so they're actually bringing a lot of heroes. Bait Zibe. Yeah, kill Zibe again, guys. Come
Blink
get him.
Doom, our boy. The silence from the puck immediately. You don't get it this time, buddy. Yeah, Black Hole just in case. He's like, I am
Zibe's
definitely
revenge.
not getting doomed from you a 4th time. Hiding in the trees there. Looks like the Hoodwink gets the TP out. No way to cancel.
That was a good bait off that scan. They knew exactly what was happening. I love that they send Zibe in too. It could have been any of the others. It could have been the less important support, but it's like, there's no way they can resist killing you again, Zibe. Get in there. Go bait.
And just really quick response from the puck too, like knowing that he needs to blink and silence
Sniper in the
before the
mid
Doom
lane.
can come out. All right, yeah, Sniper's just dead. That's an arcane rune on the puck as well, so cooldown on that coil is going to be quite low.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Only 40 seconds, still another coil. Is there a turnaround for Mouse? This is the Bloodstone on the Bristleback. He's got a shard queued up next. You need to find some kind of amazing fight where you're hitting everybody with quill sprays.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And I don't know if Alice is going to give that to you.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Well, Eki was trying to go through the portal, ends up getting the D ward. He's gonna lose his life for this one, but it's just the support.
It looked like maybe they were thinking about coming to defend, but I don't know. Something happened. Avalos decided not to help out Eki. Okay, smoke from Mouse. They go through
They
the
know they're
twin
going
gate.
to the port. They should know. Like, he had his Eidolons up on the twin gate area, so he should know that they're portaling. Yeah, so he actually comes bottom.
I think they were hoping to trick Avalos, like, oh yeah, we're totally doing Roche off that kill,
Dire's
right?
top
And then you
tower
actually go
is
look for a
under
Blink
attack.
Doom kill. But instead, again, this is not going to find anything. And they actually have to be careful. There's a ward here from earlier. They do steal the Wisdom Rune, and then you just have to get out. And actually, if you want to fight for Roche, you got to get over there. I don't know if you can, though. At the same time, I don't know if you can give up Roche. But there's... Can you even win a fight here against Egg, Coil, and Black Hole? I don't think so.
Absolutely not. That's the part about the draft that is very difficult. Like, you want Avalos coming into your draft, right? Like, you want them to run into you. You get like a Blink Doom counter initiation, and your sniper is just wailing away on these guys. But if you try to run into the Avalos draft, you're setting yourself up for failure, I think. So they get Roche on. They didn't get Tormentor in the double Wisdom Room, like you were saying. So something at least obtained during that time frame for Mouse.
Guard for Narman's Hoodwink. Maybe that incoming spell damage can help make some of the difference. Quill Spray buffed up.
That'd be kind of cool.
Radiant are scanning.
They already had most of the towers before Roche, so there's really just one tower left to get. And then maybe they'll go high ground.
Oh, here comes the Alk, looking for the stun. Finds, banging on the Witch Doctor. Do they come in on the puck is the question. No, they're just going to back away. Going into the Sniper, not easy. And Olnit here as well. Sunray will keep it going, but this is great. Puck on the backside, able to initiate. Gets so much damage out. They blow up the Phoenix. He actually goes right into a bushwhack. Huge play from Narman as they take
was
away
a
the
gem
gem
recovered.
as well.
Okay, actually, that catching the Phoenix like that just saved that fight for them, because up to that point they had spent so many spells on the Alchemist And then the coil into egg might have sealed the deal for that team fight. Instead, picking up the Phoenix kill quickly, grabbing the gem, and just backing out after that. Now into a quick smoke, because you actually do still have Blink Doom. You don't want to run to Eki. It's not worth it. But right behind him is Rioff on that puck. I don't know if you can catch him, though. That's a tough one. You have Blink Stomp.
I feel like the puck kill would be amazing if they can get it.
Or maybe even Aegis on the Broodmother's worth it. There's still over 3 minutes on it. Might be okay to remove it. Could maybe even get the second kill if you can land the Bushwhack and then a cask. Quill Spray's going the whole time. Maybe. I don't know. This is a tough one.
All right, let's see what they can get done. They jump in, they get the Alchemist instead. Okay. Wait, Brood?
Maybe they do get the Brood. They didn't use Doom, actually.
What? That's just 2 deaths. You don't even
They
have
still
to
don't use the Doom.
Hey, there's no BKB.
Huge find for Mouse, actually.
Dude, that's like a
Yes.
over 3,000 gold swing since they picked up Aegis. This is exactly what happened last game. Like, one team got Aegis and then they lost the whole map, and that's like
Radiant's middle tower is
the
under
other way
attack.
around this time.
Maybe overconfident with that Aegis and saw them killing the Alk, thought he could like sneak in, but more risk than necessary. Gonna cost them a lot. And they still have Doom. They're still looking for more, as you should. You need to capitalize as much as possible. Looking at that puck is a bit scary, though. The longer this game goes, I think we wrap back around to Sniper being the king. Currently, if you're fighting outside the map, Brood is pretty terrifying for Sniper, but at some point you reach
Radiant's
the
bottom
level where
tower
you
is
instantly
under
kill the
attack.
Spiderlings and you do so much damage and you're so far back that
Yeah.
you half kill the Broodmother before she can even get to you.
Radiant's
If not,
middle
straight up
tower
kill her.
is under attack.
I think
Oh,
we're
they've
at least
hit an
another
amazing
10
timing.
minutes away from that, but
I couldn't tell if that was a Sanj and Yasha coming out on Ulnit, but I think he has a full Sanj and Yasha coming.
you would be correct.
Well, that's an amazing item here for him. You're definitely a little under-farmed this game on your supports, you know, Witch Doctor, which is kind of to be expected. But
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I'm curious what they can get done.
Don't worry, he's kept his Gree this whole time.
Oh, that's true. I forget about this.
Radiant's
How much gold
bottom
does he have
tower is
accumulated?
under
Probably like
attack.
over 1,000 at this point, right?
Actually, it's only at 700, so
Oh,
his net
okay,
worth
low.
would still be pretty low. Don't worry, he's getting 20 GPM.
Bottom lane, it looks like Alk is dead. They're actually TPing in a bunch of heroes. They didn't even commit the Doom for this.
Yeah, they get a response kill onto the Hoodwink. It's probably fine for Mal's, actually, since they're the ones still a bit on the back foot. Gold lead has swung back up to 5k for Avalis. They do have the support Alchemist, though, so the gold lead is maybe a little bit misleading, even though support Alks don't farm as much as core Alks.
They're smoked up here. Not really finding the target I think that they want. The scan's like just off the mark of the Enigma. No, it does connect now, so they know he's there. The question is, who's going to get the jump?
He should be
Looks
fine.
like
He's
Enigma's
blinking
actually
out.
just out.
And he has a BKB, fully bought BKB, so this could catch Mao's off guard. The only way you can cancel his abilities is with the Doom. And Doom is not a massive cast range. It can be awkward to get to the Enigma. And if nothing else, you're freeing up your team to now go in without fear of Doom after you baited it in. Avos really wants someone to push out of this lane. They are waiting to jump. But this is the strength of Sniper, clearing the way from behind the tier 3. That top tower is more than halfway dead, though, from spiders.
They'll get it eventually.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I think Mao's is playing for the bottom half of the map, trying to set up for the second Roshan, but there's still a while to wait, and spiders are pushing in top. They're actually about to take that tower.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Tier 3 down, and that was pretty low commitment from Avalis. I think Mao's needs to try to be a little bit better about dealing with that, otherwise they're going to get ratted. I mean, they're always going to have to deal with rat, but
The puck is becoming too big of a problem as well. He's got his Parasma and the Lincoln Sphere done again, so we've seen this before.
Doom might need to change the ability to something that procs Lincolns.
For an opening here on the Alk. Don't manage to find the sniper. Of course, you don't want to blink onto the enemy high ground.
You don't?
Usually not. Depends on the game, though.
That's what happens in all my pubs. I really thought it was the way things went. It's crazy.
Yeah, every core I've ever had on my team. Mid lane. I hear
See,
the
look, they're doing
recoil.
it.
The egg is out. Oh my goodness, they got the sniper. Okay, that's a great find.
You trade
Sniper
the
for your support Alk.
Alchemist. It's totally fine for you.
And you still have Black Hole if you need it. You still have Doom on the side of Mao's, though.
It's actually a pretty fast Roche. If they knew about this, they could head straight over and get it. No sniper. You're probably unwilling to fight on Mao's. But the way things are going, it looks like Mao should be able to fight one more time for it. It's a really big deal to get this Aegis because it is either a counter to the Coil Egg Black Hole combo because you have a second life, or it could be your counter to the Doom ult where there's no refreshers for either side. It's very important for both teams to get this.
I'll take that.
Both teams are, well, I was gonna say both teams, but it's mostly just Mao's starting to move their way down here. Broodmother again just ratting the top side of the map, so they are gonna send the Hoodwink back.
I mean, it is very good to do. Oh my goodness, the spider only get cleared out so quickly by Hoodwink. But it is good to do because if you can bait anyone back with those spiderlings, then that frees you up to go. They're actually just going to start chipping away at the base to try to bait Mouse to come back. They dive the Hoodwink in that top lane, and they're saying, yeah, we're going to take your buildings if you don't come back. You're actually too slow. We're going to take some buildings anyways. But once you come back, you give up Roach position, and now we get to go take it. And that's what you see happening. They're not going to TP out. It's such a good play from Avalis.
This is super smart because they know, like, this puck can pretty much free dive the base unless she gets, like, somehow chain stunned into a Doom, which is incredibly unlikely. So, gets the kill into the Hoodwink, forces everyone back. Roshan, it's not the fastest Roshan in the world, but they should get it. And I think, like I said earlier, you kind of want, as Avalis, you want Mouse to run into you and try and take these fights. You have Egg, you have Black Hole up. Flying Knight gets the Aegis.
Which I also like that Phoenix Seneko was hiding behind the Roche pit as a backup plan. Like, oh, maybe they don't come and they just try to sneak Roche. It's like, well, I'll just try to dive steal it at that point. You know, maybe it doesn't work, but maybe it does. Maybe we get everything. Right, so it's kind of a cool setup to wait back there. But didn't have to depend on that. They got top. It looks like they're going back for it. I thought maybe they would just let the creeps push it on their own and go for other lanes, but I guess they're already set up top with all these webs, so it's a little easier for Brood to finish this up and then go set up bottom. This is also a Brood who went Shadowblade, wants to roleplay old Brood from like 8 years ago. But the break is going to be very good this game versus that Bristleback. Does have a BKB. Have something to go around it, but once that's down, if you can break Bristle, he's dead.
How close is he to the Silver Edge? Did you say he has it, or is he almost does?
It just got delivered, so he just finished.
Okay.
It.
Are scanning.
There you go. It looks no different from Shadowblade Invis, but that's actually Silver Edge Invis. Wow.
Incredible stuff.
I miss old Invis Brood. This is probably gonna give me a lot of hate. I liked those days. Offlane Brood 1v3 playing Invis in the webs. That was fun.
No one can punish you ever.
Yeah.
I mean, now it'd actually be easier with how Dust works, but...
Yep. Invis Brood scouts out the Bristleback. Do they want to come up here and try to get him?
Alk is in a weird spot. He is very far away from his team. Huck's
Maybe
actually
regretting
up there.
self-stunning. He tries for the
Drops
coil
the
pushback to
coil.
break. Didn't quite get
Okay.
it.
That was a close one.
All right, looks like they get the full disengage, but they smoke
wanna
up on
fight.
Avalis.
Brood's under a ward. All right, backs out.
Oh, BKB Black Hole to break the instant doom. There comes the egg as well. They've caught two huge stuns onto the backside. It's the sniper. It was the Witch Doctor as well. Supreme's BKB trying to get him to safety, but it's not enough. Narman barely gets out, but guess what? Smiling Knight has his eyes set on this Bristleback. He tries to finish the job, but it won't be enough. 3 for 1. You sacrifice the Enigma. But that's what this is the problem, right? Your Doom has to doom the Enigma.
I'm surprised they fought out of the base like that. Like, I think if you're fighting for Roche, that's one thing. But we've been talking about how Brood on the map wraps around to the sniper. Same with Puck. So if by fighting in your base, you cut off a lot of those paths because you can see it because it's your base. But in that case, they blink Black Hole to Bristle. Honestly, in an individual play, pretty good blink Doom to cancel it. But it's all a bait to draw them away from the backline. And Puck and Broodmother just go and eviscerate the backline on their own. They actually just won the game off that play. I don't think there's a way to come back from this.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Maybe I'm overhyping. Maybe you just buy back. I don't think you can win
honestly
with buybacks,
don't.
though.
You still have a minute on Aegis, bro. Like, I don't even think it matters. Like, they're just gonna run right through your buildings. Puck goes in, gets on top of the sniper, does not have a BKB, gonna get stunned up by Eki. You might get the Puck, you do, but Supreme still dies to Smiling Knight, who did get Maledict just now, so he's gonna tick down underneath the tower. Do you buy back on Olnitz? Can the Broodmother get out of this one? No. Death Ward, silence, they got him. Okay, too much of a dive. Turns out you can kill him with buyback.
All right. That seems a little unnecessary from Avalis, but you're feeling a little too good about that momentum going. They got 2 barracks and the buyback, so they're not feeling too bad. It could have been... I think you can probably win off that play, but it'll just be a longer win now.
Radiant's
Is there
middle
any
tower
major
is under
items you can
attack.
go for? Doom is working on an Ags. That'll make canceling the black hole really easy. You're not worried at all about the refresher black hole plays. At least until your own Doom ends. That's kind of cool. Maybe you'll catch it's easier to catch Puck and Phoenix when you can just doom yourself and blink in as well.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I mean, it would be quite the comeback for Mouse to win this. It's in the realm of possibilities with that. You know, not losing all your barracks in that last play. But it really has to be around Sniper. You have to do a really good job of protecting Sniper and letting him just attack non-stop in fights. And you have to get like the perfect dooms, really good cask bounces and maledicts. The Nako's got a refresher. This guy's so rich.
That's crazy, actually. What in the world? I mean, I guess if you think about it, it kind of makes sense to kind of greed out for the refresher because it's not like Doom's ever going for the Phoenix when you have Puck, Enigma, and Brood Cores, right? Like, he's going to be able to do whatever he wants, and they have very bad heroes at killing the egg.
It also feels like sort of a bait too, because Sniper could kill it, right? You could egg in a way that Sniper kills you, but then Sniper's hitting the egg for, I don't know, 3 seconds, and that's enough time for Brood to be killing your allies, or maybe getting to the Sniper, killing him.
Bottom lane, they
Coil?
find someone off the coil.
Find Puck on the Doom.
Oh, Puck does come out of the Doom. The black hole comes out from Zibe. That's going to be a trade, and Puck should survive this. At least barely. It's going to be close.
Yeah, you just can't approach other damage. I think he'll live just enough.
And the heals out from the Alchemist.
Berserk potion.
Hey,
How
buddy.
much is that?
Like, I don't know, a couple hundred health or something. It's not much.
40 HP regen for 15 seconds. That is more than I thought. That's like 600 health.
Okay, that is a lot more
Not
than
too
I thought.
bad. Okay, but he still needs. He's like, hey, come back, come back. I need another one. I'm not healed yet. Oh, Sandra. Okay, he's like, okay, don't worry. Seneco's got me.
All right, so they get those kills. Doom is down. Take Tormentor, last outer tower, and this is the only thing that's preventing them from getting to the Ancients, or to getting Mega Creeps in the Ancients. So this one makes a lot of sense to me. I think you maybe wait for next Roche, but we'll see what they want to do.
Radiant are scanning.
Next Roche is probably the safe way to do it. Especially if you're thinking about diving behind the tier force again. Look at this Enigma, second net worth. Remember the start of the game he had. But he's just been farming with Eidolons and his Midas. He's back at top. Classic Enigma.
All right, they must have scouted Roche. Yeah, they've got an Eidolon in there. Okay. Back we go.
There's refresher on this. Maybe just give to, I guess, Brood or Puck for a second set of spells. Puck's level 25, so it's got the BKB piercing coil. Maybe 2 of those could be pretty good.
Dude, the 2 Aghanim Scepters from the Alchemist this game are crazy strong.
Who did he give them to?
To Puck and an Enigma. That's why they're so rich.
Ah, I see, I see.
So he now has Lincoln's Refresher Enigma with the Aghanim Scepter and a Timeless Relic. So this damage is huge if he manages to get multi-hero black holes. It would end the game.
This might be the last fight of the game.
They know they have to be up onto the high ground there. The question is, oh, they guess the wrong. Interesting. They go right. The smoke popped on the left side. Yeah, there's the Puck. Goes in, scouts them all, drops a coil before leaving. He has a refresher. He's going to go back in. Doesn't quite see them still. Drops another coil. That's just going to finish off the Hoodwink, but he's doomed up. The black hole, the first one at least, comes out. Smiling
Brood is
Knight, I
just
guess.
ratting you.
He's just taking the base.
Dire's bottom barracks
Okay.
has fallen. Dire's bottom barracks
They don't even manage to kill the backline all that much. They get the puck. The puck just buys back, rejoins the fight.
All right, looks like Smiling Knight, finally they're going to turn their attention on over to him. There is still a second black hole waiting. He is just very low HP. But Zibe wants to put it to good use. Oh, that's going to be forced to BKB.
Billings coming in. Last barracks.
Insatiable Hunger,
Insatiable
BKB.
Hunger and BKB.
Yeah, there's no way. The egg is out. They're going to try and bait this with Zibe's black hole, but they're not falling for it. Instead, they're just going to kill the sniper. And now, do they get their opening to maybe find a kill here on the retreat? No,
There's still a black hole available.
That's what I'm saying. Like, they're just baiting here, trying to get them to commit onto something with a black hole. Follow it up.
Dire's middle tower is
Looks
under
like they'll
attack.
reset off of that. They're going to take the megas and reset. Wait for the alchemist. All the buybacks will still be on cooldown. Bristles used earlier will be back, and Doom still has his, but that's just not a lot to work with. And actually, Doom just bought out something. What did he just buy? Ags? I think he just bought his Ags.
Okay, yeah.
Kind of need to. You need as much firepower as you can in these fights.
It's the only way to kill
you got
the
one more
black hole.
play.
Dire
Yeah.
are scanning.
Maybe they can find this amplified damage rune in the top.
Nice find. Oh, Zibe pops the BKB, but gets caught out, and now he's just going to try and TP home. He's not going to make it. Oh, that is a very costly find. And Smiling Knight going to try and maybe shove mid lane here a little bit. You're still up quite a bit, but that hurts a lot.
Yeah, Avalis actually does not have any buybacks really. Besides the out, they need to be a little careful.
I mean, Do You Supreme is really strong. He just stands his ground.
Why
Gets a
would
lot
Knight
to,
not
okay,
be
now
killed?
he's not strong enough to survive against Supreme on the back
Why there's
side.
no
You are
buyback
dead without
if
buyback.
he doesn't get out?
Puck just gonna keep going
still
in.
going
I mean,
in?
he's got cheese. They can't actually do anything to this puck. He's gonna be so
scary.
annoying.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He comes in, hits the blink stun. Is Bristleback really the hero you want, though? Do you kill this guy?
Reach him and kill your base. They're just dragging his attention away.
Yeah, he's just gonna run down Eki with a BKB. Okay. I was like, I feel like
Puck's
if
gonna try to
I'm
kill
the puck here,
Sniper.
I'm running for Sniper the whole time, right? Which we're gonna see now. I think he just dies to perhaps
didn't have
just have
detection.
detection. He drops the coil. He's forced to BKB, but the coil still snaps, and that is a dead Sniper.
Could he have just
Yeah.
sat there?
He could have just sat there invis, I think, but
I guess they would have been hit by the Ags.
Ancient is under attack.
It
no, I
doesn't
don't think it
reveal
hits
though, right?
invis. I don't think it hits invis.
Well, Puck spells would have come back off, right? I guess
Yeah.
you gotta.
All right, quick little black
Right.
hole there onto the Bristleback. The refresh comes out immediately, and Puck is really just the unkillable hero of this game. You may have thought, like, oh, it's going to be the Bristleback, surely, right? No. It's the Puck. The Aghanim Scepter enables him to do so much damage and be so survivable. Doom Ags baited by the Puck, and now Zibe with his second black hole is just waiting for his opportunity to go in. There's going to be the egg. As the throne's about to explode, the GG comes out, and that is it. Avalis take the series 2-1.
Impressive comeback from game number 1. Managed to get 2 wins in a row to move on. Malice is not out. They will have to go through the lower bracket, though. They dragged that game on for a while, but I feel like as soon as Sniper did not crush his lane,
Yeah.
Avalis was... they were looking pretty good, especially because Brood was having a good time, too.
Yeah, they just eventually took over completely, and it was... I don't know, like Broodmother just having a free game, but the fact that you have like all these like really big team fight spells, and your Doom has to prioritize the Enigma because you have absolutely no other way of dealing with this. So it works out really well for Avalis. Very well deserved win. They get themselves the advancement to the upper bracket finals, which they will be playing up against our next series winner, which is going to be 1win versus DMS. So that should be a lot of fun. But yeah, like what could Mouse have done differently in this game?
I feel that their draft in the first draft was awesome. Second draft and third draft, I feel like they made it hard for themselves, and you have to follow like a very specific game plan to win, and that involves winning the lanes, grouping, making things happen like very quickly, and it just like they just couldn't make that happen. I think Avalis did a very good job of recognizing the situation and maneuvering around the map to avoid it, so that's good on them. I think for Mouse, you have to adjust the draft a little bit to make your life easier. It's not that they can't win with what they picked, but you give yourself more chances with, you know, some of these more meta picks. Like you could improve your scaling with heroes like Tinker. You can improve your catch with heroes like Mirana or something. There's a whole variety of meta heroes that really got ignored this series. I'm very surprised about. I don't think that'll happen in the next series. I think 1win is pretty, like, I think they're following the meta, and we're going to see a lot of these OP heroes, and I think DMS will as well, which then leading into whoever wins that series, you're going to see a very meta draft versus whatever Avalis brings, and I think we might see like the strength of those meta picks shine in that next series.
I agree. I absolutely agree. All right, well, it's time for us to go to a break, and we'll be back with our final series of the evening, everyone. We'll see you soon.
bottom barracks has fallen. Dire's bottom barracks has fallen. Dire's top barracks are under attack. Dire's top barracks has fallen.
Welcome back, everybody. It is CCT Series 3 as we're jumping into our next upper bracket series pretty much right away. They're not messing around. They're the players are getting an answer like, we want to start. So here we are. It's 1win taking on DMS. And game number 1 should be interesting. Like you said, you've seen 1win kind of draft a lot more of the meta type heroes, which is why we're seeing a lot of the same bands, right? So Lina, Omni, Nature's Prophet, and Sand King all removed.
And these guys are zooming along.
Tinker?
Okay, yeah, before I could even
there
say
it
it,
is.
Tinker is available, and Shadow Demon was already banned out. So both teams getting very strong picks to start. I think both these heroes have a lot going for them. I wouldn't give an advantage to one side yet. We'll see how they build around it. But Tinker, I do think you want your carry, like whatever good carry matchup, sure. The other 3 heroes I think should be on the more active side because you want Tinker to have space to farm, but also to join globally with your heal, your shields, your auras. Like that's the whole point. So that's what I want to see out of 1win draft, which I'm sure they'll get something along that line. From DMS's side, you're still a bit more open because Naga, we always say it could be carry because it could be, but really nowadays it's just a very strong support, pretty good laning stage, and you're just enabling people with Ensnare plus Reelin for aggressive plays, or just buying time, just trading with Deluge until your team is ready to do stuff. Song is a good engage, disengage. So it's still very open, but I do like aggressive combos with a Naga. That feels like it makes the most use of the status resistance from Deluge. Again, assuming it's support Naga.
I assume it will be just based on like what this hero has been seen as recently. It makes the most sense. Earthshaker picked up for 1win, which likely to be Cheer Jr.'s mid lane hero, but not a guarantee. It can flex, but I think more often than not, we've seen this go mid lane. I think with the Tinker, it kind of makes sense. He's just like a go in, find heroes. Kind of cool. We'll see the Bat Rider as a response from DMS. That's quite nice. I'd like something with a stun to pair with this in the like potentially from the off lane, like whether that be the Centaur, which is like decent at finding the Tinker, or you could go with the Doom because the Doom is still in and it's a little bit of a stun and does give you the healing reduction. More
I think you want to keep it open. Yeah, Alex he's been getting popular lately. I think you want to keep it open because if you do run Earthshaker mid, I'm pretty sure you could just go Bat Rider mid. I think that's the idea.
Yeah.
So I think you're now looking more towards a 4 support Earthshaker, and you figure it out from there. You still keep that flex open in case they do just run a different mid hero for DMS. But I think that's why you see 1win take the Earthshaker so early. It's a hero they like, but again, that flex potential we were talking about in the last draft. There's some strong picks, and then there's a lot of flexible picks. And that's what you want from your opener. We see that on the same side from DMS. Naga, core, support, probably support. Bat Rider, core, support. Alchemist, core, support. Right? So you don't know what you're getting into until the very end.
We'll see what they want to do here on 1win in terms of their response, because you could go for the Doom now if you wanted, but you don't know if this is going to be just a support Alchemist, and then you're kind of getting baited by picking your own Doom. And like Doom Earthshaker lane also doesn't feel super good. They go for the Pangolier. I like this a lot. Very flexible as well between the mid and the off lane. And I think now you just pick a 5 position, right? And if you're not planning on running the Tinker 5, which I guess you can. But I really like Tinker as the 4 as well in certain lanes.
It's tricky. If you could grab a hero who could be a carry or support, that would be your best bet.
Ideal.
Maybe something like Mirana, though she doesn't have the best setups here. But just that line of hero, maybe the Sniper, because you want the options of running the Pango and the Earthshaker mid. But if you pick a support, Tinker has to be a support. If you pick just a support hero, then that's double core lineup there. Okay, so Sven works, right? So that could be your position 5 you were talking about, but could be your carry if they're potentially thinking about running Naga carry or even into Alk carry. I think carry Sven's fine. I don't think either side really has a strong advantage there. They're going to grab the Dazzle. You really need a new mid laner now.
Yeah,
I think that's what that Dazzle pick is saying. Pick a new mid.
Yeah, so Pango Earthshaker would be your offlane duo, which is not a super great lane, but you need to pick a mid hero that does not get rolled by a Dazzle. Pango is definitely better than the Earthshaker in the matchup, so either you're running offlane or 4-position Shaker. They're basically forcing it out of the mid.
I think it's fine. Like Earthshaker just has a lot of tools to fissure block your own creeps, fissure block the enemy creeps, go creep drag, right? I think offlane Pango plus the Earthshaker 4 will be fine. I think you just run that and pick a new mid. So we see the Invoker band, Chira Jr., very good Invoker player, and you just take that out. Whatever other ranged hero you don't want to deal with from DMS. Another ranged hero that does well versus Dazzle.
I'm so curious on what you can take mid now for 1 win. The Invoker ban would have been super good.
Thinking of like Sniper and maybe
I do like the Sniper.
maybe Puck is okay.
Yeah, I mean, you can pretty reliably dodge the projectile of Poison Touch on Puck. Wind Ranger's also not bad. Oh, she's banned.
Yeah, otherwise I think One Win takes it like instantly. They love Wind Ranger. They're
Yeah,
all
that's
really
true.
good Wind Ranger players.
Trying to think like another vessel builder that could work from mid, but I think Silence also does the same thing. So if you pick like a hero that does have Silence that can play the mid lane similar to the Puck, like you said, I think that should be good enough. Or you just go the Sniper, like you said. 'Cause I can't really see or think of any other hero that you'd be looking for that kind of work in the mid lane at the moment. Storm Spirit ban. Interesting. So they're actually kind of leaning towards this not being a poor Dazzle.
I guess you could run support or offlane Dazzle if you're worried
Yeah.
about that flex. I really don't like support Dazzle right now, though.
I don't
really
either.
think mid Dazzle is his best role. Maybe offlane Dazzle if he has a really good pairing. Which you'd have what? Batrider, maybe Naga. I guess they're okay. Maybe even the Alchemist. I guess those are okay.
The Alk Dazzle lane could be kind of sick, but then you're running like Batrider mid and picking a new carry, right?
Which actually,
Which-
that's the interesting part about picking that Dazzle. Like, Batrider was already really good versus these heroes.
Yeah. Because I was going to say, like, they function very similarly in terms of their counters.
I suppose you're now shutting down multiple lanes since you know. It's like, well, they got to move the hero somewhere, so we'll counter mid, maybe counter a side lane as well. Very all in, but we'll see if One Win can come up with a clever final pick. I don't know. I'm not nearly as smart as these guys. I'll know it when I see it after they lock it in, but coming up with it, I'm not sure.
Puckman
Alright, so
into Queen of Pain.
Okay. Interesting. Can't you just now go back to maybe putting Pango or Earthshaker mid? I know it's not the greatest versus the Queen of Pain, but if you want to open up your options,
I'm definitely putting Shaker mid here. I feel like that is like a guaranteed, like, you know that this is, well, it's either carry Naga or carry Alchemist, right? But I that means you definitely don't want the Shaker in the off lane at all. So it's like, I would rather have Shaker mid into Queen of Pain. She's gonna max Scream of Pain. She's not gonna bother putting too many points into the dagger. So Shaker should farm that relatively well.
well, you
But it-
can point in dagger if it'll win you your lane.
It griefs your game super hard, though. And they go back for the Doom. Okay. So it is just carry Sven. Does that mean it's going to be... Okay, never mind. They're going to put Pango mid. All right.
Yeah, I think Pango. I mean, if you're a mid laner, you've played Pango into every matchup possible. You know how to get what you need. Even if Queen of Pain will be annoying, you will eventually hit level 6 and you will rotate, and I think that's fine. And it allows you to pick Doom instead, who is very good versus Alchemist. Actually, I mean, he's good versus the healing of the Dazzle. You could also lock down the Queen of Pain, right? It is a very solid Doom game. and you'll have the 4 Earth Shaker, which opens him up to roam around, stack for you. You'll do like weird creep equilibrium dragging, stuff like that. And then if you don't love your mid lane, he is free to come over and help out a lot. Try to get your water runes, your power runes secured. Can't imagine them killing Queen of Pain just because she has the blink. It'd be pretty tough, but you can make her use it defensively so she can't play as aggressively as she would like.
So I am looking. It's like I kind of forgot this is Dahak that's on DMS, and he loves offlane Dazzle. So this makes more sense. He's played a lot of offlane Dazzle, but pairing it with a Naga Siren is kind of genius because the Deluge, I
think so.
Synergizes really good with Poison Touch. You can't get away from these heroes. And then at some point, you just get in Snare and you reel them back in. So it's kind of cool. I feel like Sven is really going to struggle in this lane.
I did kind of forget. They love the Dazzle. I remember casting some of their other games where they were like first picking Dazzle and we were confused by. I think it was them. Okay, we'll see how it does. The offlane Dazzle, it's really not super popular right now, but if someone likes it, they know how to make it work. And into the Sven, that's not bad.
Not at all.
It is a melee hero you can run down.
I do feel like this. I like this draft a lot more looking at the lanes right now for DMS than I did maybe before the final pick. Now, Queen of Pain isn't going to like body this mid lane Pango by any means. Chira Jr. should, I don't want to say free farm, but like he's going to farm perfectly fine. You'll go, you'll open with Scream of Pain level 1 and then put a point in a Shadow Strike just to give you a little bit of harassment. But putting more than 1 point in Shadow Strike griefs your game so hard. Because the value out of it is so, it's so small.
I think you do it if you're only like, I just need to shut down this mid. Like that's my job. I think you see it then. Otherwise, I agree that E is usually a little easier to work with and transitions into ganking the enemy. And maybe
you just can't
Pango.
farm.
Yeah, Pango, I don't think you could kill with your Q build anyways. So late smokes, but it doesn't look like they're connecting. Might just be some even rune splits here.
That's not right.
Actually, they get 3. 3 for DMS. They're the ones with the Alchemist, so pretty happy with that.
Yeah, good.
God, voice line spam is through the roof since the introduction of the compendium.
You gotta put them out there. Now, Sven's lane will be annoying, but I do think Warcry will be quite nice for his team this game. It's a lot of physical damage and armor reduction. Some good value out of it. I don't think he'll be buying a shard anytime soon, but if you pick it up for maybe a Tormentor, it'd be pretty nice for your team. I really want that koi fish skin that Naga has. That's a cool one.
I think I have it. I don't know. She has a lot of really good skins.
Yeah, and I never got to use any of them because she wasn't she was only a carry. But now, yeah, it's my time.
Finally.
Slowly, all the core heroes are becoming playable to me.
Dude, it's crazy that the majority of agility heroes in this patch are played as supports instead of cores.
Futures now.
But when has that been the case, right?
Dire's top tower is
They're not tanky enough to scale usually, so they're just annoying in lane.
Yeah, I'm sure as you change facets and innates around, we might, it could always shift. But top lane, ooh, flame break off the mark.
Flame break completely off the mark. But that's a good juke from Cloud.
Very nice.
That's
And
gonna-
Pango actually doing really well in the mid lane for what
Yeah.
we thought would happen. And she did invest 2 points in Shadow Strike to try to shut him down. And it's not quite working yet. And like you said, if you are not... It's like a combination, actually. Like, if you don't win your lane with Shadow Strike, like, that's the point of that build. If you need to revert back to farming, you're so sad that you don't have Scream of Pain maxed out.
Dude, I'd buy a Midas at that point. If I go Shadow Strike build in lane and then I lose the lane, it's like, all right, Midas it is. This hero actually farms nothing without Scream, and the reason I don't think this lane is even that good for her is like Pango's spam is just as good as hers, if not better, and he gets the barrier. Whereas like she has like a little bit of like lifesteal she gets from the dagger over time. But if you get close enough and Pango shield crashes you, he gets like 150 barrier and just it's all physical damage, which she's very susceptible to.
Yeah, Cheer is zoning her so hard right now, actually. He's behind the tower, denying creeps.
Yeah. Part of this could just be like a skill matchup as well. I know Chira Jr. he's been bodying a lot of mid players lately, and Mello could just be not super experienced on the matchup. That being said, I mean, he's a master tier. Well, bottom lane, Munkushi gets the deny onto his own Tinker, so that's nice.
Top lane, they go for a play themselves, but nice vision to keep Cloud alive. Some action going around. No kills yet, though. Now, besides the mid lane we were talking about, the side lanes are going a little bit in the way of DMS. And it should get easier and easier for Dazzle as he picks up more levels versus the Sven. But Sven, you know, he'll reach the point where he can jungle as well. He should still be getting what he needs, and this might actually be good for Tinker, because Tinker's a very greedy support, wants to get a lot of levels in particular. So if your Sven has to go jungle, you're like, oh, I'm really sorry about that, man. Wish I was a stronger laner, but I'll take it from here, dude. Why don't you go hit that small camp over there?
Top lane, Cloud. Push back here from the flame break. This one connects. The fissures. Probably not going to be enough to save you as the Bat Rider. Very good in this matchup. Manages to find the kill.
Ooh, Sweden Strong. Does he have a ward to see this courier? Oh, they're paying attention. Okay, they're going to keep it alive. There's 900 gold on that courier. It is the finished phase boots for Alchemist, which will do a lot to help him tank up, but also to play aggressively on that Doom, which we already saw them going for. So we're keeping that courier alive. Maybe Earthshaker's going to sneak back around and go for it. That'd be really funny. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, you see him doing weird stuff, though. He's dragging creeps around, losing them in the jungle, so it's just going to push towards the Doom. I already know this lane's a bit tough into that Bat Rider.
Radiant are scanning.
Pango's 6. I want to see where he decides to go. Power Rune is spawning. Depending what comes up, that might determine if a gank is possible. Threatening Meljewel. Actually, just
super brutal.
Yeah, forced Meljewel to just blink, so there will be no contest for the rune. Actually, Naga does steal away from the Pango. Is huge.
Yeah, the regen is very nice to get away, but at the same time, I think Pango is probably still relatively happy with his state of the game.
Pango wants to kill Bat Rider and steal this stack with his ult if he can. Doesn't even need the ult, actually. Fissure from Earthshaker, enough time. Oh, and a courier for his troubles. Will he steal the stacks from the Alch? Maybe not yet.
He's got big wave in mid to come clean up. Good tower damage in from Mello. So that's a decent amount of space being made for the Bat Rider. Is Mello does manage to clean up a lot of CS there, but also gets a ton of damage into the mid tier 1 with the catapult. Top lane, Shigetsu trying to stun up Cloud, but Fissure Save comes out. He's all right.
Looks like he found a speed aura creep for himself, so that'll help him keep his distance from this Alchemist.
Yeah.
Maybe even the Bat Rider.
Goal.
Although once some Napalm stacks come out, I don't think you can get away. Mango's making his way bottom, trying to find a roll target. Hawk, does he suspect this?
Getting
Maybe
the
not fast
dazzle would be
enough.
huge.
Just in time, backs
Dire's
out.
top tower is under attack.
Alk is farming crazy fast though.
Getting scary, for sure.
Dire
They
are
really
scared.
want these Pango rolls to connect, but he's spending the time walking and getting nothing out of it. Queen of Pain starting to recover. Okay, maybe mid lane, there's a dive going on.
Ooh, Sweden Strong first to go down. Great find from Mello with the amplified damage, and he just blinks to safety. Does find the courier.
Has been killed.
Still no ultimate on the Queen of Pain. Did have to go back for the 4th point in Scream. A little bit odd. I mean, Sonic Wave is a lot of damage. Top lane, they're going to look for Cloud here once again. And this time, plenty of damage with the help of the Quap.
Radiant's
DMS
top
are
tower is under
kind of
attack.
owning right now.
Yeah. It's not for lack of trying. Like, Pango's been making the moves, but just hasn't been able to find anything worth his time. And he hasn't been getting the rolls off either because of that. Whereas Queen of Pain got to sit mid longer, and then she finally rotates, finds a Doom kill right away. And the whole time, Alk farming well. He's pretty close to his Sacred Relic already.
I might be able to stop you if you think you're going to roll too far.
I guess Tinker's getting some levels too. He's going to hit 6 at a perfectly
Radiant's bottom tower is under
normal
attack.
time. This is the weak phase for Tinker support. Maybe things will come online more as these supports pick up some levels.
You say weak, I say not broken.
You know, what's the difference? Well, there's only 2 states in Dota.
That is true, that is true. Ooh, Sonic Wave ends up pushing him to the kind of a rough side of the fissure there. Cheer Jr. just yoinks the Haste Rune on the way back. Doom's going to connect. That'll finish off the Bat Rider as the Poison Touch comes through. And they will back away. A 1-for-1 trade. I think overall you're okay with that.
Radiant
I guess both teams kind of okay with it. The bottled Haste Rune, though, might make a difference. We'll have to see.
That's what I'm thinking. So far these ganks have not been working out, but if you can use that Haste Rune to run over and connect on a gank and save yourself some time,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
and that might be the impact you need. That might be the big play from what just happened there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Another item timing we haven't been talking about is the Dazzle's Ags. He's slowly at work on it.
Radiant's
That's when
bottom
these
tower
core
is under
dazzles really
attack.
come online. It's gonna be a while though, maybe like 5 more minutes. He didn't have the greatest lane.
They're
Knife
gonna
on
punish
Tinker
the Tinker
though.
here.
That'll speed things up.
Well, I mean, not really
Don't
gonna
have enough
punish him.
damage. They don't have enough to get through
It
the March
just-
of the Machines and Defense Matrix.
Yeah, he's got 3 points. Bottom lane here, problems.
Radiant's middle tower is under
I'm
attack.
surprised. Oh, he doesn't have the roll yet. It's 2 seconds
Like a
away.
few more seconds, yeah. Otherwise, I think he goes for it. But
Yeah.
this is what I mean. It's again, we see Chira Jr. in the side lane not getting a kill. He's
And that
coming
was
here,
the
but
use of the haste.
yeah, sometimes things just don't quite connect. I don't think the times he went were bad, but I'd say like it's more good play from DMS to read that he's left the mid lane, he's moving over, and they're playing safe as he's getting there.
They need to gank the Alk with the Doom, like pretty badly. Bottom river though, it's gonna be an Arcane Rune. Oh no, Arcane Rune spawns top, but Chira Jr. gets the Rolling Thunder off, looking for Mellow. He gets the blink. Does he turn his attention to the Naga Siren? He won't. They will all just back away.
Another roll. Another lack of kills.
Yeah. Tinker.
Free bottle
courier
refills,
service.
though.
Yeah, now this is where the game gets really hard because the Tinker is going to just slowly pull away. Top lane Shigetsu looks for the Doom, doesn't find him thanks to that movement aura like you talked about, right?
Yeah, the worry
Kobold
is
Foreman.
the worry is that the scaling for one win is better, in my opinion, but this Alchemist is insanely farmed.
Huge.
Almost at 11,000 at 13 minutes. So there's going to be this window where you haven't reached the late game scaling and DMS is really strong. So if you can get past that, I do think it then tips back over to one win. But that's now where they're at. If the Pango rolls had connected earlier, maybe you wouldn't be so worried about this upcoming timing. But he's got the Radiance, Blink finished. I imagine BKB on Shigetsu, and that might line up with maybe Aghanims on Dazzle. Like Blink on the Bat Rider, right? And at that point, you're so powerful.
Dude, he's sitting at like almost 900 GPM or something, isn't he? Like, what is that? Let me see.
He's just been free farming up there, and
Almost
he has 1 kill,
800,
1 assist.
770, yeah.
Looks like he wants to get involved with his Blink. See if he can find anything. They're moving into the triangle.
Pop gets the mid tower. Melo is starting to find some momentum into this game, and I think part of it is even though the lane didn't go super well, it's like exactly like you said, he was able to gank, get a kill onto the Doom. Meanwhile, the Pango was not top lane. Doom does come out, and they've got the Rolling Thunder. This time, Song of the Siren gonna try and put them to sleep, but Jira misses the roll onto the Alk, and he's gonna come right back into this fight in a moment. Cloud is in no man's land. He's gonna go down first, just Dagon down by Melo. They are really struggling on the Pango this game.
Yeah, so maybe this is some of their plan that even if Alk is farmed, we have the Doom to counter it. But you still need the follow-up damage, right? Doom is not enough. It just prevents the healing. And we saw there, roll didn't connect. Even if roll connects, I think it would actually still be close. And it's going to be a while until Munkushi is really ready to pump in the damage. Which, when he is online, it is physical burst, which is what Alchemist does not like dealing with. So you will have that going for you. But it's probably, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes before one win is back where they would want to be.
And I think the other issue you have here is, like, the timing is just so much faster for DMS. Like, the Song of the Siren is always going to be a great reset, and until you have BKBs, if you throw Doom, it's an immediate song, like every time. So if as long as the Naga Siren is playing near her team, they should be able to set that up. Bottom lane, they will finally go ahead and punish respect on the Tinker, who's been down here keeping this tower alive for a long time. So he's done his job, but Shigetsu is very strong with the Blink, the Radiance, almost a BKB now. Top lane, the Hawk goes down. The Chira Jr. I don't think there was a Doom for that one, was it? I don't think it was off cooldown,
No,
was it?
it was still on cooldown. So
Okay,
they're going to finish up the tower of their own, and they will have Doom available coming up here. Maybe waiting for the Blink on the Doom, and then you could have an easier time landing that.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Find Chira Jr. looking for the rune. Lasso, he is dead.
It's a really nice kill.
It's a little bit of the awkward part with the Tinker support. You have the global teleports with Keen Conveyance, but as you lose your tier 1 towers and you don't have level 2 Keen Conveyance, you can't go to creeps, only objectives. It becomes a little difficult to connect to your team. I think it's sort of okay this game since they're probably just trying to drag this out, so they're not looking for as many aggressive plays, more just spam out the waves in each lane and hang on. But it can sometimes lead to some awkward connections.
I mean, he died really fast. Okay, Queen of Pain, Dazzle are very much online. You have the Kaya Dagon done. Dazzle's Ags is done.
Is under attack. Dire
I am getting really worried for One Win's ability to match this tempo. Because these guys are going to start just... I feel like the team fight potential from DMS is so high right now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, you need a pretty big fight going your way coming up here soon.
I mean, they are smoked up. Finding the Hawk would be huge.
Radiant's
They're
top
going to head
tower
right
is
into the
under
triangle.
attack.
The smoke's going to pop. The
Blink
Hawk
the wrong
actually
way,
gets
though.
vision of them for the moment. The jump in, though. The Doom comes out. He gets the Grave off for a moment. This is going to stall some things out. Meldrew with a huge Sonic Wave.
You just got to
Managed
run
take
now.
down the tanker. They get the Doom in response. Chira Jr. able to swashbuckle to safety. Dude, that Grave came out so fast, and they are going to be able to grab Chira Jr. as well. And this is the thing, like the cost of this fight is so heavy because now Mello finds Sweet and Strong onto the backside as well. It's 4 for 1 across the map.
Yeah, you can't get away from DMS. Their heroes are so good at chasing. So as
They
soon
had
as that
Song, too, the
kill
whole
was
time.
not fast enough, if you can't take the direct fight, you're getting run down like we just saw.
Radiant's
Especially
middle
since
tower
Tinker got
is
killed
under
really
attack.
quickly. If he's spamming March in the Machines, maybe it's hard to push in and you let them go. But that quick Tinker kill,
Radiant's
you have
bottom
no
tower is
worries
under
as you just
attack.
chase into the enemy's half of the map.
That's the type of fight that Queen of Pain loves, right? Because she just gets to... She doesn't have to worry about any control. She gets to sit there, throw everything she wants into these heroes, bottom lane problems as well as she gets to. Gonna try and turn onto this Doom. Reactive Barrier and the Blind coming through from Respect, the heal as well. Corrosive Weaponry doing a lot of work here. Respect's gonna sacrifice himself as Cloud tries to run away, but the lasso is there. And you can't escape the Alchemist. Burns him down, and on the backside of the fight, they also get Sweet and Strong. Mid lane, Chira Jr. has to pop Rolling Thunder. He's gonna die. Yeah. He will use it, but Sonic Wave.
It's really close.
It's gonna. If
She
he
is a
blinks onto
blink.
the high ground, he could get the kill. Oh,
Oh, it's chasing!
Dire's middle tower
40
is under
HP.
attack.
That was
So
very
close.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And that's the thing about the Queen of Pain into Pango that's always nice, is it does kind of stop the movement on the Rolling
Radiant's
Thunder
bottom
during
tower
Sonic
has
Wave,
fallen.
but the Queen of Pain's just gonna get stronger now with how much she's managed to find here in this mid game.
There's some good agonyms this game as well. So when this super farmed Alchemist starts looking to maybe help his team again, you could maybe give a very early Ags to the Naga, who will then have BKB, Piercing, and Snare. So you could just root him for 5 seconds during his roll.
Or just give it to the co-op, dude. I mean, I honestly would not mind an early Ags for the co-op because she's not doing this like level 5 Dagon rush. She's got the Kaya, she's got a Shiva's Guard being built. And I think after that, you can go into the Kaya Sange.
Dire's middle tower
Or the,
is under
yeah,
attack.
probably Kaya Sange, just to like tank up, give yourself a little bit more. And at that point, dude, the daggers do so much damage.
Yeah, that'd be pretty good too. I'm up for it. They're gonna grab themselves the Aegis. I'm sure you throw it on Shigetsu. I think you start looking to clear out some towers. I don't see another item you have to wait for. I think you're plenty strong to just watch Alk hit buildings, hit him with your Solar Crest, stand behind him with the Grave. Just know that the enemy can't even think about approaching that Alchemist. And you maybe have the damage to kill him once if you doom him, but that's the whole point of the Aegis. Where's your second doom when I come back?
Yeah.
Oh, he got the Tormentor though. He did it. He
Worth
did
it.
it.
Dire's middle
Oh,
tower is under
that's so funny. I don't think I've ever seen a Dazzle kill and die to Tormentor solo before.
Did Grave expire, or did he not think maybe it was gonna get him?
I'm assuming Grave expired.
I guess it had to. Blink Echo onto that Naga. I mean, she's hella dead, but that is your Echo.
What? Shigetsu just goes in. Just completely finds respect. Rolling Thunder, but there it is. The BKB comes out. Cloud's gonna hit the Bat Rider with the Doom, but you can't get away from this. The Alchemist, he's now just gonna get jumped here on my Makushi. He pops that Gotrek. Shigetsu's just so freaking strong. He has this Assault Cuirass. He has Mellow behind him. That is not a good sign when your Sven pops God Strength, BKB walks in, and Alk just says, "Fight me, bro." Like, that is not a good look.
Usually Sven is one of the heroes who can, you're not even with the Alchemist, but you farm very fast yourself. But you didn't apply enough pressure to this Alchemist, so this finished AC is 15 extra armor versus the physical damage of Sven. That's not something that usually comes into play so early, but we see exactly what happens when you have it. Sven tries his luck and he's like, whoa, wait, this is not enough damage. It's time to go home. He still got 3 minutes on Aegis. They just couldn't focus the Alf because they knew he had the Aegis, but it just meant he just killed everyone while they ignored him. Now, assuming, as we have a moment here, just assuming that DMS wins this, for one win, they seem to have really liked this Earthshaker, and they seem to have been pushing it, like picking it pretty early in the draft to see what they can do with it. I think they've just been exposed to the weakness of it, like DMS showing, it's like, yeah, we just counter it preemptively, and you don't have much to do with it. A pretty good roll into the cleave.
They're getting a lot out of this, but here it is again. The Alchemist just getting to town here on Cloud. He pops the BKB to run away. He might turn his attention. Great Stormhammer into the stun. Pangolier stuck, though, on the high ground. Going to try and TP out himself. The Song of the Siren for the instant cancel. And, oh, they found respect as well because of it. That is a great Song of the Siren. 3 dead as Mello gets the triple kill, and Shigetsu still has a minute and a half on Aegis.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Could be a high ground tower. There's still 30 seconds left for Pango and Tinker. No buybacks. I don't know. You'd have to all clump up as 5 into a Blink Echo to maybe throw here. Top lane, they're gonna find Munkushi, who is just trying to split the map. You got a minute without your Sven.
What can you do?
Dang, how is there a sub-diff voice line in this? That is crazy.
Pretty funny.
That's hella toxic. Shigetsu just has the Hawk sitting behind him. War Flares trying to keep him off the racks, but I mean, the Alk is too big to fail, as I like to say. 30 seconds left on the Aegis. Almost has his Nullifier, which he'll do the disassemble of the Radiance into the Nullifier. It's kind of the typical build, and he just bought it outright. Never mind.
Yes, he wants. Yeah, I mean, actually, to be fair, usually you disassemble the Radiance because you reach a point where, oh, it's not doing that much. It's only 26 minutes in the game. They barely have any BKBs.
True.
The Radiance is actually still doing a lot of work. So he might just decide, you know what? I've got the money. I'll just get both. It's
he has
fine.
another item slot too, technically. You're also normally slot starved, right? That's the other issue. But I guess he feels
is
like
rich
I'm
this game.
almost 1,000 GPM. So might as well just go the Nullifier, tack on the extra damage. Tier 2 top is the only thing that's stopping them from ending this game. They're going to smoke up on 1 win here. They've got to find this fight. It actually might work because the Dazzle is bottom.
They've captured the outpost, so he could teleport in.
Spooky
Radiant's top
wrap
tower is
around.
under attack.
Not gonna connect. Dude, the positioning on DMS here is really good though. Being in the triangle, they actually. I mean, they have to know about this, right? They have a. Can they put a ward down?
Radiant's top tower is under
You have to
attack.
doom Alk before he can ult and finish him off.
Oh,
Yeah,
they have a good
didn't
ward.
find it.
Already plays Rolling Thunder is out, but who do they find? Melo's gonna pop. He just dodges the stun from Mukushi. The Sonic Wave on the backside. Not even
Self-stun.
get hit. He gets him on the Doom. So they take the Queen of Pain out of the fight. Mukushi will TP out from the high ground. Respect. Trying to get away here, but he is super dead. Ace, very split fight. The Song of the Siren again, saving the Doom target as Melo will now rejoin his team, looking for revenge. Comes Mukushi, a big echo, Sonic Wave onto 3, rips through the back line, and the Hawk will clean him up. The GG comes out, and DMS with a very convincing game number 1.
Very well done. I will say, I think the big play there is not the draft, but that Chira Jr. was doing quite well in the mid lane and was not able to connect on any gank for quite a while. And I think DMS did a really good job of communicating that, of playing safe, like baiting it out. Don't immediately back off, because Chira Jr. would look at it and be like, oh, it's not going to happen. You know, I'll just go straight to my lane. They like stay in the lane long enough. He's like, oh, I can kill that guy. Just as he gets there, it's like, okay, now you back off. He's like, I wasted all my time coming over here. Now I got to go back. Right. And that just happened again and again. And it bought enough time for Queen of Pain, who was actually struggling a little bit, to get back into it. It was wasting time. Alchemist was just farming up. And it just slowly went their way. That Alchemist was just totally free. And I don't feel like it was a total draft issue, but I think that Earthshaker into Pango pick, it just didn't pan out. You know, I think they've been trying similar stuff, but they hadn't run into a team who's like, yeah, we'll Bat Rider and we'll Dazzle counter you. Now what? And they're like, wait, we hadn't planned for this. What? Where do I put these heroes? So I think they may have just learned a little bit about, you know, some issues with their draft.
I think the other thing about this was Mel did a really good job at recognizing how he had to play the game. Like you said, like he was able to connect, but the fact that he also just skips ult at 7 to get a 4th point Scream of Pain because he had to invest early into Shadow Strike. With the Masochist facet, like Scream of Pain does 345 damage AoE on a 6-second cooldown, and it's only 120 mana, whereas like Sonic Wave is like around 400 damage, and it's like over twice the mana cost. So he was able to get a lot of these early kills because of the fact that he just goes for this 4th point and Scream early, and he's able to like get around the fights quickly with like more points in Blink and then invest into Sonic Wave later. And his itemization was perfect. Like I think a lot of people are going like Dagon and they're like, oh, haha, I'm gonna buy like 3 Dagons on mid quap. It'll be hilarious. I'll do so much damage. But his build this game, way more straightforward. It's just the Dagon, Kaya, Shiva's Guard, and yeah, it pays off. This was a really cool draft from DMS. I just, the Dazzle completely caught one win off guard.
I think so. Yeah, I think that what was it, 18th pick Dazzle, but also being put in a weird spot by going Earthshaker Pango. I think that's probably where you adjust the draft. I don't know. I see teams grabbing this Earthshaker. It really does not. I don't think it's in line with the other early pick flex heroes. Like Pango, you pick early, yeah, whatever. I'll play into the Queen of Pain lane, whatever. Right? Earthshaker, you gotta win your lane as a core, or you're gonna massively drop off. And as a support, you can do like whatever, right? But I'd really rather see the Earthshaker picks later on in the draft. I think it finds more success there.
Yeah, this was a super cool game 1. I'm excited to see what happens in game 2, though. So for right now, we're going to go to a short break here, everyone, and then we will be back with 1 win versus DMS in this upper bracket series. Stay tuned. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, everybody. We are jumping right into the draft again for game number 2, DMS versus OneWin. A lot of people probably expecting OneWin to take this series, but DMS stepped up huge in game number 1. A beautiful draft. This was awesome.
Yeah, I think really capitalizing on seeing 3 melee core heroes and recognizing, hey, this is a great Dazzle game. And you already had Batrider. So it really put OneWin in a difficult spot for their last pick, and they ended up trying to flex things around. But I don't know. I still think it, like, I could see that draft working, but the Pango rotations have to connect, or people have to come to the Pango's lane. I feel like Earthshaker maybe could have, because I don't know, top lane wasn't going that great, right? So he should have been free. I don't know. But I feel like that's where it really went off the rails for them. So maybe you make your draft a little easier, give yourselves better lanes, less difficult matchups that you then need to succeed in these games to come back into the game on, or maybe you adjust the way you play. But we'll see what they do for game 2. I'm sure there'll be some draft adjustment.
I would say typically yes, but we're seeing this game with OneWin having first pick. I think very likely that they're going to either take the Tinker here or it's going to be banned, right? Like, I cannot imagine you let Tinker through again and you'll give it to DMS.
I think you take it. I don't think that Tinker was the issue.
Okay, they get their Sand King, actually. I think this is fine. Great Blink Initiator. They also, we've been seeing a lot of Grimstroke get picked up with Sand King, and he is a fantastic hero against the Tinker. He cannot get rid of Phantom. Like, the Phantom's Embrace is super annoying, so I like it. Batrider going to be the pick immediately. So they felt like this hero obviously owns, so why not go for it?
Yeah, and I think a similar idea of this could be core Batrider heavily punishing your mid hero. So now you might be encouraged to run offlane Sand King, but guess what? You can run position 5 Batrider if you want. So you can follow this hero around and threaten that. But I do think the counter works better in that mid lane where you have a high level Batrider. I think the low level Batrider is not nearly as scary to an offlane Sand King, especially one when you run into him and he's like, Stinger, burst the creeps, you're dead, you know? So I think this is likely to be a support Batrider unless they can tell that OneWin is running a melee mid hero.
Yeah.
I do like that they go Sand King though, because I think if you're leaving Tinker in the pool, you need to get to the Tinker. You have to get to the Tinker. And so Sand King can do that, Batrider can do that. Both teams have a hero to address it. I don't think it's quite enough. Like, I still think you could take Tinker. Either team could grab Tinker for themselves if they want to coming up here.
If I'm OneWin, I do feel like it's worth banning the Tinker right here, but I think I'm with you that you at least have some potential answers for it. The answer we see in the last game is not necessarily those heroes, but rather the Alchemist that just kills the Tinker lineup before it even comes online. So that was definitely one way to go about it. The Ursa ban is interesting because this makes me feel like this is going to be the offlane Sand King then. Which isn't bad. I mean, offlane Sand King is still very good. Another
I thought
hero...
that matchup would be okay.
Yeah. Let's say another hero that they may have to consider. I had something in mind, but now my brain just deleted it.
Wind Ranger's still in the pool. Morphling. Seen OneWin play those heroes. Yeah. A lot of flex there. I'll be up for either of those. Slark. Okay, I saw DMS has been really prioritizing Slark. I don't quite understand it yet. I saw them pick a lot of Slark very early in the draft, sometimes even opening the Slark. It's very confusing to me.
I do remember that. Yeah.
I'm excited to see it firsthand, right? It's a team that believes in some picks like Dazzle. Other teams don't really do Dazzle, offlane especially. Slark, I do think Slark is very good in pubs right now, and we do see some pro teams picking him later on in the draft, but this early is a little uncommon.
It's just super bizarre when you don't see your lane matchup, but maybe they just know that this is going to be an offlane Slark, and so or offlane Slark, offlane Sand King, because they're like, if they want to run it mid, like you're running it into a Bat Rider, go and pick up the sniper. So this is like a pretty strong offlane duo. The Burrow Strike, Sandstorm, Scatterblast is a ton of damage. I don't think Slark can actually fight into that in any capacity. So now I'm a little bit unsure of the Slark pick. Well, I guess more unsure of the Slark pick. We'll see if it ends up having a good game or not, though.
Could just be support Slark.
Could just, I mean, I guess. Or offlane Slark, taking a page out of a Mars book.
Mm-hmm. We'll see. I do like this sniper pick, though, because like you said, strong offlane, but then both these heroes could go mid. And it shuts down a lot of heroes that you could pick in the mid lane. A lot of mids don't like dealing with the Sand King or the sniper. So it does limit what DMS can pick. And then they are going to grab the Mirana. So this could be carry Mirana. We see some mid Mirana. We see offlane Mirana, but I'm not as big of a fan of it.
Yeah, me neither.
4 support. I think Sniper needs to be a 4. I really don't like Sniper 5. And I don't think
agreed.
Mirana 5 is as good as Mirana 4, but I guess you could still do it.
You can. I mean, Snake King does it, right? And I mean,
he's the guy, though.
He's
he
like
is
the
Mirana.
player. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe he studied his Mirana gameplay. It's hard to say, but yeah, he's good at this hero. We'll see more about where that draft is going to go as we clean up the rest of phase 2 picks here. I'm okay with picking something like I was gonna say picking a 5, but you ran the 5 position Bat Rider last game, so maybe it's Bat Rider Slark in your safe lane, and you still have the options of like your mid and off lane flex potentials. The Pangolier is still an option if you want to go for it. You could just go back for your Queen of Pain eventually if you want. But I would expect a flex pick here and another support.
Yeah, flex or just a very standard mid that will be fine versus Sniper or Sand King. Then I'm going Earthshaker Visage.
I guess this could be Shaker 4 or mid, so
I don't know if I guess you'd be okay versus Sniper and Sand King. Like Sand King, I think Earthshaker is actually a little stronger, at least to start, until Sand King picks up more levels. And then Sniper, you actually have such a damage advantage over that you could just out-deny him for a really long time, and you just have to buy some extra regen. So I guess that's okay.
Like Bracer double Bracer and Bottle on this hero, and he'd probably
something like
just slowly whittle down, but eventually survive. This is what I wanted to see, actually, was the Monkey King pick. So this was the hero I was trying to think of earlier. I was like, yeah, there's something I'm missing. The Monkey King we see picked all the time into Sand Kings because you can follow it to whichever lane it goes to, and it absolutely bodies the lane. So now we're likely to see the Monkey King mid or safe lane, but probably mid.
You were running into this flex question again, though. It's like you don't want to run Monkey King into Bat Rider mid, but into Earthshaker, that would be fine. I think you really want Bat Rider with Visage now, though, because Visage, I'm surprised you don't see more Visage offlane. Death Toll is crazy, but you have to be able to get kills with it, which means you want a high damage position 4 to build up Soul Assumption charges, and I don't think Earthshaker's your guy. And I certainly don't think Slark's your guy either. So I really want it to be Bat Rider or a new position 4. I guess you could just play old Visage without Death Toll, but I feel like Death Toll is what brought Visage back into consideration. Like, I think you really want to go that facet. And I think that's part of the value of the Monkey King, if you do run it carry, is that the Mischief Dodge helps you avoid a lot of nuke damage from Soul Assumption. Okay, what do we got then? This could be the side lanes for one win, and now you're picking a new mid? That's exactly what's happening.
Okay, you're right. Nice. So, the Monkey King into the safe lane. The Quap and the Puck Band actually make a lot of sense. Do we see a Shadow Fiend come back? It's
like-
not as good as it used to be.
Doesn't Earthshaker do fine versus Storm? If that was your original idea, or Batrider, like I feel either of them can go mid.
True. I actually love just throwing Batrider mid here, and then maybe
you just
picking something that
pick-
actually works with Slark in the safe lane.
Yeah, unless this is some weird Slark, some other weird Slark pick, then I don't know. I don't know what they
Slark
want.
mid, let's go. Nah, you're right. It's not as easy for Batrider to bully the Storm Spirit as it used to be. And to be honest, they did such a good job in position 5 Batrider last game. I'm curious if they like feel it's necessary to do Batrider as not a support again.
Oh, you're right. You just pull the Shadow Fiend back out.
Okay. Yeah, the Shadow
Let's
Fiend for
see.
Mello, it's going to be a pretty solid lane for him. Dahak will be joined by Problems on the Visage and the Shaker, and it will just be 5 position Batrider again. All right, cool.
Okay, Dahak's not taking Death Toll. So I guess that's fine then, because that's... I was saying you want a strong position 4 for Death Toll, but I guess if you don't want to do that, like if you're not taking Death Toll, then I guess it's okay that it's an Earthshaker 4. You'll still be good at finding Monkey King later on.
Man, yeah, I am curious to see how well this Visage does in the offlane. It's so much magic damage, but Monkey King is one of the few carries that can actually dodge like some of this damage because of Mischief. And so as long as he's holding the Mischief and actually timing it correctly, he should be able to dodge out a ton of the damage. So I like the Monkey King pick even more for that regard. I am curious how well this mid lane is going to go, because if Shadow Fiend absolutely bodies the Storm Spirit, which is kind of par for the course in this matchup, he could very well run away with this game.
That's true. Chira Jr. did play really well in the lane itself last game. The ganks are where things start to fall apart.
Prepare for battle.
So could always put that possibility out there. But otherwise, I agree. This is supposed to go Shadow Fiend's way. Even though we got nerfed a little bit, the slow on Shadowmire versus the short range Storm Spirit, at least in the laning stage until Zip comes out, you usually do quite well.
All right, here we go. It is time for game number 2 of DMS versus 1 win.
See a late smoke by 1 win. This can be a little tricky into the night vision of Slark. They're going to make their way top. They're hoping Slark is on the bottom side. And they're actually right. So if you do go in, maybe you can catch this Earthshaker.
Ooh, they get him. He might be able to fissure block here. The shrapnel's doing so much work. The last one's enough. It blows all 3 shrapnel charges to get this, but Sweet and Strong does get rewarded with the gold. It will be 3 bounty runes for DMS. Which they're actually just going to prevent them from coming in. They know there's no shrapnel on this guy, right? Like, they can just dump a ton of damage into Chira Jr. and he is dead. Dahak's going to die for this, though. And it gives the kill to Munkushi as well. That is so bizarre. And Sniper's just going to soak mid for now, knowing like he's got to get something.
It was already a good matchup for Shadow Fiend. Now Chira Jr. is late to the lane, too. If the arrow had connected, I'm pretty sure Storm lives, or at least they killed the Hawk first.
Yeah.
Some early misses on these arrows. Hopefully getting them out of the way for later in the game where they'll be even more important to connect on.
Problems actually started boots first on this hero, which is Kind of wild. Respect actually lets the hard camp spawn and then just immediately arrows the hard the Wild Wing Ripper.
That's one of the nice things about any support who can kill the creeps instantly like that.
Mm-hmm. So mid lane, Shadow Fiend off to a pretty decent start.
Respect getting pretty low. One more soul assumption.
Oh,
even
the
with
fairy
the
fire,
fairy fire,
still not enough. Okay. Now you wish you had death toll.
I know, right about now. It's like, oh, I didn't think I'd be getting so many
Two early
kills.
game kills. There's no way this Slark has like a good lane, right? Am I gonna miss something here? He's got a lot of CS somehow. He is a grandmaster Slark player. So clearly he's doing something right.
Yeah, I think the CS should go his way to start, but as Sand King picks up more levels and can clear creep waves quickly, Slark doesn't have good wave clear. Okay, with that in mind, they just pounce at the sniper, but
Underestimating the damage of shrapnel. Oh god. 18 HP.
Gonna get
That is a
Barracuda
lot of
regen
damage.
going.
He does have
One
his
more
Barracuda passive, which is like okay early. It's basically like the equivalent of Tranquil Boots at the moment. But Bat Rider is going to need some serious regen in soon. I think he bought Boots though, which is definitely useful. He did just scout the courier coming out, but oh no, he didn't. He just bought a blood grenade. Wait, where did all of his
stand whatever cosmetic is on this Bat Rider? This bat looks diseased. What is this?
Oh,
He has like one of those gem effects on this poor bat. His poor owl.
Yeah.
It's all dusty.
I don't remember what it's called, but I have a similar effect on my Sand King claws, actually. It was from the first one, where they added unusual gems into chests. That was like a winter-themed chest or something.
Well, this is certainly unusual. See, this top lane, despite those kills, Monkey King is farming quite well. It's mid lane that is probably going about the way we expected, but it's not going to feel good for one win. I suppose Storm is one of those heroes that just needs to hit level 6 and then recover by ganking, but kind of saw DMS was doing a great job reading ganks last game, so that's the part I'm worried about for Chira Jr.
I also feel like if the Shaker rotates mid at any point before the Storm Hero hits level 6, he's dead. Top lane Dahak gonna get caught from the pound or from the Primal Spring, but able to get away thanks to the Grave Chill move speed. Oh, this rotation
actually
from
playing
Bat
for the
Rider.
turn gate.
This is a huge kill. He might be able to just run down Munkushi himself. He's up to his almost max Jingle stacks. He gets him, and Shaker actually dies onto the back side. And now they lose the Bat Rider as well. And a full heal off the Boundless creep wave. Yeah, that's huge.
2 galvanized
Scattershot
stacks
80,
for
so good.
Chira Jr.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Scattershot really is doing an insane amount of damage. Quick arrow on the catapult so that they can't get too much damage in.
I'm really surprised they didn't try to kill the Storm Spirit mid. Like, they kind of just let the lane play out, and Melo's got a lot of last hits and denies, but because of this, like, Storm is not that slowed down. Whereas I feel like you have 2 really good heroes at killing Storm Spirit, Bat Rider and Earthshaker, right? Pre-level 6, he cannot get away from these guys.
That's true, but I'm not sure how much space they had to leave their side lanes to do that.
Well, 6-minute
They
room
might
is
be
here,
trying
and
now.
they're bringing the numbers finally.
He hit 6 off that creep wave being killed. Lets him get out of there with a zip.
And now you're just dead on your Batrider. Yeah, this was a very big missed opportunity. They spent way too long on the top lane. And Cheer Jr. now being 6, I mean, this matchup is now not really Shadow Fiend favored at all, and he's barely behind on the Storm.
A lot of this comes from that rotation top that Storm went to, so he got some assists and XP from that, which is why he hit 6 there. Literally the last creep that died gave him 6, which has now recovered his game. Now there's been a kill bottom thanks to that scatter shot once again. It really does do so much damage. 720 damage if you have all scatter shots. At least at level 3 where he's at right now.
I mean, Mello is farming really well. It's just typically when you pick the Shadow Fiend in a Storm matchup, your goal is to like at least kill the Storm Spirit once before level 6. Because you get like 2 stacks in the raises and then like a single support shows up and at that point you just run them down. We'll see what happens. If he can transition his farm into some early mid-game impact, that would be really big. They're actually going to smoke towards the mid lane. As we get to the 8-minute power rune, it's going to spawn top. It's a haste for Chira Jr. They don't have the chain stun, and now he's going to turn it potentially into a kill here onto Dahak. He's all alone. Trying to get some help from Mello, the Requiem being held for now. As Chira just continuing to chase on the backside into the trees. They're going to find Mello now. This is a massive kill. Oh my goodness.
I didn't even see Monkey King join in. I was watching that Storm Spirit, which I think the same thing might have happened to Melojewel there. Looking at this Storm zip in the back, didn't notice the Monkey King ulting on top of him. And now they find the Batrider as well.
And Dahak's dead as well.
And Dahak. Great Monkey King rotation.
I mean, this game just completely fell apart for DMS. They're supposed to win their lanes, and now they are 3K behind at 9 minutes. The Sand King is the most farmed, which is kind of par for the course when it comes to Sand Kings, but then it's Monkey King at the top of the net worth, which is really spooky.
He's going for? He's going to go for a Gleipnir. Be quite nice versus the Visage. Slark won't care too much. If Slark can keep up and farm, you do have some things going for you, like you can pop your ult, buy your shard, not care too much about Monkey King ult. But there is a good amount of AoE that could still hit Slark in those abilities. That's kind of the scary thing for him this game. Melojewel is going for a blink first item, so this will be very sudden one way or the other. Either that will succeed, like we were saying, we need to see some early impact. Lasso into like a blink Shadow Fiend, it could be it. But if you don't connect on kills with that blink dagger, you fall so flat as Shadow Fiend. You're killed so easily. You don't even farm well because you didn't buy mana regen for raises, right? It can be very hit or miss.
I honestly think you lose the game if you go this Blink Dagger and your first Requiem isn't killing Storm Spirit. Or like Monkey King or Sand King. Right? If you don't get one of the cores with the first Blink Requiem, I think your game is over.
Game to be decided very soon then, guys.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He is 200 away from Blink.
Shigetsu trying to run away here. Has a Shadow Dance. We'll be able to dodge that out for now. But they are continuing the chase here.
Invisibility.
Where are we on Cloud's items? What has he built on the Sand King here?
He's going for a Bloodstone first this game.
Wow, okay.
I thought he might go for more active items, the blink or the auras. But I guess he's trusting respect to pick up some of the auras and the storm zips, and I guess Monkey King actually as well, right? To initiate. Speaking of which, Cheer Jr. is just watching to Hawk with an into this
and
room.
they're trying to set up a vortex into arrow, I think.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Are they really just gonna let him walk away? Wow, they
It's
do.
a little hard to connect the arrow. They need more than that.
Radiant's middle
Okay.
tower is under attack.
He's gonna TP top,
TP's
look
top.
for problems. Echo, Melojewel to blink Requiem, and it misses.
It's over.
Oh no, and Storm Spirit just jumps right back in, holds Mellow in place. Respect is here, big Star Storm. The arrow's gonna connect, he zips out again, and Mellow dies. This is the literal worst case scenario for the Shadow Fiend.
That's... He's got level 1 Aftershock. The stuns just weren't long enough to keep the storm in place.
Is under attack.
Otherwise, that is a kill. That Requiem goes off. You do kill the Storm Spirit there. You take that tower very cleanly. And that's maybe a 1,000 gold swing, right? Back towards DMS. You
Shadow
do finish
Fiend-
up the tower, but...
Yeah, at this point, Shadow Fiend just needs to farm. Like, he's not gonna be able to contribute too much at this point. Like, his raises and stuff still do a lot of damage, but he actually just has to farm towards like BKB and Kaya and stuff.
But now
Which
you're
is gonna
farming
be
with
hard.
a blink. It feels
Yeah,
so
exactly.
bad.
And on top of it, there's not really a good place on the map to farm because your offlane Visage struggled and your Slark is going to be like occupying bottom. And your Shaker also needs to get to Blink Dagger. It just feels really rough. Mid lane, we're going to see the Storm zip in. It looks like they found Bat Rider. Yep, looks like they get him.
Radiant's courier has been
I
killed.
just know his Bat Rider's still only level 5.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I think one win are going to start snowballing their lead here.
I imagine so.
Sweden Strong is level 8 on the Sniper.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Bloodstone, first item on Sand King is kind of wild.
I mean, this used to be the build, for those of you wondering. It did used to be the build for Sand King, but people opted for more active items like Blink and Auras as the patch developed. Bloodstone is still, I'd say it's viable, but it's a very greedy choice. I suppose considering how farmed he is, he felt he was doing well enough to do it. And I'm not fully sure what the logic is. I guess it just tanks you up so much. You can be the front line for your team, bait things in to protect your sniper, your Mirana, Storm, right? Let them choose when they want to go in. Maybe that's some of the idea.
Oh boy, we might see a smoke gank here. That is an Arcane Storm. They just got a mech as well.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They're just going to keep hunting. Do they have any wards in this bottom? I mean, they have a huge ward in mid lane that reveals everything. It actually pops the smoke right under it. So the question of, will they try to bait this? Cheer Jr. up
He's
on
standing on
high
the
ground,
cliff.
pops the smoke, and Mellow is not going to be able to connect. The arrow actually off the mark somehow.
The high ground stuff is sometimes kind of funny.
But Mellow has to TP. He's going to get Vortex. Oh, no, he gets the
Nice
TP out.
fissure.
Oh my gosh, what a fissure. He's going in, trying to pop the Echo, but it's a little bit too late. Shigetsu does get out for the moment, but they will just chase him down, and Storm Spirit from hero to hero with this Arcane Rune is just too much. Triple kill for Cloud. Didn't even have Munkushi, and now they find the Hawk onto the backside. Mellow will go ahead and pop the Requiem, but Shira Jr. completely dodges it out and just takes him out solo.
That blink on the cliff was very desperate. The idea is either you find the hero there, or maybe there's like a Monkey King in the trees. Though I think by the way the smoke broke, they knew it was there. But the only guy who's going to be on the cliff is
Like
Storm Spirit mainly.
or
I guess it
Mirana.
could be like it could. Now that I say that, there's actually 4 heroes that could have been on the cliff, but all of them can also get off the cliff way easier than Shadow Feed. So that felt, I don't know. I think they really
think
feel the
desperate's the
pressure
right
to
word.
find. I think they feel desperate to find a kill and make that smoke gank succeed. And this is what happens when you feel pressured in those plays. And I wouldn't even say they're wrong, but it ends up being very high risk.
Yeah, we're almost to the Gleipnir on the Monkey King, which, if it wasn't hard enough to get away from one win with like the Storm Spirit and the Sand King, well now you'll have the Gleipnir to leash them all up inside of these big ultimates.
This will come in handy.
What sniper got in this game? Solar Crest?
Yeah, that's just has been the build lately. I think people finally figured out what made 4 Sniper good, and it's just been Solar Crest Rush.
Yeah, Solar Crest into Shard, maybe if you don't get it from the Tormentor.
And then like a Glimmer as well, right? Like just a couple like on use items that save allies. And then the Shard for, like you said, the disarm and mobility is always really good.
How can Sniper not be one of the Gleipnir rushers? Isn't that so weird?
Yeah, I thought the same
Of all
thing
the
when I was
four
like, well,
supports
clearly they're
rushing
just going to go
Gleipnir.
Gleipnir, but...
How can you not? Maybe it's because you get too much flame when you do it. You're like, you're not playing support. It's like, look, it's a Solar Crest. I'm totally a support. I'm such a support, not a Gleipnir builder. Then as soon as they turn around, you sell it by Gleipnir.
Smoke is out. They're running into the enemy jungle here. Burrow Strike connects, Vortex, and the assassination from Sweden Strong to find the kill. How did they actually get... Was he invis or something on Cloud? Like, how did they get vision of the Slark on nighttime?
Actually not 100% sure.
Ooh, Munkushi was looking for the Bat Rider, but he went through the Twin Gate.
You're going to go through and chase. You're not the best roaching team, so I guess you don't feel a lot of pressure to go for it while you have the opportunity. You're just looking for kills. First Shaker, clean TP out. At this point, you are just dodging. They actually see Storm, but you don't have a good way to catch him. There's no blink on your Bat Rider, and there won't be one for quite a while. He's sitting on 800, nearly 900 gold. That is a very poor Bat Rider.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
All right, another smoke up by DMS. I can't see it working all that well. I guess you have Blink, Earthshaker. Like, this is what you're hoping for. You can find some Blink Echo play. You're about to run into Sand King, though, who is very tough to kill. Yeah, they're just running away from him. There goes that smoke.
Ooh, nice Burrow Strike towards his team, and in comes Storm Spirit again with a regen this time. Trying not to pop it on a Firefly, but Cloud just walks in, pops the Bloodstone, seemingly uncaring as he Burrow Strikes back through. Wukong's command is out. Shigetsu cannot escape, but Storm Spirit dies solo, going in so deep. Cloud has the Epi. He's going to use it, just jumps in, Burrow Strike, finishes off Shigetsu. And now a trying his best, Grave Mech out from Dog, but it's not enough. The damage is overwhelming.
Almost finds the Shadow Fiend as well on that Burrow Strike. All right, in the end, that worked out. It was looking a little worrisome when Storm zipped into the Echo, which was a really nice Echo. Great kill from them, but yeah, I mean, when you're like 12k behind, no, they don't mind too much that they just lost their Storm, and they keep going in off that Epi.
Yeah.
Turn it back around, and they do find Mellow Jewel. They know he didn't TP home. They could tell based on the angle. They went looking.
This game is really hard for DMS at this point. Like 13,000 behind at 20 minutes. I just don't know when this Slark is going to be able to really contribute. Like, they actually did a really good job at targeting him in that fight, and he survived quite a while. And it wasn't until the Epicenter came out from the Sand King that they finally finished the job. But he's kind of the one that has to tank for his team, because it's not like your Shadow Fiend or your Earthshaker, you know, can really just go in and soak damage.
Yeah, this is where I'm not a Visage player, so this is all me speaking out of my experience, and I could definitely be wrong, but we see the most successes from Visages who
Radiant's
really
bottom
crush the
tower is
lane,
under
and I
attack.
feel that
Yeah.
Earthshaker's not the pairing you want. You really want someone more high damage, and otherwise you end up in a situation like this where it's like, what has the Visage done this game? You know, it did end up with 2 early game kills, sure, but didn't have death toll. Didn't really benefit off that to Snowball, and at this point, I don't really feel the Visage impact. I don't think there's a hero you want to pick as a like, oh, we'll do something later, right? Like a Centaur, a Sand King. If you don't have the best 4 pairing and your lane matchup's not that great, it's like, I'll farm, I'll stun later, I'll do things. Like, Visage wants to win the lane and wants to win the game very quickly in a Snowball fashion.
Top lane looks like they're actually waiting here, looking for anybody to show on this wave. Storm Spirit doesn't amplify damage. He's gonna zip in, forces the blink out of the Shadow Fiend. All right. This is like his 3rd amplify damage this game.
Is under attack.
Well, when you pick up every rune, I mean, you get to go through them.
I'll take your tribute. Stupendous!
EKB almost done for Mellow Jewel. We did finish the pipe on Visage. I don't know, you got like one more fight in you where you hope it all connects. Bad Rider ended up giving up on the blink, just went Solar Crest. Still doesn't even have that.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Over here now.
Well, bottom lane tier 2 tower is gonna go down.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Man, this Shiva's guard is so scary as well.
Yeah, they're struggling to that magic damage burst from the Blink Epi. Now it's gonna be
They're
even stronger.
smoked up. Oh, both teams smoking into each other. Oh, sweet and strong. That was not the concussive grenade you thought it was, but here comes the Blink Epi with the Shiva's guard active. Just goes right through 2 heroes. Mello will pop the BKB and the Requiem, but it's seemingly uncaring. It's the side of one win, and they just... It's almost like they don't even exist. They didn't have to worry about a single hero on DMS. They just pick and choose their targets.
Yeah. Good.
Earthshaker Fish are gonna get XP here though. Let's go.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I don't know. This is one of those weird states where the game's kind of over, but I think as a team you can't be giving up that early. You got to play it out. You got to try, but
Radiant's middle
you
tower
kind
has
of know that every play you make is insanely stacked against you.
Yeah.
But you still try because people mess up in Dota. We're all humans, so you try to force it out of them. But one win is so far keeping it together, not really giving it any room to DMS. They've kept the pressure on. Roche still, what, 2 minutes just about? So you'll clean up this top towers. And at that point, depending how quickly you do it, maybe you poke high ground, or maybe you're just waiting that second Roche. And I don't know if there's going to be an item that finishes in that time that changes things for DMS. Can't see anything.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Yeah. Good.
Where's the party?
Dire are scanning.
While his team's taking top, Storm is actually just like farming the enemy jungle. Making sure if they were trying to farm it while you were pushing top, they get nothing there. That's so rude.
I'll take that.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
TMS actually steals the Tormentor. I guess that's
Yeah.
kind of nice.
Good.
That
I'm
is
just gonna zip in
something,
and
but
look.
Storm has just got an Aegis, and he's trying to find anybody on the retreat here, and it looks like the Hawk will be found. So yeah, I mean, you get the Tormentor. That's something.
It's a
but-
win, honestly, for DMS
Yeah.
right now.
Well, unless you lose heroes mid lane, which Cloud has also found the Bat Rider. Respect is here. Boundless Strike is out. Here comes the Requiem. They're trying to keep him alive. It's not gonna happen.
And the gem.
the
gotta get
gem
it.
is huge.
He doesn't have
Oh, he didn't have slots.
No.
Wow.
Oh, that could have been the start.
Slark actually has nothing here. He's full
Instead-
duration arrowed.
Oh my god. Right in front of his base.
As soon as that Dark Pact came out, really good recognition. They just Gleipnir into Boundless Strike Arrow. Like, that is such a sick play. So now, like, DMS, you're like, oh, like, they finally got a win. They got Tormented, they got Sand King, but now you lose your Slark again.
Yeah. Good.
I hate to say it, but that might still be a win. This is a really
Might
big
still
number.
be a win.
Okay, no, a slight gold loss for them in that case. All right, didn't work out. If they had stolen the gem successfully, that would have been worth it, because that is something you need to do here, is find the enemy vision and remove it so that you can somewhat play the map. It's still really scary versus Storm and Monkey King and Mirana and Sand King, and oh man, you know, it's so scary. But it's even worse if they also have wards up. So that stealing the gem would have been really important. Maybe you have to consider buying their own gem. It feels really bad to do that in these situations because you're already so poor. But I don't know, if you're spotted by any of these observers, you're just gonna die.
Well, now that we're paused, I honestly am trying to come up with an answer for what DMS can do here to come back into this game, but it mostly involves one win going into the fountain.
Okay, here's how you'll see this in your pubs a lot, and it's unlikely to happen in a pro match, but sometimes you see it. Slark is a hero that is exponential, and if you can find a lot of small fights, little skirmishes to steal stacks, and the enemy isn't quite paying attention to how many stacks you've stolen, and you get one kill, and you re-engage, you get another kill, you get re-engage, you get another kill. Suddenly Slark's at like 40 stacks, and even though he's really behind, the amount of stacks he has makes up for the gold difference, and he just kills everybody. You will see this happen in pub games all the time, but it's very rare in pro matches because they usually respect it. That is one way I could see this working, is that,
Okay.
you know, you maybe find Monkey King in a tree, you break his tree, you hit him a couple times, you back off, the other people come in, you get a big echo, he goes back in, he gets a couple more, right? Something like that, but Slark needs to build up a massive amount of stacks to make up 19k gold that his team is behind.
Man, if they got the gem, like, maybe that would have been like a little bit of a boost as well back their way, but the fact that he just didn't have the slots hurts, and now you have the BKB on the Sand King, so you're probably not catching him like that ever again. Say that, and they are looking to go to try and snipe the Wisdom Rune here, and I think you're gonna find that there is a Sandstorm in their way, and Cloud, Blink, Requiem, he's turned to the BKB, stuns onto two, the Shivas is out, just gonna pop the Epicenter as well. And yeah, that's Shadow Fiend lives, but your Bat Rider's gone.
And you had the BKB. Yeah, feels bad. I guess Slark was farming in this time. Trying to get to level 18, upgrade his ultimate, lower that cooldown. Very important for that style of fight I talked about, having to being able to go in and out.
Look
So
at the
the worry
rotation
is
directly across the map. Like, they know that there's only so many places they can be after retreating top, so they're going straight for it to Hawk here. Viper's out, Munkushi helps secure the kill. And without like having a BKB on Shadow Fiend here, I don't know. Like, getting a Requiem off in one of these fights is going to be borderline impossible.
Are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under
Alright, no Aegis, but they don't even care. They're just gonna get to work with the Ags from the Monkey King. He's just sitting here building up those clones. Go ahead and jump me. My clones will beat you to death. They probably also know Shadow Fiend's BKB is still on cooldown from when they tried to get Cloud earlier.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
All right, fortification down. I kind of expect them to like Wukong's command and commit for the barracks, but they're thinking they can get it without it, and they would be right since Shadow Fiend is not contesting at all.
Yeah, I think they feel good about the Sand King counter initiate. They're gonna save Wukong's for a potential Roche fight or for breaking another tier 3 tower. But when there's no tier 3, I don't think they're as scared at this point. They probably know how ahead they are.
The prize is mine.
Just gotta be careful. Monkey King's in the area. He sees the creep moving. He's gonna go look. Fortunately, Slark is extremely fast. I say.
Who's faster?
Can they change them?
They don't have it. The damage
Wait,
isn't there.
they do.
They finally get it. The Death Requiem, though, comes out from the Shadow Fiend. Does quite a bit of work, but Shigetsu's out of gas. He's trying to get away, but they've got the vision. So you trade your Monkey King for 3 kills. 3 big kills, too.
I was close. They almost had that Monkey King kill, but yeah, I mean, you see what happens when you're this far behind. He didn't even get the BKB off, but he's just so tanky. He even has the Nemesis curse, so he's taking extra damage, and it still takes Requiem and Echo to just barely finish it off, but it just takes way too long to do. And Slark died, which is the big thing. I was talking about you got to build up the stack. So if you kill the Monkey King and at least Slark lives, then maybe he's approaching the next fight with 10 stacks. But now you got to start from scratch again. And you're also going to be 1 Rax down, or 2.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Maybe Shadow Fiend's up in time to defend this. Monkey King was the main tower hitter.
I mean, Storm's not that bad anymore, especially since he goes like Witchblade. Gets a lot of actual useful attack speed.
Radiant's bottom
Especially with the Solar Crest on him.
Yeah. Right, we'll take the melee barracks and back away. Sniper has an Ags, not something we see normally on the support sniper, but when he is as farmed as he is, why not?
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm pretty sure Sniper could have built any item he wants this game, and it would have been fine. All right, they're making their way over to the Roshan. It's got Aegis and the banner. With that, you can set up at the top tower. You won't even need to Wukong's, I think. You just drop the banner and hit it.
Dire are scanning.
Everyone watching, get ready to ping Roche Timer. Build those good Dota habits.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Roshan has fallen to the Dire.
Right, those Roche Timers, do it!
I'm so bad at that, it's insane.
Dire's middle
It's a
tower
great habit
has
to
fallen.
build. If you guys don't do it, practice it while watching pro matches. There you go, free practice. Monkey King is going for a Sanj and Yasha. He's got it on the way, so they barely killed him last time. With the status resistance, it'll be extremely difficult to chain stun him, especially if it's just Earthshaker, and he should be able to get the BKB off.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Don't have any creeps here. They might just be planning to go through the mid lane.
I think you can just pressure off the creeps breaking mid backdoor protection as Mukushi, as the soldiers already getting to work.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Hex into arrow. Sark is dead.
As the Hex reveal.
That is 73 seconds, no Slark. Mello with a big Requiem on the backside, but it doesn't even get close to scratching the side of OneWin, and that is it. GG comes out. Game 3 coming up here in a little bit, but this one was OneWin putting the beat down on DMS.
Yeah, pretty big swap. And I'm trying to think what was even the massive difference
The Storm,
between this
just
game
like
and
having
last
a
game.
game.
Much better game this time than last one where the Panga just couldn't connect right.
Yeah.
Storm finds several kills to get him back into this time.
That and you just like you pick this Slark into the Sand King thinking you're gonna like dumpster this lane, and Sand King just doesn't care. Like
Yeah.
he really does not care about lane matchups anymore. You just go Dust Devil and you just like cut waves and farm indefinitely.
Yeah, Slark was at 10 minutes about 4,500 net worth, which is pretty decent, but Sand King's at like 5,000, right? So I don't think I really saw the purpose of the Slark that game. I'm sure they had an idea for it. I know they like the hero, but didn't really feel it that time. My bigger complaint draft-wise is the Visage with Earthshaker. I really don't think that's the lane combo you want. Now, when they picked it, maybe they were still flexing it, right? They ended up grabbing that Shadow Fiend at the end. It was possible to maybe pick a different Force support and put it with the Visage. I feel like that might have been better, because as it stands, Visage just did like, fine in the lane, but they couldn't really connect on anything, especially because the two supports were having such a rough time. Batrider and Earthshaker are two supports who can technically initiate for you, but they both need a Blink Dagger to do so reliably, which means for both of them, you're waiting for at least 15 minutes until you're like, if you're having a good game. Batrider was not having a good game. He was dirt poor. So everything was on the Earthshaker. If he's off the map, it's so easy for OneWin. It's like, oh, just be careful. Earthshaker's going top. He's the only one we're scared of. Just watch out, guys. Right? You're not scared of anyone else jumping you.
Yeah, very good game for OneWin, but because of that, we are going to be going to a game 3 once again, everyone. So stay tuned. We're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with our final game of the evening here. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, everybody. We are jumping into the final game of the evening. It is OneWin versus DMS. As they tied it up, man. DMS looked a really good game one. OneWin looking very good in game two. It's time to see how things are going to change here as OneWin get first pick once again, which seems to have made all of the difference.
Yeah, I think there's just a lot